served not in bower nor hall. Old Ballad. Whoever writes concerning the actions of the men of the olden time must sadden the reader by details of war, descriptions of fields of battle, narrations of torture, imprisonment, and death. But here also we find records of high virtues and exalted deeds. It is at first sight strange that men whose trade was murder, who habitually wore offensive weapons, whose chief happiness was derived from the glory they acquired by inflicting misery on others, should be among those who live in our memories as examples of what is most graceful and excellent in human nature. Too great security destroys the spirit of manhood, while the habit of hazardous enterprise strengthens and exalts it. It was not because they destroyed others that the warriors of old were famous for honor, courage, and fidelity, but because, from some motive springing from the unselfish part of our nature, they exposed themselves to danger and to death. It was at times such as these that friendship formed the chief solace of man's life. The thought of his ladylove supported the knight during his wanderings and rewarded him on his return, but the society of his brothers in arms shortened the weary hours and made peril pleasure. Death, the sever of hearts and destroyer of hope, is, in its actual visitation, the great evil of life, the ineffaceable blot, the tarnisher of the imagination's brightest hues. But if he never came, but only hovered, the anticipation of his advent might be looked upon as the refiner of our nature. To go out under the shadow of his dark banner, hand in hand, to encounter 1,000 times his grim likeness, to travel on through unknown ways during starless nights, through forests beset with enemies, over mountains whose defiles hid him but to assure his aim, to meet him arrayed in his full panoply on the field of battle, to separate in danger, to meet on the verge of annihilation, and still, through every change, to reap joy because every peril was mutual, every emotion shared, was a school for heroic friendship that does not now exist. In those times, also, man was closer linked with nature than now, and the sublimity of her creations exalted his imagination and elevated his enthusiasm. Dark woods, wild mountains, and the ocean's vast expanse form a stage on which, when we act our parts, we feel that mightier natures than our own witness the scenes we present, and our hearts are subdued by awe to resignation. Edmund Plantagenet, the forest-bred son of Richard III, the late companion of the illustrious Lincoln and gallant Lovell, lay long insensible on the field of battle, surrounded by the dead. He awoke from his swoon to the consciousness that they lay strewed around him dead, whom he had worshipped as heroes, loved as friends. Life became a thankless boon. Willingly would he have closed his eyes, and bid his soul also go on her journey to the unknown land, to which almost all those to whom he had been linked during his past existence had preceded him. He was rescued by a charitable friar from this sad state. His wound was dressed, life, and with it liberty, restored to him. After some reflection, the first use he resolved to make of these gifts was to visit the young Duke of York at Tournay. Edmund's mind, without being enterprising, was full of latent energy and contemplative enthusiasm. The love of virtue reigned paramount in it, nor could he conceive happiness unallied to some pursuit, whose origin was duty, whose aim was the good of others. His father, his ambition, and his downfall were perpetual subjects for reflection. To atone for the first and redeem the last, in the person of his nephew, became, in his idea, the only fitting end of his life. Fostering this sentiment, he speedily formed the determination of attaching himself to the exiled Duke of York. First, to devote himself to the preserving and educating him during childhood, and secondly, to fight and die for him when the time was ripe to assert his rights. During his hazardous journey to Flanders, Edmund was supported by that glowing sensation which borrows the hues and sometimes the name of happiness. It was an ecstatic mood that soared above the meaner cares of life, and exalted him by the grandeur of his own ideas. Self-devotion is, while it can keep true to itself, the best source of human enjoyment. There is small alloy when we wholly banish our own wretched clinging individuality in our entire sacrifice at the worshipped shrine. Edmund became aware of the value of his own life, as he planned how in future he should be the guardian and protector of his unfriended, peril-encircled orphan cousin. A religious sentiment of filial love also influenced him, for thus he could in some sort repair the wrongs committed by his father. There was much in Edmund's temperament that might have rendered him a mere dreamer. The baser ends of common men possessed no attractions for him, but a lofty purpose developed the best points of his character. It was early dawn when, a month after the Battle of Stoke, Plantagenet, in pursuance of his design, arrived at the cottage of Madeleine de Ferrot, where, under the lowly name of Perkin Warbeck, dwelt the noble scion of the House of York. It was a lovely spot, trees embowered the cot, roses bloomed in the garden, and jessamine and woodbine were twined round the porch. The morning breeze and rising sun filled the atmosphere with sweets. Already the cottagers were enjoying its fragrance, and Edmund, as he alighted, beheld the object of his journey, the fair-haired stripling prince and his protectress Madeline. Edmund was 21, but his brow was more bent, his eye more thoughtful, his cheek more pale and sunk than befitted his age. It was only when he smiled that frankness displayed solemnity, and those who conversed with him were ever eager to call forth those smiles, which, like sunbeams that chase the shadows on a green hillside, made darkness light. Confidence readily springs up between the open-hearted and good, and Edmund and the inhabitants of the cottage found no impediment to entire reliance on each other. Madeline was overjoyed that her young charge should find manly guardianship in his cousin, and mentioned how often her fears had been awakened on his account, and how suspicions had got abroad concerning him among the citizens of Tournay. Madeline, the sister of the Fleming, John Warbeck, was married to a Spaniard in the service of Portugal. In those days, just previous to the discovery of America by Columbus, while that illustrious man was offering his unesteemed services at Lisbon, the Portuguese were full of the spirit of enterprise and maritime adventure. Each year new vessels were sent southward along the unexplored shores of Africa to discover beyond the torrid zone a route to India. Hernan de Ferro was a mariner. It was during one of his voyages to Holland that he had seen and married Madeline, and he left her in her native country, while he pursued his fortunes down the Golden Coast as far as the Cape of Good Hope. He had been absent longer than she had anticipated, and each day might bring the wanderer back, when he purposed taking her with him to his native Spain. What, then, must become of Richard? Plantagenet saw at once the necessity of visiting the court of Burgundy and of placing her nephew at the disposition of the Duchess Margaret. The young prince was now 14. He had shot up in height beyond his years, beautiful in his boyhood, and of greater promise for the future. His clear blue laughing eyes, his clustering auburn hair, his cheeks, whose rosy hue contrasted with the milk-white of his brow, his tall and slender but agile person, would have introduced him to notice among a crowd of strangers. His very youthful voice was attuned to sweetness. If Edmund found the Lady Margaret lukewarm, he need only lead the noble boy into her presence to interest her in his favor. Richard heard with tearful eyes of the imprisonment of his mother and the slaughter of his kinsmen and friends. His heart for the moment desired vengeance. He would himself seek his aunt of Burgundy, and aided by her, attack the usurper. With difficulty he permitted his cousin to depart alone, but he was obliged to yield, and Plantagenet set out for Brussels, promising a speedy return. About a week after Edmund's departure, another visitor arrived at the cottage of the exile. A violent storm had overtaken Duke Richard and his constant companion, Madeline's daughter, in one of their wanderings in the fields near Tournay. As they stood for shelter under a half-ruined building, a traveler came to share the asylum. He was a Frenchman, a Provençal by his accent, for he immediately entered into conversation with them. As he is a man spoken of in the chronicles, he shall receive his name at once. This apparently chance traveler was Frion, Stephen Frion, King Henry's secretary. He had been employed to search out the young prince by such tokens as Richard Simon had given, and chance had caused him to fall in with Edmund, whom he had before remarked in attendance on the Earl of Lincoln. Easily guessing that Edmund's journey might have connection with his own, he tracked him to Tournay, and then by some untoward chance lost sight of him. The indefatigable spy had spent the last week in a particular survey of every spot round the town, and in the neighboring cities, to discover his lost clue. Overtaken by a storm on his return from Lisle, he suddenly found himself under a shed with a youth whose appearance at once excited his strongest curiosity. What Frion loved beyond all other things was power and craft. He had been a subject of the poetical King René of Provence, but dispatched on some occasion to Louis XI, he entered into the service of that monarch, whose subtlety and faithlessness were a school of wisdom to this man. On one subject did he love to dwell: the contrast between Charles of Burgundy and Louis of France, the first commencing his reign by combating and vanquishing the latter, and dying miserably at last by a traitor's hand, his armies cut to pieces, his domains the unresisting prey of his rival, while Louis, by serpent ways, by words, not deeds, gained every point, won every follower, and established his rule at last over the greater part of the wide territories of the fallen duke. In a minor way Frion aimed at imitating Louis, but he was naturally more fiery and rash. He had visited Italy also, and studied there the wiles and cruelties of the Italian lords. Crossing back to Marseille, he had been seized by corsairs and carried to Africa. Here he put in practice some of his lessons, and contrived to make himself a favorite with his Mahometan master, who afterwards crossed to Spain to serve under the Moorish king of Granada. Frion was quickly distinguished for his sagacity in the divided counsels of this distracted kingdom, and became the trusty adviser of him called Boabdil el Chico. When this unfortunate sovereign was taken prisoner by the Spaniards, Frion was a chief mediator between them and the Sultana Isa. At the court of Ferdinand and Isabella, he met several Frenchmen, who awakened in his heart a keen desire to revisit his native country. He took advantage of an embassy thither from the court of Spain to fulfill his wishes, but arrived at Plessis only in time to witness Louis' death. 2 years afterwards, he was found in the train of the Earl of Richmond, the future secretary, spy, and favorite of Henry VII, now traveling by his order to find, seize, or destroy the last blossom of the uprooted white rose. Frion was rather handsome in appearance, with bright black eyes and dark hair, a complexion embrowned by the sun, a look of gaiety. Unless when controlled by the will of a superior, he was always laughing, a quiet kind of sarcastic laugh. He looked not the man Caesar would have feared, except that his person was rather inclined to leanness, but he was active and well-versed in martial exercises, though better in clerkly accomplishments. His early youth had been chiefly employed in copying poetry for King René. He wrote beautifully, and his small white hands were the objects of his own very great admiration. Such was his outward look. He had stores of science and knowledge within, which he seldom displayed, or, when necessary, let appear with all the modesty of one who deemed such acquirements were of little worth, useful sometimes, but fitter for a servitor than his lord. No words could describe his wiliness, his power of being all things to all men, his flattery, his knowledge of human nature, his unparalleled artifice, which if it could be described would not have been the perfect thing it was. It was not silken, it was not glossy, but it wound its way unerringly. Could it fail, the rage and vengeance to follow were as certain as dire, for next to love of power, vanity ruled this man. All he did was right and good, other pursuits contemptible and useless. Such was the serpent-spirited man who contrived to partake Richard's shelter. He eyed him keenly, he addressed him, and the prince replied to his questions about an asylum for the night by a courteous invitation to his home. The boy speaks not like a cotter, his eye beams with nobleness. What a freak of nature, to make one in appearance a king's son, the plodding offspring of a rude Fleming. As these thoughts passed through Frion's mind, the truth came not across him, and he even hesitated for a moment whether he should not, now the storm had passed, pursue his way. But his garments were wet, the ways miry, night at hand. At a second thought he accepted the invitation, and leading his horse, he accompanied the youthful pair to their cottage home. Madeline, unsuspicious of one obviously a Frenchman, received him without fear, and after a fire had dried the visitor's dress, they sat down to a frugal supper. Frion, according to his usual manner, strove to please his hosts. His gay discourse, the laughable yet interesting accounts he gave of various adventures that had befallen him, made all three, the fair Madeline, the ardent princely boy, and the dark-eyed daughter of de Ferro, sit in chained attention. When he heard that Madeline was united to a Spaniard, he spoke of Spain, of Granada and the Moorish wars. Richard's eyes flashed, and the dark orbs of the girl dilated with wonder and delight. At length he spoke of England, and his words implied that he had lately come thence. "How fares the poor island?" asked the youth. "Such stories of its tyrant reach us here, that methinks its fields must be barren, its people few." "Had you been my comrade, young master, through merry Kent," said Frion, "you would speak in another strain. Plenty and comfort, thanks to King Harry and the Red Rose, flourish there. The earth is rich in corn, the green fields peopled with fat kine such as delight yon islanders. Give an Englishman beef and mustard, says our French proverb, and he is happy. They will find dearth of neither, while the sage Henry lives and is victorious." "Yet we are told here," cried the youth, "that this Welsh earl, whom you call king, grinds the poor people he has vanquished to the dust, making them lament him they named Crookback, who, though an usurper, was a munificent sovereign." These words from a Fleming or a Frenchman sounded strange to Frion. The doubt, which he wondered had not before presented itself, now came full-fledged and changed at its birth to certainty. Yet, as the angler plays with the hooked fish, he replied, I, a stranger in the land, saw its fair broad fields, and thought their cultivators prosperous. I heard that the king was victorious over his foes, and deemed his subjects happy. Yet I bethink me, murmurs were abroad, of taxes and impositions. They spoke, with regret, of the white rose, and scowled when they said that Elizabeth of York was rather a handmaiden in her husband's palace, than queen of fertile England. Now, were I an English knight with golden spurs, said the stripling, I would challenge to mortal combat that recreant tutor, and force him to raise fair Elizabeth to her fitting elevation. Woe the while, all England's good knights are slain, and the noble Lincoln, the last and best of all, has perished. You speak unwisely and unknowingly of things you wot not of, said Madeline, alarmed at the meaning glance of Frion. Good nephew Perkin, your eyes see not even the English white cliffs, much less can your mind understand its dangerous policy. Nay, dear mother, remarked her little daughter, you have told me that the noble Earl and the good Lord Lovell had been kind guardians to my cousin Peterkin. You chid him not when he wept their death, and you may suffer him to reproach their foe. I know nothing of these lords, said Frion, whose names are a stumbling block to a Frenchman's tongue, but methinks it is well for us that they aim at each other's hearts, and make booty of their own provender, no longer desolating the gay fields of France with their iron hoofs. And now, since that he had found him whom he sought, Frion talked again of other matters, and as before, his smooth and gay discourse gained him pleased auditors. At length, the peaceful cottagers retired to rest, and Frion sunk to sleep under their hospitable roof, after he had thought of various plans by which he might possess himself of the prince's person. The readiest and safest way was to entice him to accompany him alone some little space, no matter how short. He trusted to his own skill to draw him still further and further on, till he should be put on board the boat that would ferry him to his own revolted England. Chapter 9. The Decoy. Gilderoy was a bonny boy. Had roses tull his shoon. His stockings were of silken soy, with garters hanging doon. Old Ballad. It was a simple scheme, yet with the simple simplicity succeeds best. A new face and talk of distant lands had excited York beyond his wont. He could not rest during the long night, while the image of his disastrous fortunes haunted him like a ghost. Were I the son of a falconer or hind, he thought, I could don my breastplate, seize my good crossbow, and away to the fight. Mute up here with women, the very heart of a Plantagenet will fail, and I shall play the girl at the sight of blood. Wherefore tarries Sir Edmund our gentle cause? If he be a true man, he shall lead me to danger and glory, and England, ere she own her king, shall be proud of her outcast child. To a mind thus tempered, heated like iron in a smith's forge, Frion, on the morrow, played the crafty artisan, fashioning it to his will. He and the prince rose early, and the secretary prepared for immediate departure. As he hastily partook of a slight repast, he renewed the conversation of the preceding night, and like the Sultaness Scheherazade, perhaps he had heard of her device among the Moors. He got into the midst of the quarrels of El Zagal and El Chico, the kings of Granada. At the moment it was necessary for him to hasten away. Good youth, said he, I play the idle prater, while mine errand waits for me. Lead me to the stable, and help me to saddle my nag. If you will serve me as a guide to Lisle, you will do a good deed, and I will reward it by finishing the strange history of the Moorish kings. The horse was quickly in order for departure. I will but say good day to Ray kinswoman, and go with you, said Richard. That were idle, replied the secretary. The sun has hardly peeped out from his eastern window, and Dame Madeline and her dark-eyed daughters sleep. We kept them waking yesternight, they will scarce have risen ere you return. The Duke suffered himself to be persuaded. With his hand on the neck of the horse, he strode beside his tempter, listening to his cunning tales of Moorish ferocity and Christian valor. The walls of Lisle at length appeared. Here we part, said the Duke, who remembered the caution given him, never to enter these border towns, where the English nobles often resided for a space, and the appearance of the gallant stripling, and his close resemblance to other members of the princely house of York, might beget suspicion and danger. Wherefore this haste, Sir Perkin, said Frion, cooped up under a thatched roof from Lent to Shrovetide, methinks you should be glad to stretch your chain. I remain brief space in yonder walls, leave me not till I depart. Who told you I was cooped up? Said the prince hastily. If I am chained, the key of my fetters is in my own hand. Put it swiftly in the wards then, and cast away the heavy iron. Come on with me, to where thou shalt ruffle bravely with satin-coated squires. Frion judged his prize already won, and almost threw aside his usual caution. Richard liked not the expression his sharp black eye assumed, nor the wrinkling of his brow. He began to wonder what there had been in this man so to allure him into friendly converse. Now that in a familiar tone he invited him to continue his companion, his haughty spirit revolted. "Good sir," said he, "I now have done a host's duty by you. I saved you from a storm, restored you to your road. Yonder path, shaded by poplars, leads at once to the town's gate. Farewell." "I am but an unmeet comrade for you, gay gentleman," said Frion. "Pardon me if I have said aught unfitting the cottager of Tournay to hear. I now go to the noble knight, the Sire de Beverham, and I would fain have shown him what striplings these swamps breed. Methought his gilt palace were fitter dwelling than yonder hut for one, who, if his face lie not, aspires to nobler acts than weeding a garden or opening a drain. Come, my lord, how tripped my tongue! But your eye is so lordly that the word came of itself. Gentle youth, trust yourself with one, who loves to see the fiery youngster amid his mates, the gallant boy looked on with love and favor by the noble and valiant." Prudence whispered to Richard that this was dangerous sport. Pride told him that it were unfit, nameless, and ushered thus to appear before the highborn. But thoughtless youth urged him on, and even as Frion spoke, at a quick pace they approached the town gate. The Sire de Beverham too, whom the wily Frenchman named, had been favoured by Edward IV, and was his guest in London. Let the worst come, and it were well to have made such a friend. "I will bear myself gallantly," thought York, "and win the good knight's smile. It may profit me hereafter. Now I shall see how the world goes, and if any new device or fashion have sprung up among our chivalry, that I may seem not quite untaught when I lead the sons of my father's friends to the field. Be it as you please," he said to his seducer. "Before now my hand has grasped a foil, and I will not shame your introduction." Frion went forward conning his part. He felt that his task was not so easy as he had imagined. The boy was wild as a bird, and so gave in to the lure. But like a bird, he might away without warning, and speed back to his nest ere his wings were well limed. It was many miles to the coast. Frion's resolution had been hastily formed. The Lord Fitzwater, a partisan of Henry, was then sojourning at Lisle. He had been to Brussels, and on his return towards Calais a sickness had seized him, which forced him to remain some weeks under the roof of the Sire de Beverham. He was recovering now, and on the eve of his departure, without confiding the whole secret to him, the papers and tokens Frion bore must vouch that the king would thank any of his lieges who should aid him in bringing by force or decoy a pretended son of the traitor Earl of Lincoln. For thus Frion resolved to name his victim to the English shores. Yet the decoyer had a difficult part to play. There was a quickness in the prince's manner which made him fear that, if his intentions changed, his acts would not lag behind. And though he did not betray suspicion, he was so perfectly alive to everything said and done, that any circumstance of doubt would not fail immediately to strike him. Although they had hitherto discoursed in French, yet it was certain that his native English had not been forgotten by him. Nay, the appearance of the Lord Fitzwater's attendants, their livery, their speech, must awaken the prince's fears and confound the wiles of his enemy. Frion pondered on all these obstacles, as he rode gently through the narrow streets of Lisle. At length they reached the abode of the French noble, and here Frion halted. While the Duke, beginning to be ill-satisfied with the part he played, and his promised presentation by such a roan, almost resolved to break from him here and to return. Shame of appearing feeble of purpose alone prevented him. At last, passing through the courtyard up a dark and massy staircase, he found himself in a hall, where several men-at-arms were assembled, some furbishing pieces of armor, others engaged in talk, one or two stretched along the benches asleep. Pride awoke in the youth's breast. He had gone too far to retrace his steps, and he resolved to bear himself gallantly towards the noble to whom he was about to be presented. Yet, pausing for a moment, "My memory," he thought, "leads me far afield, or some of these men bear English badges, and their wearers seem grey-eyed Englishmen." Frion, meanwhile, selecting with quick tact one of the followers of the Sire de Beverham who chanced to be among these men, requested an instant introduction to Lord Fitzwater, using such golden arguments that the man, half afraid of being called on to divide the spoil, motioned him quickly to follow, and passing through a suite of rooms, as he approached the last, he said, "He is there, I will call his page." "It needs not," said Frion. "Await me here, Sir Perkin," and pushing forward to the astonishment of the attendant, entered unannounced to the baron's presence. Richard thought he heard a by St. Thomas, uttered as the door closed hastily, but some Englishman might be with the French noble, and though a momentary wonder crossed him, no doubt of Friant's integrity was awakened. "By St. Thomas," exclaimed Lord Fitzwater, as Friant almost burst into his apartment, "what rude varlet is this? Are serfs so used to enter a baron's chamber in France?" "Most noble sir," said Friant, "if in 3 words, or if you refuse me these, if in one eye glance I do not satisfy you, bid your men beat me with staves from the door. I am here in King Henry's service." "God save him," said the noble, "and you, sir knave, from the fate you name, which will be yours undoubtedly, if you do not give me good reason for your ill-mannered intrusion." Friant looked round. Except the baron, there was no one in the room, save a stripling of about 16 years. The lad, though short in stature, was handsome, yet there was a look that indicated the early development of qualities, which, even in manhood, detract from beauty. He seemed conversant in the world's least holy ways, vain, reckless, and selfish, yet the coarser lines drawn by self-indulgence and youthful sensuality were redeemed in part by the merry twinkling of his eye and the ready laugh that played upon his lips. "My words are for your ears alone, my lord," said Friant, "and be assured they touch your liege nearly." "Go, Robert," said Fitzwater, "but not further than the antechamber." "There is one there," said Friant anxiously. "He must not quit it, he must not escape, nor learn in whose hands he is." "Your riddles, sir, ill please me," replied the noble. "Look at this paper, my lord, and let it vouch for the heavy import of my business." Lord Fitzwater recognized his royal master's signature, and with an altered tone he said, "Leave us, Robert, tarry not in the antechamber, but bear my greeting to my noble host, and ask him, when I may at his best leisure pay my thanks to him and my kind lady. I depart tomorrow at dawn, and mark, speak not to the stranger who waits without." The youth made obeisance, and departed. A piece of tapestry hung before the door, which, together with the massy boards themselves, prevented any sound from piercing to the other side. The lad was about to proceed on his errand, when curiosity prompted him to look on the stranger, with whom he was commanded not to parley. Richard stood in the embrasure of one of the windows, but turned quickly as the folding door shut with no gentle sound. His candid brow, his bright blue eyes, his frank-hearted smile, who that had ever seen could forget them? Nor were the traits of the other's countenance less marked, though less attractive. The words burst at the same instant from either, "My Lord of York, gentle Robin Clifford." "My prison playfellow," cried the prince, "this for me is a dangerous recognition. I pray you be wise, and as you were ever kind, and keep my secret close." "Alas, my lord," said Robert, "you have opened your hand, and let the winged fool fly unwittingly, if you think it has not been discovered by yonder false loon. Know you where you are? Then I am betrayed, I see it, feel it. Farewell, Robin, my fleet legs will outrun their slow pursuit." "Nay, and that were possible," said Clifford. "But it is not. Let me better advise your highness. Trust me, you shall be free, but hark, they come, I must not be found here. Show no suspicion, yield to your fate as if you knew it not, and confide in me, my hand on it, this night you are at liberty." Clifford quitted the apartment by the opposite door, while Friant entered from the other, beckoning the Duke to approach. He took him by the hand, and led him to Lord Fitzwater, who started back when he saw him and was about to exclaim. But Friant, in French, addressing him as the Sire de Beverham, entreated his kind favor for Perkin Warbeck, the gallant youth before him. The baron evidently was ill-pleased at the part he had consented to play. He said a few words with an ill grace, and bidding Perkin welcome, promised him favor, and permission for the present to remain in his abode. Richard saw through the flimsy disguise which the Englishman threw over his native speech, though he did not know who his receiver was. But feeling that it was best to follow his young friend's counsel, he replied, also in French, that at his guide's invitation, he had eagerly sought an interview with the renowned Sire de Beverham, that the honor done him would be deeply engraven in his heart, that on some future occasion he would gratefully avail himself of his offers. But at the present time, he had left his home without intimating any intention of a prolonged absence, and that he owed it to a kind kinswoman not to disquiet her by delaying his return. He prayed the noble to dismiss him therefore, craving leave only to attend him some other day. "Be it so," said Fitzwater. "Tomorrow at dawn you shall depart hence, but you must not refuse my proffered hospitality. I shall introduce you to my household as one who ere long will be admitted into it, and show my friend. Sir Lalling, who is now here, what gentle boars our Flanders breeds. I can return tomorrow, my good lord. Richard began, but the noble not heeding him, added, Stay till my return, I now go to hear mass, and passed hastily from the chamber. The prince's first impulse was to reproach Friant's knavery, assert his freedom, and ere any measures had been taken to secure his person, to quit his new prison. But he did not know how deep laid the plot might be. He was inclined to think that all was prepared for his reception and safe custody, so that any open attempt to regain his liberty would be resisted by force, while through the assistance of his friend Clifford, he might hope to escape, if giving in to the stratagem, he took occasion by the curb and forced it to his purpose. Are you mad, said Friant, my rustic, that you resist the proffers of a high and powerful man of your native land? Richard wondered, when he beheld Friant's sneer and crafty glance, how he had not mistrusted him from the moment he beheld him. The double meaning of his words, and the familiar tone in which they were uttered, grated him like a personal insult. He repressed the angry reply rising to his lips and said, It seems I must submit, yet I should be beholden to you if you contrived an excuse, and lent me your horse, that I might ride back and inform Dame Madeline. Tomorrow I might return. Friant opposed this intention, and led the prince to a chamber at some distance from any other at the end of a corridor, saying that it had been assigned to him, and after a short conversation left him. Richard heard the shooting of the bolt as the door closed. Son of King Edward, he thought, thy folly disgraces thy parentage, thus at once to have run into the gin. Yet I am of good cheer, and my heart tells me that I shall relate the merry tale of my escape to Madeline and my sweet cause, and dry this night the tears my disappearance has caused them to shed. It soon appeared, by the long absence of his betrayer, that it was not intended to continue the farce longer, but that, from the moment he had entered that chamber, he was in treatment as well as in fact a prisoner. After several weary hours had elapsed, his blithe spirit began to sink. He reflected that Clifford had probably promised more than he could perform, but courage awoke with the sense of danger. He resolved to be true to himself, and to effect his escape singly, if he could gain no assistance. Men have ears and hearts, he thought, and I can work on these, or they may be neglectful while I am on the alert, and I can profit by their carelessness. In all forms my fortune may take, I will not fail to myself, and there is small danger in any change for a true man. With my light spirit and resolved will, I could, I doubt not, persuade an armed band to make way for me, or open prison bolts with charming words, though my witchcraft be only that of gentle courtesy, molding with skillful hand the wax of soft humanity. Pacing the apartment, he continued these meditations, imagining every circumstance that might and would arise, and how he was to turn all to the best advantage. He framed persuasive speeches, wily answers to ensnaring questions, cautious movements, by which he might withdraw himself from the hands of his enemies, and while he thus occupied himself, his eyes gleamed, and his cheeks glowed, as if the moment of action had come, and his life and liberty depended on instant deed. At 2 hours past noon the door was unclosed, and a servant entered bearing food. Impatient to begin his plans of escape, Richard was about to speak to him, when in the doorway he beheld the slight, stunted figure of Clifford, whose forefinger was pressed on his lips and who, after exchanging one glance with his friend, cast aside his stealthy expression of countenance, entering with a half-swaggering look, and saying in French, My lord, young sir, has sent me on a pleasant embassage, even that of dining, your pageship, saying 2 boys like us were better and merrier together than in the great hall with the arrogant serving-men. Richard felt no great appetite, but taking the tone from his friend, he thanked him, and they fell to on the viands. Now, kind Thomas, said Clifford, of your bounty bring us a stoup of wine, the day is rainy, and we cannot abroad. So Ray gossip and I will tell long stories over our bottle, and lay some plan of merry mischief which you and your fellows may in good time rue. The domestic obeyed, nor till the wine was brought, the servant fairly dismissed, and the door closed, did Clifford put aside the character he had assumed of a stripling page, in a noble master's abode, entertaining a stranger visitant of his own years. At length, when they were quite alone, the merry boy put his hands to his sides and indulged in so gay a peal of laughter, that the prince, who at first stared in wonder, at last caught the infection, and laughed too, while tears from superabundant glee streamed down their cheeks. Once, twice, and thrice did Richard check himself, and turn seriously to inquire the cause of this merriment, and Clifford strove to answer, but laughter bubbling up choked his voice, and both again yielded in accord to the overpowering fit. At last gasping, holding their sides, and by degrees commanding their muscles, the Duke said, I would ask you, friend Robin, what this means. But at the word, lo you, your very voice is lost. Now prithee, feel half as weary as I do of this folly, and you will be as grave as tumble-down Dick. Do you remember the simpering fellow we made good sport of in the Tower? You have broken the spell, my lord, said Clifford. That word suffices to make me as grave as Brakenbury himself, when he looked on your brother's corpse. Ah dear, your highness, the name of the Tower is worse than a raven's croak. God and St. Thomas preserve you from ever getting the other side of its moat. Amen, Robin, with all my heart, said Richard. A shudder runs through my limbs down to my fingertips, making the skin on my head creep, when I think there is any chance of my passing long years in those dreary cells, with their narrow deep windows, the courtyards, which the sun seldom visits, the massy dark walls, whose black stones seem to frown angrily if our child's voices were ever heard in sport. There your cousin, my Lord of Warwick, pines out his melancholy days, replied Clifford, and that is your destined abode. My grandfather was slain by Queen Margaret's side, and stained the red rose with a blood-red dye, falling in its cause. Your father and his brothers did many a Clifford much wrong, and woe and mourning possessed my house till the line of Lancaster was restored. I cannot grieve, therefore, for the exaltation of the Earl of Richmond, yet I will not passively see my playmate mewed up in a cage, nor put in danger of having his head laid on that ungentle pillow in Tower Yard. The daughter of Warwick, our Edward's affianced bride, your crook-backed uncle's wife, loved my pranks and nurtured my youth, and by her good leave, many a mirthful hour I spent in the dark place you name. May neither of us ever see it more. You will then assist my escape? Asked Richard. As faithfully, gossip Dickon, as God his grace shall await me at the last day. And now I will tell you a merry tale. Chapter 10. The Escape. It is thy merit to make all mortal business ebb and flow. By roguery. Homer's hymn to Mercury. And then, with you, my friends, and the old man, we'll load the hollow depth of our black ship, and row with double strokes from this dread shore. The Cyclops. Notwithstanding the promise Clifford made of a merry tale, both he and his auditor looked grave as he commenced. Richard expected, with some anxiety, an explanation from his friend, and the other assumed the self-consequence resulting from having achieved a victory. No two beings ever displayed in their way a greater contrast than these youths. The prince was many inches taller than his companion, and his slim make promised increase of height. His brow was smooth as infancy, candid as day. His bright blue eyes were lighted up with intelligence, yet there was a liquid luster in them that betokened tenderness. Nor did his lips, that nest of the heart's best feelings, belie his eyes. They were full, a little curled, can we say in pride, or by what more gentle word can we name a feeling of self-elevation and noble purpose, joined to benevolence and sweetness. His oval cheeks were rounded by the dimpled chin, and his golden hair clustered on a throat of marble whiteness, which, as the white embroidered collar thrown back over the doublet permitted the outline to be seen, sustained his head, as the Ionic flute rears its graceful capital. Clifford was shorter but firm-set and more manlike in form. His gray eyes were bright or dull as his soul spoke in them. His brow slightly scowled, pending over, and even thus early, lines were delved in it, hardly seen when he was in repose, but which, as he spoke, showed deep and distorted. His smile was tinctured by a sneer. His voice attracted no confidence, yet Richard now hung intently on it as he spoke. When I returned from doing my lord's bidding, I found him moving about the room, more like a parched pea than a stately noble. For now he stood still, and then shot off with a quick step, showing every sign of being ill at ease. Now, boy as I am, for I can number but 16 summers, my lord more than loves me, he trusts me, and not without cause for when at hazard. But my story will be too long, enough that ere now I have done him service. Had I not known the cause of his disquiet I should have asked it, but believing myself fully aware of what this all meant, I went to my post, and busied myself in making some flies for angling, seeming most intent upon my work. My lord stood over me, and twice or thrice fetched a sigh, and then strode away and came again, saying, I am a fool, a dolt. The king can mean no ill to this lad, and yet, I cannot tell you how long this indecision lasted, while I patiently twalled at a fly of green and gold, bright as those which trouts love to snap at in clear streams during May. At length he asked me, Robin, did you mark the boy that stood in the antechamber? Ay, my good lord. And what thought you of him? Thought, my lord. I spoke inquiringly, for it suddenly came across me that he did not know you, and it was not for me to betray your secret. I, he replied, thought, does he resemble anyone you ever knew? Of what country do you divine him to be? These Flemings are sandy-haired, I said, yet he does not look of Flanders. Methinks he seems English-born. You are right, said he. English he is confessedly. This Frion calls him a natural son of de la Pole of the late Earl of Lincoln. He says that he has knowledge of a secret treasure concealed by his father before this last rebellion, and the king wishes to get him into his hands, thus to secure the gold. The tale is not unlikely, for the tutor ever loved the glitter, nay, the very dust of the precious metal, and the boy resembles strangely the House of York. Yet I care not for the task put upon me of kidnapping a child, and of betraying him into his enemy's hands, perhaps of delivering him up a prisoner for life, for the sake of, poor fellow, if he know aught of a concealed treasure in God's name, let him confess it while on this side the fatal channel that now divides him from tyranny or death. Let me deal with him, I said. Let me throw out some toy, such as is this gold and green thread to a silly fish, and learn the truth. If he discovers the hiding place of this so coveted coin, we may spare him the trouble of his enforced journey. I know not that, answered my patron. Master Frion is earnest for his safe keeping, and no one is nearer our liege's inner wishes than this provincial, who served him in exile and who followed him in his expedition thence. And yet there is a noble daring in the boy, a mountain freshness in his cheek, a springy freedom in his gait that it were 1,000 pities to fetter and limit within narrow prison bounds. Seeing that my lord was thus favorably inclined, I used all my poor eloquence to urge him further, and at last brought him to consent that I should converse with you, learn, if possible, your secret, inform you of your danger, and advise you to escape. One only difficulty remained. My lord had promised this master secretary that none should be admitted to talk with you. But when the subtle fiend, the double-dealing Frenchman, entered, I told him with a long visage that our noble host, the Sire de Beverham, had heard that we were carrying off by force a Fleming, and that, considering his hospitable mansion stained by the act, he had commanded strict watch to be kept on the morrow, that if any of the English suite were unwilling to go or appeared in durance, he should be rescued. It was advisable, therefore, that you should be kept in good humor till fairly beyond the gates of Lisle. And this my wisdomship offered to do, if admitted to parlance with you. You look grave, Sir Prince, but had you seen Frion's sage look of hesitation, and heard his many exhortations that I would by no means betray my knowledge of who you really were, and how I, with a bow, careful as if my curls were white from years, promised discretion, you would laugh as I did, when, the mime over which I played before the servitor, I doffed my pages seeming equality, and in duteous phrase to his Highness of York, offer my best services to liberate him. That seems already done, said Richard. Usher me to the Lord Fitzwater. I will declare myself to him, his compassion already excited. Would then be cool as snow at Christmas. Wise young sir, Baron Fitzwater wears the blushing rose, and for him there is wormhood in the name of York. Now, as a chance offshoot of the white thorn, he only sees in you a harmless boy, whom it were sin to injure. But give yourself a name whose very echo would bring St. Albans, Tewkesbury, Bosworth Field, and 1,000 scaffolds streaming with his kinsman's blood before him, and without remorse he would let Frion have his will of you. Even I, Duke Richard, I am sprung from those who fell for Lancaster. Enough, replied the prince haughtily. I am content to stand alone, to achieve my freedom singly, or to submit to my fate. Not so, my noble playmate, said the other. I will not offer you my knee, my oath, my sword, for my allegiance belongs to the anointed King of England. But I beseech you, suffer Robin Clifford to assist high-born Plantagenet to escape from a prison or from death. Permit him to pay, if not the duty of a subject, yet that of a loving friend to the former companion of his childish sports. Richard listened somewhat sullenly to these offers. He ill brooked the thought that any of English parentage should, knowing who he was, refuse to acknowledge him for his liege. But Clifford would not be refused, while it was hardly worth while to contend with his light spirit, which appeared incapable of a serious or profound idea. After a short resistance, therefore, the Duke entered willingly into a discussion of the best means of effecting his escape in such a way that he should have several hours the start of Frion, and be distant from danger before his seducer could discover that he was not still safe in his hands. In the midst of this discussion, Frion suddenly entered. The stake for which he played was too momentous to trust it wholly to the stripling page, and distrust of the wily boy entered also into his calculations. He broke in, therefore, not only unannounced, but with such stealthy quiet as showed that he meant to pounce on his victim unawares. The youth sat, their stools drawn close. Clifford was leaning forward earnestly propounding his schemes, and Richard listened, his whole soul in his countenance. Frion was close upon them before he was perceived by either, his eyes glimmering with their usual suspicious look. The artless Richard started, and would with a conscious mien have drawn back. But Clifford, more used to the wiles and watchfulness of others, and his own double mode of action, continued to speak in the same tone the same words, without moving a muscle. The prince wondered and regained his self-possession, not from entering into the deceit of his companion, but from the haughty sentiment of his own dignity, which even in danger refused to cower. Clifford had been saying, "I will hence to the sire," a word to him of whose secretary this provincial is, and insinuation that he is now on a secret expedition to the Flemish towns, will awaken his curiosity. He will send for him. Fortunately, the good knight speaks so slow that a mass can be said while he is introducing the subject of his inquiries. As each word expires, he pauses while a requiem might be sung for its death. Our antagonist will writhe and a glance askance informed the speaker that this man was at his side. He continued, "And strive vainly to escape, the heavy weight will be too much for him, he must submit. Such feints suit well us boys who have not strength nor skill for more declared warfare. Tomorrow's dawn, I will practice with you in the court of the castle ere you depart. But indeed, my gossip, you must promise to be at Calais on the 16th, when we shall see a combat of good knights fit for royal princesses to look on. And now, fair sir, farewell, here is your friend. The Sire de Beverham commanded my presence at this hour. If I see you not again tonight, the saints have you in their keeping." When Clifford, with his page-like vivacity, ran from the room singing a gay romance, Frion felt himself embarrassed, and more so when Richard said, "My guest, it is hard, after giving you harbourage last night, that I should be forced, whether I will or not, to tarry here, leaving my kinswoman in dread and doubt. Make you my excuse to the Chevalier, and delay me no longer, I beseech you." Frion, without directly replying, said, "Anon I will speak of that, meanwhile I have news for you." And he entered into a long account of an expected sedition in Flanders, and how the Sire de Beverham had promised to enlist Perkin Warbeck in his particular troop, when with courage and good fortune he could not fail to rise. While he was talking, one of the men-at-arms of the noble entered, and notified to Frion that his lord desired an instant interview with him. The secretary hastened to obey. He thought that good fortune itself provided this excuse for him to escape from his victim, and resolved not again to present himself before him. He was scarcely gone when Clifford returned. "Now quick," he cried, "down the back staircase. My own steed stands saddled for you, ride fast and far, but whither do you intend to go?" "In the first place, to Dame Madeline's cottage." "That were midsummer madness," cried Clifford. "Frion will never rest till he ensnares his bird again. Nay, though I trust he will not discover your escape till tomorrow morning, that part of my scheme may fail. And his papers from the king are such, that my lord could not refuse to aid him. I pray you set space and cloudy mystery between you." "It shall be so. Probably I shall seek refuge at Brussels, but I must see my gentle guardian and my sweet cousin, calm their fears, and bid them farewell." They had descended a narrow winding staircase. Clifford unlocked a postern, opening on a dark alley. A small light-limbed horse stood without, held by a stout, almost gigantic fellow. "Here, Brian," said Clifford, "this is the smuggled article of which I spoke. Convey it in safety to the gate, once without the road is known. How now, sweeting, you sit your steed as if you were used to this gear. In truth thou art a false one, yet take care, fold your cloak thus. Not one kiss ere we part." He sportively snatched the prince's hand, and pressing it to his lips, continued, "No weeping, lovely, my merry heart hates tears like Verges. The blessed Virgin protect you, I must in. Remember, in every ill, Robert Clifford is your fast, your sworn friend. Look at her, Brian, one would swear by her bearing it were a beardless page and not a long-haired girl. Remember, though gamesome, she is gentle, and respect her on your life." Laughing at his own deceits, the guileful boy re-entered the mansion. Nor could Richard avoid smiling at the merry and ready subterfuges which his friend had at command on every occasion. Brian demurely held the rein, and hardly hazarded a look or covert joke, as with a pace that put the pony to a trot, he led the prince through the narrow streets to the western gate. The youth breathed freely when, after having passed the hollow-sounding drawbridge, he saw the dark wall of the town behind him, and before, the green plain. In his haste he scarcely bestowed a benison on his guide, but snatching the rein from his hand, and with the other throwing some money at his feet, and exclaiming, "Beware of prating, as thou art willing to save thyself from the whipping post." He impatiently struck his unarmed heel against the horse's sides and bounded swiftly forward. Brian picked up the angels and told them slowly as he said, "I meant to have paid myself another coin. But by St. Julian, she rides more like a trooper than a gentle dame, and her speech Master Robert has before now entrusted a damsel to my guidance, but they ever spoke me lovingly, with fair sir, and sweet Brian. Forsooth, Flemish girls ruffle more like pranksome pages than soft-cheeked wenches." The thought of his conductor had passed as swiftly from the prince's thoughts as he made the ground fly from under his horse's hoof. He was aware that he did neither the safest nor best thing in seeking, like a hunted hare, the form from which he had been roused in the morning, but the desire of calming Madeline's anxiety and imprinting a farewell kiss on the sweet lips of her daughter prevented him from altering his first purpose. The night was cloudy and very dark, but the road was known to him, and he continued at full speed till a voice, calling aloud, attracted his attention. The words could not be mistaken. His own name, Perkin Warbeck, sounded through the night. His first thought was that he was pursued, but reflection told him that assuredly his pursuers would not halloo to him, while any sent in search of him by Madeline might naturally so try to stop him as he rode so fast through the dark. He checked his speed therefore, and in a few moments a cavalier, a stranger, was at his side, mounted on a tall black horse. His form seemed gigantic, and little else could be discerned. The stranger spoke to him in French with a foreign accent. He asked him, "Are you not he they call Perkin Warbeck?" This address was sufficiently startling, and the youth haughtily replied, "My name imports not to you, while to me this interruption is unseasonable. Enough, you go towards the cottage of Madeleine de Ferrot. I follow your highness thither." Richard grasped the small poniard which hung from his belt, yet how could he, a child, contend with the tall and muscular form beside him? "Whoever thou art," he cried, "and whoever I may be, follow me not. I am no serf to be seized and carried back to a suzerain. Depart in God's name, that the fingers of neither may receive an ill stain." "Thou art a gallant boy," cried the stranger, as placing his hand on the youth's arm, his most gentle touch was felt as an iron vice pressing on his flesh. "Pardon, my lord, the interference of one unknown to you, though I will not call myself a stranger. I am Hernan de Ferrot, the husband of Dame Madeleine. Now stay not your speed, while we hasten to relieve her thousand fears. I am come in search of you." The heart of Richard warmed towards his new friend. He felt that with him on his side, he might defy Frion, Fitzwater, and all their followers, for there was something in de Ferrot's mien which spoke of 1,000 combats and as many victories. His deep voice outroared the elements, his hand might arrest a wild horse in mad career. When they arrived at the wicket entrance to the cot, he lifted the boy from the saddle, as a child would handle a toy, and shouted aloud in his own language, "Viva el Duque de Inglaterra y el Marinero, Hernan de Ferrot." The dangers Richard had run, and the delight she experienced in seeing him, when again under her roof, stopped all Madeline's reproaches. "Is he not worthy all my fears?" she said to her husband, who stood eyeing the boy as he caressed his daughter. De Ferrot stretched out his hand, saying, "Will you, Senor Don Ricardo, accept my services and my vow to protect you till the death? So help me the Blessed Virgin and the Holy Trinity." De Ferrot was a mariner who had sailed in the service of the King of Portugal, along the unsounded shores of Africa, and sought beyond the equator a route to the spicy Indian land. His dark skin was burnt to a nearly Negro dye. His black curled hair, his beard and moustachios of the same dusky hue, half hid his face, his brow somewhat lowered over eyes dark as night. But when he smiled, his soft mouth and pearly teeth softened the harshness of his physiognomy, and he looked gentle and kind. Every nerve, every muscle had been worn and hardened by long toilsome navigation. His strong limbs had withstood the tempest. His hands held unmoved the cordage, which the whirlwind strove vainly to tear from his grasp. He was a tower of a man, yet withal one, to whom the timid and endangered would recur for refuge, secure of his generosity and dauntless nature. He heard the story of Richard's dangers. His plan was formed swiftly. He said, "If you choose, Sir Prince, to await your foes here, I am ready, having put these girls in safety, to barricade the doors, and with arquebus and sword to defend you to the last. But there is a safer and better way. For us all, I am come to claim my Madeleine and our child, and to carry them with me to my native Spain. My vessel now rides off Ostend. I had meant to make greater preparation, and to have laid up some weeks here before we went on our homebound voyage. But as it is, let us depart tonight." The door suddenly opened as he spoke. Madeleine shrieked. Richard sprang upon his feet, while de Ferro rose more slowly, placing himself like a vast buttress of stone before the intruder. It was Clifford. "All is safe for the night," he cried. "Your Grace has a few hours the start, and but a few, dally not here." Again the discussion of whither he should fly was renewed, and the Duke spoke of Brussels of his aunt. "Of poison and pitfalls," cried Robert. "Think you, boy as you are, and under pardon, no conjurer, that the king will not contrive your destruction?" Probably self-interested motives swayed Clifford, but he entered warmly into de Ferro's idea of hastening to the sea-coast, and of sailing direct for Spain. "In a few years, you will be a man, in a few years." "Forgotten, yes, I may go, but a few months shall mark my return. I go on one condition, that you, Clifford, watch for the return of my cousin, Sir Edmund, and direct him where to find me." "I will not fail. Sir Mariner, whither are you bound?" "To Malaga." And now, urged and quickened by Clifford, who promised to attend to all that this sudden resolve left incomplete, the few arrangements for their departure were made. Favored by night, and the prince's perfect knowledge of the country, they were speedily on their way to Ostend. Clifford returned to Lisle, to mark and enjoy Friant's rage and Fitzwater's confusion, when on the morrow the quarry was found to have stolen from its lair. Without a moment's delay, the secretary followed. He hoped upon his track. He directed his steps to Brussels. A letter meanwhile from Ostend, carefully worded, informed Clifford of the arrival and embarkation of his friends. Again he was reminded of Plantagenet, nor had he long to wait before he fulfilled this last commission. Edmund had found the Lady Margaret glad to receive tidings of her nephew, eager to ensure his safety and careful bringing up, but dispirited by the late overthrow, and deeply grieved by the death of the noble and beloved Lincoln. No attack could now be made. It would be doubly dangerous to bring forward the young Richard at this juncture. She commissioned Plantagenet to accompany him to Brussels that she might see him, and then they could confer upon some fitting plan for the privacy and security of his future life, until maturer age fitted him to enter on his destined struggles. Edmund returned with brightened hopes to Tournay, to find the cottage deserted, his friends gone. It may easily be imagined that this unexpected blank was a source of terror, almost of despair to the adventurer. He feared to ask questions, and when he did propound a few, the answers only increased his perplexity and fears. It was not until his third hopeless visit to the empty dwelling that he met a stripling page, who, with an expression of slyness in his face, spoke the watchword of the friends of York. Edmund gladly exchanged the countersign, and then the boy asked him whether he called himself cousin to the fugitive Duke of York, laughing the while at the consternation his auditor exhibited at the utterance of this hidden and sacred word. "You come to seek your prince," he continued, "and wonder whither he may be flown, and what corner of the earth's wilderness affords him an abode. He is now, by my calculations, tossing about in a weather-beaten caravel, commanded by Hernan de Ferro, in the Bay of Biscay. In another month he may anchor in the port of Malaga, and the dark-eyed girls of Andalusia will inform you in what nook of their sunny land the fair-haired son of England dwells. The king is defeated, Master Friant balked, and Lord Fitzwater gone on a bootless errand. The white rose flourishes free as those that bloom in our Kentish hedges." Without waiting for a reply, but with his finger on his lip to repel further speech, the youth vaulted on his horse, and was out of sight in a moment. Edmund doubted for some time whether he should act upon this singular communication. He endeavored to learn who his informant was, and at last became assured that it was Robert Clifford, a young esquire in Lord Fitzwater's train. He was the younger son of the Lord Clifford who fell for Lancaster at the Battle of St. Albans. By birth, by breeding, he was of the Red Rose, yet it was evident that his knowledge was perfect as to the existence of the Duke of York. And the return of Lord Fitzwater and King Henry's secretary to Lisle, disappointed and foiled, served to inspire confidence in the information he had bestowed. After much reflection, Plantagenet resolved to visit Paris, where he knew that the brother of Madeline, old John Warbeck, then sojourned, and if he did not gain surer intelligence from him, to proceed by way of Bordeaux to Spain. Chapter 11. The Exiles. A day will come when York shall claim his own. Then York be still a while, till time do serve. Shakespeare. The further Edmund journeyed from the late abode of his lost cousin, the more he felt displeased at the step he had taken. But on his arrival in Paris, his uncertainty ended. Warbeck had received intimation of the hurried embarkation of his sister, and here also he found Lady Brampton, whose husband had taken refuge in Paris after the Battle of Stoke. Like the Queen Dowager, the fate of Margaret of Anjou's son haunted this lady, and she warmly espoused the idea of bringing the Duke of York up in safe obscurity, until his own judgment might lead him to choose another line of action, or the opposing politics of Europe promised some support to his cause. She agreed to repair herself to Brussels, to take counsel with the Duchess, to use all her influence and arts, and as soon as time was ripe, to proceed herself to Spain to announce it to the prince. Meanwhile, Plantagenet, following his former purpose, would take up his abode with Richard in Spain, teach him the science of arms and the more difficult lessons of courage, self-command, and prudent conduct. In pursuance of this plan, Edmund lost no time in going to Bordeaux, whence he embarked for Malaga, and following his friend's steps, arrived shortly after him at the retreat de Faro had chosen among the foldings of the mountains on the borders of Andalusia. De Faro's was a singular history. In those days, that part of Andalusia which comprised the kingdom of Granada was the seat of perpetual wars, and even when armies did not meet to deluge its fertile plains and valleys with their blood, troops led by noble cavaliers and illustrious commanders overran its districts in search of plunder and glory. During one of these incursions, in the year 1452, some impulse of religion or humanity made a Spanish soldier snatch from a couch in the country house of a noble wealthy Moor, already half consumed, an infant hardly a year old. The band was already in full retreat, and fortunately, this incident took place on the very frontiers of Granada, or the benevolence of the soldier would hardly have been proof against the trouble his little charge occasioned him. Toiling up the mountains on their return to the kingdom of Yin, they entered the little town of Alcala, where, on the side of the mountainous road, rose the walls of a monastery. How better, thought the soldier, save the soul of this boy than by giving him to the monks? It was not, perhaps, the present they would most readily have selected, but compassion and piety forbade them to refuse it. The little Moor became a Christian by the name of Hernan, and was brought up within the sacred precincts of the convent. Though the monks were able to make a zealous Catholic of their nursling, they did not succeed so well in taming his fiery spirit, nor could they induce him to devote himself to the inactive and mortifying life of a priest. Yet he was generous and daring, and thus acquired their affection. Next to being a recluse vowed to God, the vocation of a soldier for the faith, in the eyes of these holy men, was to be selected. Hernan, advancing in life, and shooting up into strong and premature manhood, was recommended by the abbot to his cousin, the illustrious Don Rodrigo Ponce de Leon, Marquis of Cadiz. He fought several times under his banners, and in the year 1471 entered with him the kingdom of Granada, and was wounded at the taking of Cardella. In this last action it was that a sudden horror of taking up arms against his countrymen sprung up in Hernan's breast. He quitted Spain in consequence, and visiting Lisbon, he was led to embrace a seafaring life, and entered the marine service of the King of Portugal, at one time visiting Holland, where he sought and won the hand of Madeline, and afterwards, with Bartholomew Diaz, he made one of the crew that discovered the Cape of Good Hope. He sailed with 3 vessels, one of which lost company of the others, and its crew underwent various and dreadful perils at sea, and from the blacks on land. After 9 months they again fell in with their companions, 3 sailors only remaining. One of these was Hernan de Faro. His skill, valor, and fortitude had saved the vessel. He was exalted to its command, and now, in safer voyage over seas more known, he had freighted it with the fugitives from Tournai. During all his wanderings, even in the gay and rich Portugal, Hernan turned with fond regret to his mountain home. To its rugged peaks, its deep and silent dells, its torrents, its verdure, its straggling and precipitous paths, its prospect over the rich and laughing Vega of Granada. He had promised himself, after weary toils, a long repose in this beloved spot, and hither he now led his wife, resolving to set up his tent for ever in the land of his childhood, his happy childhood. It was a strange place to choose, bordering on Granada, which at that time was as lists in which death and havoc sat umpires. But the situation of Alcala preserved it secure, notwithstanding its dangerous neighborhood. It was perched high upon the mountain, overlooking a plain which had been for many years the scene of ruthless carnage and devastation, being in itself an asylum for fugitives, a place of rest for the victor, an eagle's nest, unassailable by the vultures of the plain. Here then, Plantagenet found his cousin. Here, in lovely and romantic Spain. Though defaced and torn by war, Andalusia presented an aspect of rich and various beauty, intoxicating to one whose life had been spent in the plains of England or the dull flats of Flanders. The purple vineyards, the olive plantations clothing the burning hillside, the groves of mulberry, cork, pomegranate, and citron that diversified the fertile Vegas or plains, the sweet flowing rivers, with their banks adorned by scarlet geranium or odoriferous myrtle, made this spot nature's own favored garden, a paradise unequaled upon earth. On such a scene did the mountain home of the exiles look down. Alcala, too, had beauties of her own. Ilex and pine woods clothed the defiles of the rugged Sierra, which stretched far and wide, torn by winter torrents into vast ravines, variegated by 1,000 intersecting lines formed by the foldings of the hills. The clouds found a home on the lofty summits. The wandering mists crept along the abrupt precipices, alternate light and shadow, rich in purple and golden hues, arrayed each rocky peak or verdant slope in radiance all their own. All this fair land had been under the dominion of the Moors. Now, town by town, stronghold by stronghold, they had lost it. The riches of the land belonged to the Christians, who still, by military conquest or policy, pressed the realm of the Moorish sovereign into a narrower compass. While divided in itself, the unhappy kingdom fell piecemeal into their hands. De Ferro was a devout Catholic, but with all his intrepidity, more humanity than belonged to that age warmed his manly heart. He remembered that he was a Moor. Whenever he saw a Moslem prisoner in chains, or a cavalcada of hapless women driven from their native towns to slavery, the blood in his veins moved with instinctive horror, and the idea that among them might pine and groan his parents, his own relatives, burned like living coal in his breast. He had half forgotten this when he came to Alcala, bringing his wife and child, and resolved to set up here his home. But when, in the succeeding spring, the Spanish army assembled on the frontiers of Murcia and swept on towards the south, when deeds of Moorish valor and Moorish suffering reached Alcala, when the triumph of the Christians and their ravages were repeated, the gallant mariner could endure no longer. "It is a fruitless struggle," he said. "Granada must fall, and God, who searches hearts, knows that his victory will be dear to me when the cross floats from the towers of the Alhambra. But I cannot behold the dark, blood-stained advances of the invader. I will go where man destroys not his brother, where the wild winds and waves are the armies we combat. In a year or two every sword will be sheathed, the peace of conquest will reign over Andalusia. One other voyage and I return." He went without fear, for Alcala appeared a safe retreat, and left his family spectators of the war. What a school for Richard! Edmund rejoiced that he would be accomplished in knightly exercise in the land of chivalry, but he was not prepared for the warlike enthusiasm that sprung up in his cousin's heart, and even in his own. It was the cause of God that armed the gentlemen of Spain, that put daring into the politic Ferdinand's heart, and inspired with martial ardor the magnanimous Isabella. The veteran cavaliers had lost many relatives and companions in arms, in various defeats under the rocky castles, or within the pathless defiles of Andalusia, and holy zeal possessed them to avenge their deaths, or to deliver those who pined in bondage. The younger knights, under the eye of their sovereigns, emulated each other in gallantry and glory. They painted war with pomp, and adorned it by their virtues. Not many months before, the Earl of Rivers, with a band of Englishmen, aided at the siege of Loxa, and distinguished himself by his undaunted bravery, his blunt but gay humor, his eager emulation with the Spanish commanders. The Duke of York heard, with a leaping heart, his mother's brother's name. Had he still been there? But no, he had returned to fall in a fray in Brittany, the victim of Tudor's heartless desertion. This circumstance had given distinction and honor to the name of Englishman, nor did Edmund feel inclined to lower the national character by keeping away from the scene of glory. What was to be done? York was a mere boy, yet when Plantagenet spoke of serving under one of the illustrious Catholic chieftains, York said, "I follow you. I will be your squire, your page, your stirrup boy, but I follow." In 1489, the siege of Baza was formed. It was defended with desperate valor by the Moors, while every noble Spaniard capable of bearing arms assembled in Ferdinand's camp, which glittered in silks and gay caparisons. Yet the very luxury of the warriors was ennobled by their valor. The sallies on the part of the besieged were furious, the repulse they sustained, determined and successful. When closely hemmed in, the Moors relaxed in their desperate efforts. The younger Christian cavaliers used the leisure so afforded them to unite in making incursions in the surrounding country, to cut off supplies, and to surprise the foraging parties of the enemy. Two youths became conspicuous in these exploits. Both proclaimed their English origin. One bore a knight's golden spurs. Edmund had been knighted on the eve of the Battle of Stoke by the Earl of Lincoln, and boasted of his royal, though illegitimate, descent. The other, a beardless, fair-haired, blooming boy, was nameless, save by the Christian appellation of Ricardo, to which was added the further designation of El Muchacho from his extreme youth. It was a lovely yet an awful sight to behold this pair. The elder, whose dark eyes and dun complexion gave him a greater resemblance to his southern comrades, never lost sight of his young friend. Side by side, his shield before Richard's breast, they went to the field. When Edmund would otherwise have pressed forward, he hung back to guard his cousin. And when the boy was hurried forward in the ardor of fight, still his kinsman's gaze was on him, his sword protecting him in every aspect of danger. If the stripling were attacked, Edmund's eyes flashed fire, and mortal vengeance fell upon his foe. They became the discourse of the camp, and Plantagenet's modesty, and Richard's docility in all, save avoiding peril, advanced them still further in the favor of the grave, courteous Spaniards. "Art thou then motherless?" Isabel asked. "If thou art not, thy gentle parent must pass many wakeful nights for thee." At length, in one skirmish, both the youths got surrounded by the foe. Richard's young arm, wearied by the very sword he bore, gave ineffectual blows. Forgetting that he left himself unguarded, Edmund rushed between him and his assailant. Others came to their assistance, but Plantagenet was already struck to the ground, and for many weeks York forgot even the glorious emulation of arms, while watching over his best and dearest friend. Meanwhile Baza surrendered, and the cousins returned to Alcala, to Madeline and her fair child, and domestic peace succeeded to the storms of war. Richard loved Madeline as his mother, her daughter was his sister, his angel sister, whose tenderness and heroism of character commanded deep affection. Monina de Ferro was, even in childhood, a being to worship and to love. There was a dreamy sweetness in her countenance, a mystery in the profound sensibility of her nature, that fascinated beyond all compare. Her characteristic was not so much the facility of being impressed, as the excess of the emotion produced by every new idea or feeling. Was she gay? Her large eyes laughed in their own brightness, her lovely countenance became radiant with smiles, her thrilling voice was attuned to lightest mirth, while the gladness that filled her heart overflowed from her as light does from the sun, imparting to all around a share of its own essence. Did sorrow oppress her? Dark night fell upon her mind, clouding her face, oppressing her whole person, which staggered and bent beneath the freight. Had she been susceptible of the stormier passions, her subtle and yielding soul would have been their unresisting victim. But though impetuous, wild, the slave of her own sensations, her soft bosom could harbor no emotion unallied to goodness, and the devouring appetite of her soul was the desire of benefiting all around her. Her countenance was the mirror of her mind. Its outline resembled those we see in Spanish pictures, not being quite oval enough for a northern beauty. It seemed widened at the forehead, to give space for her large, long eyes, and the canopy of the darkly fringed and veined lid. Her hair was not black, but of a rich sunny chestnut, finer than carded silk and more glossy. Her skin was delicate, somewhat pale, except when emotion suffused it with a deep pink. In person, she was not tall but softly rounded, and her taper, rosy-tipped fingers and little feet bespoke the delicate proportion that molded her form to a beauty, whose every motion awakened admiration and love. With these companions, Richard passed the winter. The following spring brought war still nearer to the English exiles. Baza had fallen. One of the kings of Granada, surnamed El Zagal, the Valiant, had submitted to the Spaniards. And now Ferdinand commanded his former ally, Boabdil el Chico, to deliver up to him proud Granada, the loved city of the Moors. Poor Boabdil, whose misfortunes had been prophesied at his birth, and whose whole career had been such as to affix to him the surname of El Zagobai, or the unfortunate, was roused from his state of opprobrious vassalage by this demand, and followed up his refusal by an inroad into the Christian country, near Jaen. Count de Tendilla, a veteran warrior of high reputation and brilliant exploits, commanded this district. His headquarters were in the impregnable fortress of Alcala itself, and when the cry came that the Moors had passed his border, he resolved to stoop from his eagle's eyrie, and to pounce upon the insolent foe as they returned from their incursion. He chose 150 men, and lay in ambush for them. Plantagenet was of the number, and our young warrior also, though with sage entreaties Edmund and with tears Madeline had besought him to stay. The Count succeeded to his wish. The Moors fell into his toils, few escaped slaughter or capture. But while the Christian hero exulted in victory, a messenger, pale with horror, spent with weariness, came to tell that a band of Moors had taken advantage of his absence to fall upon Alcala. Indignation and fury possessed the noble captain. He left half his troop to protect his spoil, and with the rest, all weary as they were, he hurried back to Alcala, eager to fall upon the marauders before they should have secured their prey in a neighboring fortress. Edmund and Richard were among the foremost. Their rage could only be calmed by the swiftness with which they returned to deliver or avenge their friends. The sun was sinking in the west when they arrived at the foot of the Sierra. At first Tendilla desired that his wearied troop should repose, but several stragglers among the enemy, perceiving them, gave the alarm to their comrades, who, laden with booty, were preparing to depart. Harassed as the Christians were, they had no choice, while their position on the lower ground rendered their attack very disadvantageous. But nothing could check their fury. With loud cries and flashing weapons they fell upon the enemy, who, burthened by their prey and wearied by their very outrages, could ill resist men fighting to avenge their desolated hearths. Still, so accustomed to war, so innately brave was every soldier on either side, that the combat was long and sanguinary. Night, the swift-walking darkness of the Knights of the South, came suddenly upon the combatants. The casques of one party and the turbans of the other were scarce perceptible, to guide the scimitar, or to serve as an aim for the arquebus. The discomfited Moors, leaving their booty, dispersed along the defiles, and forgetful of their prisoners, availed themselves of the obscurity to make good their flight. Alcala was retaken, and through the shadows of night, husbands and fathers called aloud on their wives and children to tell them if they were safe, while many a sound of woman's wail arose over the corpse of him who had died to save her. The troop, diminished in number, was drawn up the following morning in the square of Alcala. "Where," asked the Count, "are my 2 English soldiers?" I saw the elder leading 5 others across a steep mountain path, so as to fall on the enemy's rear. It was a sage measure, and succeeded well. Ricardo I beheld contending with 2 bearded Moors, who held in their fierce grasp a young and fainting girl. I sent Diego to his rescue. Diego, they say, was slain. Night prevented me from knowing more. Have both these strangers fallen? I would pay them a Spaniard's thanks for their aid, a knight's praise for their gallantry. Alas, both thanks and praise would have visited their ears coldly. They had forgotten Tendilla, his troop, the very Christian cause, in the overwhelming calamity that had befallen them. Assisted by Diego, who was cut down in the conflict, Richard had delivered Monina, and forcing his way through the enemy, now already scattered, clambered with her in his arms to their mountain abode. He was guided towards it by the glaring light of the flames that destroyed it. Meanwhile, the fight still raged. York placed Monina in safety and returned to share its perils. The peace of desolation that came with the morning united the cousins, and they sought the ruins of their home, and their miserable friend, whose broken and harrowing tale recorded how Madeline had fallen a victim to the savage cruelty of the enemy, as she strove to defend her daughter from impending slavery. This was the result of Moorish wars, death and misery. Richard's young heart had bounded to the sound of trump and clarion, and he returned to hear the melancholy bell that tolled for death. Their very home was in ruins, but it was long before, amidst deeper woe, they remembered to lament the destruction of many papers and hoarded objects, the relics and the testimonies of Richard's royal descent. Chapter 12. The Challenge. Ah, where are they who heard in former hours the voice of song in these neglected bowers? They are gone. Moors! The chain is loosed, the sails are spread. The living breath is fresh behind. As with dews and sunrise fed, comes the laughing morning wind. Shelley! This was a gloomy lesson for these young and affectionate beings. They consoled one another, and wept as they consoled. At first Monina despaired. Her ceaseless laments and unassuaged grief appeared to undermine her very life. But when she marked the sorrow she communicated, when she heard Richard exclaim, "Oh, for spring and battle when I may avenge Monina's grief or die. Death is 1,000 times preferable to the sight of her woe," and felt that the fate and happiness of those about her depended on her fortitude, she forced smiles back to her lips, and again her sweet eyes beamed, undimmed by tears. Spring came at last, and with it busy preparation for the siege of Granada. Troop after troop defiled through Alcala, bearing the various ensigns of the noble commanders. The Count Tendilla, leaving his mountain nest, united himself to the regal camp before the devoted city. Isabella joined her royal husband accompanied by her children. Where women looked on the near face of war, even the timid were inspired to bear arms. The reputation the English warrior youths had gained forbade inglorious ease, even had they not aspired with their whole hearts for renown. Yet Plantagenet looked forward with reluctance to the leading forth his brave, dear cousin to new dangers. Divided between pride in his valor, satisfaction at his thus being schooled to arms, and terror from the perils to which he would be exposed in a war, on the side of the enemy, of despair, and fury, his thoughtful eyes rested on the young prince's glowing cheek, his unsullied youth. If wound or fatal hurt maimed his fair proportion, how should he reply to his widowed mother's agony? If snapped like a poor floret he fell upon the death-strewn Vega, what tale should he report to the ardent Yorkists? None. At least he should be pierced only through him, and Edmund's course would rampart his heart, even when he had died to save him. Thus they again appeared in the Spanish army, and were hailed as among its ornaments. Whatever desperate enterprise kindled the young Spaniards to heroic frenzy, found the English pair among their numbers. At the beginning of the siege, the Moors, few in numbers, and often defeated, cheated victory of its triumph by various challenges to single combat, where many a Spaniard fell. Their frays resembled, in the splendor of their armor and their equipments, the stately ceremonial of the tournaments, but they were deadly in the event. Ferdinand, sure of victory, and reluctant to expose the noble youth of his kingdom to needless peril, forbade these duels, and the Moors, enraged, multiplied their insults and their bravadoes, to draw their enemies to the field, nor lost any opportunity of committing the defense of their beloved city to the risk of battle, rather than the slow progress of famine. One memorable engagement took place on occasion of the visit of Queen Isabella to the hamlet of Zubia, there to obtain a nearer view of beautiful Granada. The Moors, seeing the Spanish troops in array before their walls, came out to attack them. A battle was fought under the very eyes of the Queen, wherein it was the good fortune of Richard to make so gallant a figure, that on the very spot the Count Tendilla conferred on him the honor of knighthood. Proud was the young Duke of York, and eager to paint his maiden shield with worthy device. He was now nearly 18, boyish in aspect, yet well-knit in person and accustomed to the fatigue of arms. He no longer burst on his foes like an untrained dog, seeking only to slay. There was forethought in his eye and a most careful selection of worthy and valorous opponents. Edmund still was to be found within a javelin's throw of him, but he no longer feared his untaught rashness as before he had done. In July occurred the conflagration of the Christian camp. The day following, Ferdinand led forth his troops to make a last ravage among the gardens and orchards, the emerald girdle of Granada. During the fray, it was the young duke's chance to throw his javelin so as to slay on the spot a veteran Moor, whose turban having fallen off exposed him thus. His companion in arms, a tall fierce Moslem, rushed forward to fell the insolent youth. Others interposed. Still the Moor kept his eye upon his boyish foe. 1,000 times he threw his dart. Twice or thrice he rushed on him with uplifted scimitar. The battle racked among the orchard paths and flowery hedges of the thickly planted gardens, and ever some obstruction thwarted the infidel. Plantagenet had marked his rage and his purpose. He watched him keenly, and the fierce Gomles boiled with impatient indignation, as some impediment forever baffled his design. His last effort was to fling an arrow, which stuck in the ground quivering at Richard's feet. A label was affixed, "Dog and Infidel." Thus was the cartel worded, "If thou hast courage, meet me at dawn at the Fountain of Myrtles." The following morning, at the hour when Plantagenet was wont to see his cousin, the prince was absent. Noon approached. The troops reposed after the battle of the day before or were employed in clearing the dark ruins of the camp. Some thoughtless project might occupy the duke, some excursion to the other side of Granada. The shades of evening gathered round the lofty towers and dimmed the prospect of its Vega. Still Richard came not. Sad, anxious night drew near. Edmund roved through the camp, questioning, seeking. At last, on the morrow he heard the report that the previous evening a cavalier had seen Almoradi Gomles issue from a little wood half a league from the city, and ride towards a postern, that he was galloping up to him, when he saw the Moor totter in his saddle, and at last fall from his horse. Before succor could come, he died. His last words only spoke of the Fountain of Myrtles, in agony of spirit, for Gomles had surely stricken to death his stripling foe. Ere he left the place of combat, Edmund hurried to the spot. The herbage round the fountain was trampled and torn as by horses' hoofs. It was moistened, but not with water. A bank, thickly overgrown with geraniums, bore the print of a man's form, but none was there. Monina had been left in Alcalarial, a prey to fear, to gaze from the steep summit on the plain, whereon, beyond her sight, was acted the real drama of her life. To question the wounded, or the messengers that visited Alcala, and to address prayers to the Virgin were the sad varieties of her day. In the midst of this suspense, Two unexpected guests visited her abode, her father and an Irish chieftain, a Yorkist, who came to lead the Duke from his Spanish abode to where he might combat for his lost crown. De Ferro had not heard of the death of Madeline, and with awe his child beheld the tears that bedewed his rugged cheeks at this sad termination of his ocean-haunting vision. He embraced his daughter. "Thou wilt not desert me. We will leave this fated spot, and thou, Monina, will sail for ever with thy father on the less barbarous sea." De Ferro's companion was named Lord Barry. He was Baron of Buttevant in the county of Cork and allied to the Geraldines, chiefs of that soil. He had fought at Stoke and been attainted by Henry, so that he was forced to wander a banished man. Eager to reinstate himself, every Yorkist plot numbered him among its warmest partisans. He had for some time resided either at Paris or at Brussels, where he often held counsel with Lady Brampton. Weary of delay, he at last stole back to Ireland, to see whether his noble kinsman there would abet and rise in favour of the Duke of York. He came away, proud and delighted with his success. Promises of service for the White Rose had been showered on him. His eloquence and enthusiasm conquered even Lady Brampton. War also seemed impending between France and England. If that were once declared, every objection would be obviated. At any rate, the time seemed so fair that she agreed with Lord Barry to visit the present home of the young English prince, and, as if to further their designs, Sir Edward Brampton was at that moment requested by the Archduke Maximilian to undertake a private embassy to Lisbon. Thither they had sailed, and now, leaving this lady in Portugal, Lord Barry had continued his voyage to Andalusia, with the intention of returning again to Lisbon, accompanied by the promise and hope of the House of York. He met De Ferro in the port of Malaga. The name was familiar to him. They journeyed together to Alcalá la Real. Lord Barry was all eagerness that the English prince should immediately join Lady Brampton at Lisbon. It was agreed that they should proceed thither in De Ferro's caravel. The mariner abhorred the name of warfare between Spaniard and Moor, and Madeline's death only added poignancy to this sensation. He would not look on the siege of Granada. While the Irish noble and Monina proceeded to the camp to prepare the cousins, he returned to Malaga to bring round his vessel to the nearer port of Almeria. Lord Barry and the fair Moor commenced their journey on the morning of a most burning day. They wound down the steep declivities of the Sierra and entered upon the bright blooming plain. Noon with all its heat approached. They rested under a grove of mulberries, reposing by a brook, while Lord Barry's horse and Monina's mule were tied to the nearest shrubs. Slight accidents are the wires and pulleys on which the machinery of our lives hang. Stung by flies, the noble horse grew restive, broke his rein, and galloped away. Through the thick shade his master pursued, till tramp of feet and crackling of branches died on Monina's ear. A quarter of an hour, half an hour passed, when on her solitude came a Moorish voice, an exclamation in the name of Allah, and the approach of several men whom already she painted as enemies. To take to her mule, to ride swiftly through the grove, was the impulse of her fear, and when again silence gave her token of security, she found that she had lost her way. It was only after many vain attempts that she extricated herself from the wood, and then perceived that she had wandered from the direct road to Granada, whose high towers were visible at a distance. The burning July noonday sun scorched her. Her mule lagged in his pace. As a last effort, she sought a plantation of elms, not far distant. The grateful murmur of flowing waters saluted her ears as she approached. For a few minutes more, she was exposed to the glaring sunshine, and then entered the cool umbrage of the trees. The soft twilight of woven leaves and branches. A fountain rose in the midst, and she hastened to refresh herself by sprinkling herself with cool waters. Thus occupied, she thought she was alone in this sequestered nook, when a crash among the underwood startled her. The mule snorted aloud, and from the brake issued a mare caparisoned with saddle and bridle. She had lost her rider, yet her distended nostrils, the foam that flaked her sides, the shiver that made her polished skin quiver, spoke of recent contest or flight. She looked on her, could it be? She called her Derexa, and the animal recognized her voice, while in answer to the dreadful surmises that awoke in her heart, a low groan was heard from the near bank. Turning, she beheld the form of a man lying on the herbage, not dead, for he groaned again, and then stirred, as if with returning sense. Quick as lightning, she was at his side. She unlaced his helmet, nor did she need to look at his pallid countenance to be assured of what she already knew, that Richard of England lay there but for her help, expiring. She filled his helm with water, and sprinkling it over him, he opened his eyes, and groaning again, strove to clasp his head with his unnerved hand. With light fairy fingers she released him from his coat of mail, and saw on his right side a mass of congealed blood, which his faintness had made cease to flow from his wound, bearing that it would bleed again as he revived. She bound it with his scarf and her own veil, and then gave him water to drink, after which he showed still more certain signs of recovery. It was wonder to him to find himself alive, when already he had believed the bitterness of death to be past. Still greater wonder was it to behold his own sweet Monina, like a spirit of good, hovering over to recover him. He tried to raise himself, and she bent down to support him, resting his head on her gentle heart. He felt its beating, and blessed her with 1,000 soft thanks and endearing names. Though the wound in his side was deep, yet now that the blood was staunched, it did not seem dangerous. The immediate cause of his swoon was a stunning blow on his head, which had beat in the iron of his helm but inflicted no further injury. It was long, however, before he could move, and the evening shades had made it almost night before he could sit his horse and slowly quit the wood. Wishing to conduct him to where they might find succor, Monina directed his steps to a village east of the grove. They had hardly ridden half a mile when Richard felt dizzy. He faintly called her to his side. She received him as he fell, and supporting him to a bank, called aloud in agony, in hopes that some wandering soldier or peasant might be near to aid them. It happened to her wish. Several countrymen who had been carrying fruit to the Christian camp passed them. She conjured them, in the Virgin's name, to assist a soldier of the faith, a crusader in their cause. Such an appeal was sacred in their ears. They contrived, with the poles and baskets in which they had carried their fruit, covering them with a part of their habiliments and the saddle cloths of the animals, to form a sort of litter, on which they placed Richard. Monina followed on foot, clasping his hand. The men led the horses, and thus they proceeded up the mountains to a village about 2 leagues from Granada, where every house was open to them. The prince was permitted to repose in the habitation of the alcalde, and the deep sleep into which he soon fell was a dear assurance to his friend's anxious heart of the absence of danger and a promise of speedy recovery. Yet the night that began so well with the patient wore a less prosperous appearance towards the conclusion. Monina sat beside his couch and perceived with alarm symptoms of pain and fever. According to the custom of the time, she had acquired some little skill in surgery. This, when the wound came to be dressed, made her acquainted with its irritated and dangerous appearance. As the heat of the day came on, the prince's sufferings increased. In this little village there was neither physician nor medicaments necessary for the emergency, and the place itself, low-built, hedged in by mountains, and inhabited by peasants only, was ill-suited for the patient. She resolved that he should that night be removed to a town on the eastern side of the mountains, overlooking the plain bordering the sea. A litter was prepared, and she, fatigued by her journey and by long and painful solicitude, yet walked beside it, listening to his low breathing, catching the smallest sound he made in complaint or questioning. Before she quitted the village, she employed a peasant to seek Plantagenet and convey to him intelligence of the actual state of his friends. After 3 days of fear and anxious care, the wound began to heal, and Richard became convalescent. Who could tell, during the long hours that composed those days and nights, the varying emotions that agitated poor Monina? That he should die was a thought in which, in its extent and reality, she never indulged, but an awful fear of what of suffering the coming hours might produce never for a moment slept within her. She spent long intervals of time kneeling by his couch, her soft fingers on his pulse, counting the rapid vibration. Her cool hand alone tempered the burning of his brow, and often, supported by her, he slept, while she remained in the same position, immovable. The very pain this produced was a pleasure to her, since it was endured for him, who was the idol of her innocent and pure thoughts. She almost lamented when he no longer needed her undivided attention. The hours she gave to repose came like beggars following in a procession of crowned heads. They were no longer exalted by being devoted to him. After the lapse of 3 anxious days, he grew rapidly better, and at eveningtide enjoyed at the open casement the thrilling sweetness of the mountain air. How transporting and ineffable are the joys of convalescence! The calm of mind, the voluptuous languor, the unrebuked abandonment to mere pleasurable sensation, the delight that every natural object imparts, fill those hours with a dreamlike, faint ecstasy, more dear to memory than tumultuous joy. Monina sat near him, and it was dangerous for their young hearts thus to be united and alone in a fairy scene of beauty and seclusion. Monina's ardent spirit was entranced by delight at his recovery. No thought of self mingled with the single idea that he was saved for youth, for happiness, and for his long-lost rights. Darkness crept around them. The clumps of chestnut trees grew more massy and indistinct. The firefly was alive among the defiles of the hills, the bat wheeled round their humble dwelling, the heavy-winged owl swept with huge flapping wings out of the copse. "Are ye here?" were the first sounds that broke the silence. It was the voice of Edmund. Monina sprung up and, glad to disburthen her full heart, welcomed with an embrace this beloved friend. "Guardian angel of our lives," he cried, "you are destined at all times to save us." Dear, soothing expressions, which then formed the joy, long afterwards the master impulse of her fervent and devoted spirit. Each told their tale, the one of hazard and mischance, the other of agonizing inquietude. For Richard, Edmund had feared, but when, wearied, terrified, and in despair, Lord Barry had brought intelligence of Monina's disappearance from the streamlet's side where he had left her, and of a distant view he had caught of Moorish horsemen who took refuge in Granada, heaven seemed at once to empty on him its direst curses, and his fate was sealed with misery forever. The peasant dispatched by Monina had delayed. Not for 3 days did he deliver her letter to Plantagenet, who still, trembling in recollection of his past terror, and what might have been the ultimate event of the prince's wound, departed on the moment for. And now farewell to Spain, to romantic Spain, to Moorish and Christian combat, to the gay fields of the Vega, to the sunny mountains of Andalusia. De Ferro's caravel, true to its appointment, arrived at Almeria. They embarked. Their immediate destination was Lisbon, but their thoughts were fixed on the promised termination of their wanderings. Soon they would bend their course far away to the islands of the turbid northern sea, where nature veils herself in clouds, where war assumes a sterner aspect, and the very virtues of the inhabitants grow stubborn and harsh from the struggle they make to be enabled to bear the physical ills of existence. Farewell to Spain, to boyhood's feats, to the light coursing of shadows as he ran a race with the swift-footed hours. A kingdom calls for Richard. The trials of life attend him, the hope of victory, the fortitude of well-endured defeat. Chapter 13. Temptation. To England, if you will. Shakespeare. 1,000 recollections and forgotten thoughts revived in Richard's bosom when he saw his childhood's friend, the Lady Brampton. He was reminded of his sufferings in the Tower, of his noble cousin Lincoln, of her maternal tenderness, when under her care he quitted the gloomy fortress, his brother Edward's tomb. His mother's last embrace again thrilled through his frame, and Lovell's parting blessing. What sad changes had chanced since last he saw her. Sad and all, but that he, then a boy, had sprung up into the riper age of youthful prowess. Even with the banished prince we must recur to the state of affairs in the north of Europe. The French king, Charles VIII, had directed all his attempts to the subjugation of Brittany, which was now under the dominion of the youthful Anne, its orphan duchess. The English nation espoused her cause, watched with jealousy and indignation the progress of the French arms, and clamored loudly for war in her support. Henry, on the contrary, was obstinately bent upon peace, though he took advantage of his subjects' appetite for war to foist subsidies upon them, which were no sooner collected than his armaments were disbanded, and an ambassador, sent on a mission of peace, was substituted for the herald ready apparelled for defiance. This could not last forever. French policy triumphed in the marriage of Charles VIII with Anne of Brittany, and that duchy became finally annexed to the crown of France. England was roused to indignation. The king, forced to listen to their murmurs, promised to invade the rival kingdom the following spring. A benevolence was granted him. All his acts tended to the formation of an expedition, which was the best hope of York. Lord Barry was urgent against delay, while the English partisans wished that Richard's landing in Ireland and Henry's in France should be consentaneous. Nay, they had deeper views. Ireland, since Simnel's defeat, appeared but a forlorn hope, and they fostered the expectation of being able to make England itself the scene of their first attempt, so soon as its king should be fairly engaged in hostilities on the other side of the Channel. The Duke himself, eager as he was to begin his career, warmly supported this project. Communication with the north was slow meanwhile, and months wore away not fruitlessly. Richard gained in every way by the delay. His knowledge of English affairs grew clearer, his judgment formed. His strength, weakened by the events of the summer, was restored during the repose and salubrious coolness of the winter months. Accident furthered their designs. A visitor arrived from England, who brought with him accounts so encouraging that hope blossomed into certainty in the hearts of the warm-hearted followers of York. But ere we introduce this new and seemingly important personage, we must return a while to England, to speak of Henry's suspicions, his fears, his artful policy. All that Frion had achieved through his abortive attempt had been but to ascertain the existence of the Duke of York, and to spread still wider the momentous secret, so that Henry, suspicious and irritated, received him on his return with anger, resenting his failure as the result of treachery. Frion had been dismissed, and now years passed over, without the occurrence of any circumstances that spoke of the orphan heir of the English crown. The king brooded over the secret, but spoke of it to no one. The royal youth grew to his imagination, as in reality he did, passing from boyhood to almost man's estate. Yet, when Henry reflected on the undisturbed state he had enjoyed for years, on the firmness with which he was seated on the throne, and the strong hold he had acquired through the lapse of time on his subjects' minds, he sometimes thought that even Richard's friends would advise him to continue in an obscurity which was, at least, void of danger. Nevertheless, whenever there had been a question of attacking France, the feeling that his rival was ready to come forward, and that, instead of a war of invasion, he might have to fight for his own crown, increased his unwillingness to enter on the contest. Now rumors were afloat. None knew whence they came, from France or Ireland, of the existence of King Edward's younger son, and that he would speedily appear to claim his succession. Henry, who was accustomed to tamper with spies and informers, was yet the last to hear of a circumstance so nearly affecting his interests. The name of Lady Brampton at length reached him, as being abroad on a secret and momentous expedition. This name had made a considerable figure in Richard Simon's confessions. It was connected with Lincoln, Lovell, the Dowager Queen, all whom the tutor feared and hated. Yet he paused before he acted. His smallest movement might rouse a torpid foe. He only increased his vigilance, and from past experience knowing that to be the weak point, he dispatched emissaries to Ireland to learn if any commotion was threatened, any tale rife there that required his interference. As the time approached when it was expected that the English prince would declare himself, the policy of his friends greatly changed, and far from maintaining their former mysterious silence, the circumstance of his abode in Spain, and the expectation of his speedy appearance in Ireland, made, during the winter of 1491–92, a principal topic among such of the native nobility as the Earl of Desmond had interested in his cause. Henry's spies brought him tidings beyond his fears, and he saw that the struggle was at hand, unless he could arrest the progress of events. Meanwhile, he continued to defer his war with France. He felt that would be the signal for his enemy's attack. As he reflected on these things, a scheme developed itself in his mind, on which he resolved to act. The enemy was distant, obscure, almost unknown. Were it possible to seize upon his person where he then was, to prevent his proposed journey to Ireland, to prepare for him an unsuspected but secure prison, no cloud would remain to mar his prospect, and as to the boy himself, he could hope for nothing better than his cousin Warwick's fate, unless he had preferred, to the hazardous endeavor of dethroning his rival, a private and innocuous life in the distant clime where chance had thrown him. This was to be thought of no more. Already he was preparing for the bound, but ere he made it, he must be crushed forever. In those times, when recent civil war had exasperated the minds of men one against the other, it was no difficult thing for a Lancastrian king to find an instrument willing and fitting to work injury against a Yorkist. During Henry's exile in Brittany, he had become acquainted with a man who had resorted to him there for the sole purpose of exciting him against Richard III. He had been a favorite page of Henry VI. He had waited on his son, Edward, Prince of Wales, that noble youth whose early years promised every talent and virtue. He had idolized the heroic and unhappy Queen Margaret. Henry died a foul death in the Tower. The gracious Edward was stabbed at Tewkesbury. The royal Margaret had given place to the widow Woodville, while, through the broad lands of England, the sons of York rioted in the full possession of her wealth. Mayor Tramer felt every success of theirs as a poisoned arrow in his flesh. He hated them, as the mother may hate the tiger whose tusks are red with the lifeblood of her firstborn. He hated them, not with the measured aversion of a warlike foe, but the dark, frantic vehemence of a wild beast deprived of its young. He had been the father of 3 sons. The first had died at Prince Edward's feet, ere he was taken prisoner. Another lost his head on the scaffold. The third, the boy, had been nurtured in hate, bred amid dire curses and bitter imprecations, all leveled against Edward IV and his brothers. His mind had become distorted by the ill food that nurtured it. He brooded over the crimes of these men, till he believed that he should do a good deed in immolating them to the ghosts of the murdered Lancastrians. He attempted the life of the king, was seized, tortured to discover his accomplices. He was tortured, and the father heard his cries beneath the dread instrument, to which death came as a sweet release. Real madness for a time possessed the unhappy man, and when reason returned, it was only the dawn of a tempestuous day, which rises on the wrecks of a gallant fleet and its crew, strewn on the dashing waves of a stormy sea. He dedicated himself to revenge. He had sought Henry in Brittany, he had fought at Bosworth and at Stoke. The success of his cause and the peace that followed was at first a triumph, at last almost a pain to him. He was haunted by memories which pursued him like the hell-born Eumenides. Often he uttered piercing shrieks, as the scenes, so pregnant with horror, recurred too vividly to his mind. The priests to whom he had recourse as his soul's physicians counseled him the Church's discipline. He assumed the Franciscan habit, but found sackcloth and ashes no refuge from the greater torture of his mind. This man, in various ways, had been recalled to Henry's mind, and now he selected him to effect his purpose. To any other, he would have feared to entrust the whole secret. But the knowledge that the destined victim was the son and rightful heir of King Edward would add to his zealous endeavors to crush him. Besides that, Tranmere had a knowledge of the fact, from having been before employed to extract in his priestly character this secret from a Yorkist, Sir George Neville, who had been entrusted by Sir Thomas Broughton. Everything yielded in this wretch's mind to his hatred of York, and he scrupled not to hazard his soul and betray the secrets of the confessional. Neville fortunately was informed in time of the danger that menaced him, and had fled, while Tranmere, thunderstruck by the magnitude of his discovery, hastened to reveal it to the king. It were long to detail each act of the crafty sovereign and his scarcely human tool. By his order, the friar introduced himself to the Dowager Queen, at Bermondsey, with a plausible tale, to which she, in spite of her caution, was induced to give ear, and entrusted a message by him, as he said that he was on his way to Spain, to seek and exhort to action the dilatory prince. He then departed. Henry had rather to restrain than urge his furious zeal. The scheme projected was, that Richard should be entrapped on board a vessel, and brought with secrecy and speed to England, where he might be immured for life in some obscure castle in Wales. Tranmere promised that either he would accomplish this, or that the boy should find a still more secret prison, whence he could never emerge to disturb the reign of Henry, or put in jeopardy the inheritance of his son. Such was the man who, in the month of April, 1492, following Lady Brampton's steps, arrived at Lisbon, and found to his wish the prince there also, and easy access afforded him to his most secret counsels. He brought letters from the Dowager Queen, and some forged ones from other partisans of York, inviting the prince, without application to any foreign sovereigns or aid from distant provinces, at once to repair to England, and to set up his standard in the midst of his native land, where, so these letters asserted, the Earl of Surrey and many other powerful lords anxiously awaited him. All this accorded too well with the wishes of the little conclave not to ensure assent. Nay more, when Tranmere urged the inexpediency of the Duke's being accompanied by such notorious Yorkists as Plantagenet and Lady Brampton, it was suddenly agreed that Richard should embark on board a merchantman, to sail with the next fair wind for England, while his friends dispersed themselves variously for his benefit. De Ferro, in his caravel, was to convey Lord Barry to Cork. Plantagenet resolved to visit the Duchess of Burgundy at Brussels. Lady Brampton departed for the court of France, to engage the king at once to admit young Richard's claim, and aid him to make it good. "You, sweet, will bear me company." And Monina, her whole soul, and her eyes expressed that soul's devotion to Richard's success, remembered, starting, that the result of these consultations was to separate her from her childhood's companion, perhaps forever. As if she had tottered on the brink of a precipice, she shuddered, but all was well again. It was not to be divided from the prince, to remain with Lady Brampton, to proceed to Paris with her, on his earliest triumph to make a part of it, and to join his court in London. All these words, king, victory, and court, wove a golden tissue before the ardent girl's eyes. She had not yet lifted the painted veil which men call life. As a child who chases the glories of the West, she knew not that night was falling upon her, while still she fancied that she advanced towards the ever-retreating splendor of the sky. Lady Brampton and Plantagenet trembled as they committed their beloved charge to other hands. They importuned Tranmere with their injunctions, their entreaties, their thousand last words of care and love. The friar heard, and smiled assent to all. Monina had need of all her courage for the hour, which she knew not that she dreaded till it came. He was going, The truth flashed suddenly upon her, he from whom since childhood she had scarcely been absent for a day. So blind had she been to her own sensations, that it was not until he leaped into the boat and put off from shore that she became aware of the overwhelming tide of grief, disquiet, almost of despair that inundated her heart. Where was her gaiety, her light, ethereal spirit flown? Why lagged the hours thus? Why did ceaseless reverie seem her only refuge from intolerable wretchedness? She had one other solace. She was still with his friends, whose whole thoughts were spent upon him. His name enriched their discourse. The chances of his voyage occupied their attention. Little knew they the strange and tragic drama that was acting on board the skiff that bore afar the idol of their hopes. Chapter 14. The traitor punished. This friar boasteth that he knoweth hell. And God it wot, that is but little wonder. Friars and fiends ben but little asunder. Chaucer. Richard meanwhile sailed fearlessly, with treachery for his nearest mate. Tranmere had at once exhibited audacity and prudence in the arrangement of his plan. He had made no great preparation, nor confided to any the real object of his intents. His only care had been that the Duke should sail on board an English vessel, and chance had brought into the Tagus one whose captain was inclined to the party of Lancaster. He also contrived to have 2 hirelings of his own engaged on board as part of the crew, who knew that it was their employer's design to carry to England a prisoner for the king. He was besides provided with a warrant from Henry, empowering him to seize on his rebel subject, the name a blank, for the monk to fill up, alive or dead. The paper ran thus, so, in case of struggle, to afford warranty for his darker purpose. Richard was now a prisoner. The vessel belonging to any country is a portion of that country, and the deck of this merchantman was virtually a part of the British soil. The prince, not heeding his position, was so far from fearing his enemy's power that he felt glad to find himself among his countrymen. He looked on the weather-beaten countenances of the honest sailors, and believed that he should find friends and partisans in all. He spoke to Tranmere of his purpose of declaring himself and gaining them over, making this tiny offshoot of wide England his first conquest. Tranmere had not anticipated this. He was ignorant of the versatile and active spirit of the youth with whom he had to deal. Nor had he, by putting himself in imagination in the prince's place, become aware how the project of acquiring his own was his sleepless incentive to every action, and how he saw in every event a stepping-stone in the prosecution of his enterprise. He started at the proposal and in his own heart said, "I must lose no time. That which I thought to do next week were better done tomorrow." With Richard he argued against this measure. He showed how the captain was bound to the present English government by his fortunes, how far more likely it was that, instead of gaining him and his crew, he would be made a prisoner by them and delivered up to his enemy. Richard lent no great credence to this, but he yielded to the authority of the elder and the priest. It was not in the power of his wily adversary to prevent him from ingratiating himself in the hearts of all around him. Besides his gentleness, his unaffected sympathy and noble demeanor, his gay and buoyant spirit was congenial to the reckless sailors, who, during the dead calm that succeeded their first day's sail after quitting the Tagus, were glad of amusement to diversify their monotonous lives. He interceded with their captain when any fault was committed. He learned their private histories, promised his assistance, and scattered money among them. Sometimes he called them around him to teach him their art, discoursing about the stars, the magnet, the signs of the weather. He climbed the shrouds, handled the ropes, became an adept in their nautical language. At other times he listened to tales of dreadful shipwrecks and sailors' hardships, and recounted in turn de Pharaoh's adventures. This made them talk of the new African discoveries, and descant on the wild chimeras or sage conclusions of Columbus, who at last, it was said, was to be sent by the sovereigns of Spain in quest of the western passage to India, over the slant and boundless Atlantic. All this time, with flapping sails, they lay but a short distance off the mouth of the Tagus, and Tranmere, impatient of delay, yet found it prudent to postpone his nefarious purpose. After the calm had continued for nearly a week, signs of bad weather manifested themselves. Squalls assailed the ship, settling at last in a gale, which grew into a tempest. Their little vessel was decked, yet hardly able to resist the lashing waves of the Bay of Biscay. A leak which had shown itself even during the calm increased frightfully. The men were day and night employed at the pumps, exposed to the beating rain, and to the waves, which perpetually washed the deck, drenching their clothes and bedding. Each hour the wind became more furious, dark waterspouts dipping into the boiling sea, and churning it too. Fury swept past them, and the steep sides of the mountain-high billows were ready at every moment to overwhelm them. Their tiny bark, which in these days would scarcely receive a more dignified name than a skiff, was borne as a leaf on the stream of the wind, its only safety consisting in yielding to its violence. Often at the worst the men despaired. The captain himself, frightened at the danger, and strange inconsistency, still more fearful of the ruin that must attend him if his vessel were wrecked, lost all presence of mind. The prince displayed, meanwhile, all his native energy. He commanded the men, and they obeyed him, looking on him as a superior being. When by following his orders, the progress of the leak was checked, and the tossed bark labored less among the surges. "Sailors have short prayers," he said, "but if they are sincere ones, the saints will not the less intercede for us before God. Join me, my men, in a pious vow. I swear, by Our Lady's precious name, to walk barefoot to her nearest shrine the first land we touch, and there to make a gift of incense and candles at her altar. This, if we escape. If not, here is Father Mailer, a holy Franciscan, to give us short shrift, so that, like devout Catholics, we may recommend our souls to the mercy of Jesus. And now to the pump, the ropes, bring me a hatchet, our mast must overboard." 3 days and nights they worked unremittingly. The lull that then succeeded was followed by another tempest, and the exhausted mariners grew desperate. They had been borne far into the Atlantic, and now the wind shifting, drove them with the same fury into the Bay of Biscay. Every moment in expectation of death, the heart of Tranmere softened towards his victim in spite of himself. He was forced to admire his presence of mind, his unvanquishable courage, his light, yet gentle spirit, which made him bear up under every difficulty, yet pity those who sunk beneath, cheering them with accents at once replete with kindness and fearless submission to the decree of Providence. Feeling the crew bound to him as his natural subjects, he extended towards them a paternal love, and felt called upon to guard and save them. After for a fortnight they had thus been the sport of the elements, the gale decreased, the violent breakers subsided into one long swell which bore them into a sheltered cove in the wild coast that surrounds the Bay of Biscay. The men disembarked, the vessel was drawn up, all hands were employed in unlading and repairing her. "Ye do ill," said Richard. "Do you not remember our vow? Doubtless some village is near which contains a shrine where we may pay it." This piety was in accord with the spirit of the times, and the men, rebuked, revered still more the youth who had saved them in danger, and who now in safety paid, with religious zeal, the debt incurred towards their heavenly patroness. A little village lay secluded near the creek, and above it on a high rock was a chapel dedicated to Saint Mary of the Ascension, erected by a noble, who had vowed such offering on escaping, as the Prince of England had, from death on those perilous seas. Bareheaded, barefooted, bearing lights, following the Franciscan who led the way, the crew of the St. George proceeded towards the shrine. Next to the Blessed Virgin, Richard claimed their gratitude, and after due aves had been said at the altar, still in the sacred place they gathered round him, offering their property and their lives, imploring him to accept from them some pledge of their thankfulness. The heart of the outcast sovereign swelled within him. "I reign here, in their breasts I reign," was the thought that filled his bright eyes with a dew springing from the fullness of his soul. With a smile of triumph he looked towards Father Mailer, as if to appeal to his judgment, whether now he might not declare himself, and claim these men's allegiance. He was startled by the dark and even ferocious expression of Tranmere's countenance. His coarse brown Franciscan dress, belted in by a rope, the cowl thrown back, displaying the monkish tonsure, the naked feet, these were symbols of humility and Christian virtue, in strong contrast with the deep lines of his face and the glare of his savage eyes. He met the glance of his victim, and became confused, while the prince in wonder hastened to ask what strange thoughts occupied him, painting his visage with every sign of fierce passion. "I was thinking," said Tranmere, hesitating. "I was deliberating, since God has cast us back on the land, whether it were not wiser to continue our journey through France, bidding farewell to the perils of the ocean sea." "That will I not," cried the prince. "Father Mailer, I watched you during the storm, you acted no coward's part then, why do you now?" "When danger is near, I can meet it as a man of courage," said Tranmere. "When it is far, I can avoid it like a prudent one." "A good clerical distinction, fit for a monk," replied the duke. "But I, who am a cavalier, father, love rather to meet danger, than to avoid it like a woman or a priest." "Insulting boy," cried Mailer, "dare you taunt me with cowardice, that I was a soldier ere I was a monk, some of your race dearly rude." Before these words were fully uttered, Tranmere recollected himself. His voice died away so that his last expression was inaudible. The Duke only beheld his burst of passion and sudden suppression of it, and said gently, "Pardon me, father. It is my fault that you forgot the respect due to me. I forgot the reverence meet from youth to age, most meet from a sinful boy to a holy monk." "I thank your highness," said the friar, "for recalling to my memory a truth that had half escaped it. Henceforth be assured that I will not forget that you are the undoubted offspring of the Earl of March, of Edward of England." Fate thus urged this wicked and miserable man to his fiend-like purpose. Awakened again to deadly vengeance, he resolved to delay no longer, to trust no more to chance. He saw now all the difficulties of his former scheme of taking his enemy a prisoner to England, and this soothed his conscience as he recurred to more fatal designs. During the short delay that intervened before they again put out to sea, he watched an opportunity but found none. At length they weighed anchor, and with a favorable wind, bore down the coast of France. The time was come, he surely thought. For during this long voyage he could frame an opportunity. During some dark night, when the ship sailed cheerily before a fair breeze, he would engage the prince in engrossing talk concerning the conduct he should pursue when in England, taking advantage of his victim's incautiousness to allure him near the brink, and then push him overboard. His single strength was more than a match for his slight adversary, but to render his scheme doubly sure, he would have the 2 men in his pay near him, to assist, in the case of struggle, and vouch for his innocence if he were accused of foul play. It is the fortune of those hurried into crime by violent passion, that they can seldom find accomplices as wicked as themselves. Thus was it with Trangmer. The men whose assistance he relied upon, the enthusiasm of their fellow sailors for their noble passenger. After they had again set sail, the wind blowing gently from the south, bore them onwards with a favorable navigation, till, shifting a few points eastward, it began to freshen. It was then that the Franciscan, not wholly betraying his purpose, but hinting that their presence would be necessary, ordered his men to contrive that the rest of the crew should be below, and they near at hand, while he that night should be alone with Richard upon deck. One of the men replied by stoutly declaring that if any evil was threatened the prince, he would not be a party in it. "You possess King Henry's warrant," he said, "to make this Fitzroy a prisoner. I will not oppose his majesty's command. You have him safely, what would you more?" The other apparently yielded an assent to his employer's commands, and then found a speedy opportunity to warn Richard of his danger. A veil fell from the prince's eyes. "Surely I knew this before," he thought. "Ever since I was in St. Mary's Chapel, I must have known that this dastard monk was my enemy. I am indeed betrayed, alone, friendless, on board an English vessel, surrounded by an English crew. Now let the trial be made, whether simple honesty be not of more avail than cruelty and craft. But first let me fathom the full intention of this man, and learn whether he have a worse design than that of delivering me over defenseless to my adversary. It cannot be that he would really murder me." The breeze had rather sunk towards sunset, but it arose again with the stars. The vessel's prow struck against the light waves and danced gaily on through the sea. One man stood at the helm, another, one of the friar's hirelings, loitered near, the other kept out of the way. Still, beneath the thousand stars of cloudless night, the little bark hurried on, feeling the freshening of the wind. Her larboard beam was deep in the water, and close at the deck's leeward edge, Mailer and his intended victim paced. One thoughtless boy, high among the shrouds, whistled in answer to the winds. There was at once solitude and activity in the scene. "This is the hour," thought Richard. "Surely if man's sinful heart was ever touched with remorse, this man's may now. God's throne, visible in all its beauty above us, beneath, around, the awful roaring waters, from which we lately so miraculously escaped." He began to speak of England, of his mother, of the hopes held out to him by his companion. Eager in his desire of winning a traitor to the cause of truth, he half forgot himself, and then started to find that, ever as he walked, his companion got him nearer to the brink of the slant, slippery deck. Seized with horror at this manifestation of the worst designs, yet scarcely daring to credit his suspicions, he suddenly stopped, seizing a rope that swung near, and steadying himself by winding his arm round it, an act that escaped his enemy's observation. For, as he did it, he spoke. "Do you know, Father Mailer, that I suspect and fear you? I am an inexperienced youth, and if I am wrong, forgive me, but you have changed towards me of late from the kind friend you once were. Strange doubts have been whispered. Do you reply to them? Are you my friend, or are you a treacherous spy, the agent of the noble Yorkists, or Henry Tudor's hireling murderer?" As he spoke, the friar drew still nearer, and the prince recoiled farther from him. He got on the sheer edge of the deck. "Rash boy," cried Trangmer, "know that I am no hireling, sacred vengeance pricks me on. Son of the murderer, tell me where is sainted Henry, where Prince Edward, where all the noble martyrs of his cause, where my brave and lost sons, there, even where thou shalt be, quick, look back, thy grave yawns for thee." With the words he threw himself furiously on the prince. The stripling sprung back with all the force lent him by the rope he held, and pushed at the same time Trangmer violently from him, as he cried aloud on the sailors, "What ho, treason is among us!" A heavy splash of the falling mailer answered his call. The strong man was cast down in his very pride. The waters divided and sucked him in. In a moment the crew were on deck. Trangmer's hireling, scared, cried out, "He is King Henry's prisoner, seize him!" thus increasing the confusion. The friar, his garments floating, now appeared struggling among the waves. A rope was thrown to him, the vessel sped on meanwhile, and it fell far short. Richard, horror-struck, would have leapt in to save his enemy, but the time was gone. One loud shriek burst on the ear of night, and all was still. Trangmer, his misery, his vengeance, and his crimes, lay buried in the ocean's hoary caves. What explanation could follow this tremendous incident? The prince spoke of his life attacked. The men of the warrant their master had for his seizure. What was his crime none knew. "That will I declare freely," said the royal youth. "That unhappy man has sealed my truth by his death. In my childhood I was nurtured in a palace, and bore the title of the Duke of York. Edward the Fourth was my father, Edward the Fifth my brother." "Why, this is foulest treason," cried the trembling captain. "I, or fairest loyalty, speak, my friends. Which of you will lay hands on your liege, on Richard the Fourth of England?" The reckless and ignorant sailors, riotously and with one acclaim, swore to die for him, but their commander shuddered at the peril that beset him. While his men were hanging round their idolized prince, he retired with his mate to lament the ugly chance of Trangmer's death, and to express terror at the very name of York. If the captain was a coward friend of Tudor, the mate was a sturdy Lancastrian. He recommended his chief to seize the boy, and convey him a welcome gift to his sovereign. The clamors of the delighted crew showed that this was vain advice. He had said to them, with all the ingenuousness of youth, "My life is in your hands, and I know that it is safe." Yet when they spoke of seizing their unwilling commander, and of delivering the vessel in his hands, he said, "My good friends, I will not make lawless acts the stepping stones to my throne. It is grief enough for me that my young hands have unwittingly destroyed the life of one who, not as an armed knight, but in holy garb set himself against me. I myself will persuade your captain to do me all the service I require." This poor man was willing enough to hear what he called reason. At first he would fain have entreated Richard to suffer himself to be carried a prisoner to England, and when he found his discourse vain, he yielded timid obedience to York's wishes, in spite of the lowering brow of his mate. Thus, at least, his cargo would be saved, and his crew preserved from mutiny. Richard simply requested to be set on shore in Cork Harbour, suddenly relinquishing every thought of England, now that he saw the treachery that awaited him there, and recurring to the former plans of Lord Barry. In Ireland, in the county of the Desmonds, he should find friends, adherents, almost prepared for his arrival. And there also, if Barry forgot not his promise, this staunch partisan would speedily join him. The captain gladly assented to any project that did not force him to land this dangerous pretender on the English shores. For 1 week they ran before the wind, and Ireland, far and low, was discernible on the horizon, the dear land of promise to the weary exile, the betrayed but high-hearted prince. During this short navigation, it had required all his fortitude to banish from his mind the image of the friar, struggling in the waves, of a man precipitated in the very act of crime, unhouselled, unanointed, unannealed, into the life-quenching waters. Besides all other expectations, Richard longed to get on shore, that in a confessional he might lift this burthen of involuntary guilt from his soul. At length the iron-bound coast was right ahead. The ponderous rocky jaws of the creek were open, and they sailed up passage, past beautiful and woody islands, under forest-crowned hills, till they cast anchor before the picturesque and hill-set city of Cork, whose quay was crowded by multitudes, gazing on the newly arrived vessel. The Duke of York stood on the prow of his skiff, reflecting on the first step he ought to take. He knew little of Ireland, and that little had been gleaned from Lord Barry. He heard from him of its warlike chiefs, its uncivilized septs, and English settlers, scarce less wild, and quite as warlike as its aboriginal inhabitants. He called to mind the names most familiar to him. The Earl of Kildare, a better of Simnel, pardoned by Henry, and continued in his office of Lord Deputy. The Earl of Desmond, whom Lord Barry had particularly interested in his favour, who affected the state of an Irish chieftain, or rather king, and who, in his remote abode in Munster, disdained to attend the Dublin Parliament, or to make one of the lawful governors of the land. Other names he remembered of less note. Plunkett, the Lord Chief Justice, whom with infinite reluctance Henry had pardoned; Keating, Prior of Kilmainham, who had been Constable of Dublin Castle, and who, ejected from his office after the Battle of Stoke, had saved himself by flight, and was now concealed in an abbey near Buttevant. Much, however, of what he had heard escaped his memory, and he stood on the threshold of this unknown land, vainly seeking in his recollection for the dim and shadowy forms which were to guide him in the new and unexplored world before him. Another reflection also presented itself. Lord Barry had quitted Ireland the year before, and communication there had been none since then. Was Kildare still deputy? Did incursions of the natives, or turbulence among themselves, occupy the Lords of the Pale? Should he find a band of nobles and their followers ready to assist him, or the motley population of a barbarous wild, whose sole ideas were internal struggles for power, whose watchwords for enterprise were names and things in which he had no portion? In a hurried manner, York resolved on his plan of action. He had, on their approach to land, arrayed himself in gay and rich apparel. The Spain from which he came was parent of this act. Their embroidery, housings inlaid with gold, and arms encrusted with jewels, formed the pride of the high-born cavaliers. He stood prepared to land. He thanked the captain for his enforced courtesy. He held out his hand to the crew, who gathered round him with their prayers and blessings. "My own," was his first thought as he set his foot on shore. "Hail, realm of my fathers! Hear the vow of the fugitive who claims your sway. Justice, mercy, and paternal love are the gifts with which I will repay your obedience to my call, your submission to my rule. Heave the anchor, and away." Thus spoke the captain of the craft he had left. "For England, to warn our king of this Springle's insolent presumption," said the mate. "To any quarter of the wide world save England," replied the timid captain. "Would you have me run my neck into the noose for not having clapped under hatches this mercurial spark? Master mate, learn from an old sailor that the best you can do with kings and grandees is to have naught to do with them." Chapter 15. The landing at Cork. Then Peridal, in whom a kindly pride of gracious speech, and skill his words to frame, abounded, being glad of so fit tide, him to commend to them, thus spake, of all well-eyed Spencer. Cork was an asylum for civilization in the centre of a savage district. The cautious burghers, made wealthy by trade, and ever in fear of incursions from the surrounding septs, kept the strictest guard upon their city, as if they had a continual siege laid to it. They forbade all intercourse or intermarriage between those within and without the walls, till every citizen became linked together by some sort of kindred. It is true that the country around was peopled to a great degree by English lords, but they were the degenerate English, as they were styled, who imitated the state and independence of the native chiefs. Such was the Earl of Desmond, of the family of the Geraldines, who ruled as a king over Munster, and with whom the Barrys, the de Courcys, the Barretts, and the Maccarthys, Maxwinies, and other native chiefs were connected by marriage, or struggling with him for chiefery in the mutable chance of war. There was no appearance of timidity in the frank and assured aspect of the unfriended adventurer, as, without entering the city, but merely passing through its suburbs, he proceeded to the cathedral church. It was 12 o'clock on the 24th of June, the feast of St. John the Baptist, and High Mass was celebrating. The Duke of York entered the church. His soul was filled with pious gratitude for his escape from the dangers of the sea, and the craft of his enemies, and as he knelt, he made a vow to his sainted patroness, the Virgin, to erect a church on the height which first met his eyes as he approached shore, and to endow a foundation of Franciscans. Partly, because of all monkish orders they chiefly venerate her name, partly to atone for his involuntary crime in the death of Mayor Trangmer, who wore that habit. The appearance of this young, silken-suited, and handsome cavalier drew the eyes of Aaron's blue-eyed daughters. The men whispered together that he must be some Spanish grandee or English noble, but wherefore, unannounced and unattended, he came and knelt in their church before the shrine of St. Finbar, was matter of vague conjecture. The congregation passed out, then, impelled by curiosity, formed a wide semicircle round the gates of the cathedral, watching the motions of the graceful stranger. Master John Lavalin, the mayor, John O'Water, the wealthiest citizen and former mayor of the town, and other rich burghers, stood close to the round tower within the walls of the garth, in expectation of being addressed by their distinguished visitor. The Duke of York cast a quick glance around, and then, as the mayor advanced, the youth stepped forward to meet him. The citizen, as one habituated to exercise hospitality, bade the knight welcome, beseeching him to honor his abode with his presence and to command his services. The duke frankly accepted the invitation and descended with the mayor into the main street, where that officer resided, and here again Richard was made welcome to the city of Cork. It was a gala day at the mayor's, and now, at the dinner hour, 12 o'clock, the long tables groaned under the weight of viands, and round the hospitable board were seated the principal families of the town. No questions were asked the visitor. His golden spurs bespoke his honorable rank. He was placed at the right hand of Llywelyn, and, while the clatter of knives and trenchers went on, he was only remarked by the younger guests, who gazed, even to the injury of their appetites, on his burnished ringlets, his fair open brow, his bright blue eyes, and smile of courteous affability. But time went on. The dishes were carried away, the goblets placed, when the mayor, rising, drank welcome to the stranger, and asked, if no reason forbade him to reply, his name and mission. Already Richard had become acquainted with most of the countenances of his entertainers, that is, of those nearest him, for far through the long hall, almost out of sight, the table extended, crowded by city retainers, and a few of the mere Irishry, whose long hair and loose saffron-colored mantles contrasted with the doublet, hose, and trimmed locks of the townsmen. Those near him bore the latter character, though their vivacious glances and quick gestures were more akin to the inhabitants of the South, among whom he had been accustomed to live, than to the steady, dull demeanor of English traders. When Llywelyn drank to the stranger, every eye turned to the object of the toast. Richard arose. His plumed cap was doffed. His shining hair, parted on his brow, clustered round his throat. His sunny countenance was full of confidence and courage. "Sir Mayor," he said, "my most kind entertainer, and you, my friends, men of Cork, may the grateful thanks of the homeless adventurer be as kindly received by you as they are gladly paid by him. Who am I, you ask? Wherefore do I come? My name is the best in the land. My coming is to claim your aid to elevate it to its rightful place of pride and honor. Were I craven-hearted, or you less generous, I might dread to declare myself, but fear never entered the heart of a Plantagenet, and when, unreservedly, I place my life in your hands, will you betray the trust?" A murmur quickly hushed, the sound of suppressed emotion, as the winds of thought passed over the minds of those around. For an instant interrupted the speaker. "Neither is my name nor lineage unknown to you," he continued. "You honor both and have obeyed them. Will you refuse to submit to me, their descendant and representative? Did you not vow fealty to Richard, Duke of York, who, driven from his own England by false Lancaster, found refuge and succor here? Was not Clarence your ruler, and Edward of England monarch of your isle? In the name of these, in the name of the White Rose and Mortimer and Plantagenet, I, the son of Edward IV, the victim of my uncle Gloucester's treachery and low-born tutor's usurpation, I named in my childhood Duke of York and Lord of Ireland, now, if rightly styled, Richard IV of England, demand my lieges of Cork to acknowledge my rights, to rise in my cause. I, a prince and an outcast, place myself in their hands, through them to be a fugitive forever or a king." Had Richard planted this scene, with deep insight into the dispositions of those with whom he had to deal, he could not have projected a better arrangement. They had learned of his existence from Lord Barry, and were prepossessed in his favor. Their fiery hearts were lighted at the word. His name, with 1,000 blessings attached to it, rang through the hall. By means of the servants and followers at the lower end of the table, it reached the outer apartments and avenues of the mansion house, while, with a kind of exalted rapture, the mayor and his guests hung over their newfound prince. The citizens began to gather without and to call aloud for the White Rose of England. The day was finished in festal tumult. The mayor led forth his princely visitor. He was hailed Lord of Ireland with one acclaim. Some elders, who had known his grandfather or had been followers of the Duke of Clarence, and others who, visiting England, had seen Edward IV, were struck by the likeness he bore to his progenitors, and enthusiastically touched for his truth. To see and hear the mad exultation of the moment, an uninterested spectator must have thought that a messenger from heaven had arrived, to bestow liberty on the groaning slaves of some blood-nurtured tyrant. The Duke was installed in the castle with princely state. A town guard appointed him, and the night was far advanced before he was permitted to repose, and wondering to collect his thoughts, and feel himself an acknowledged sovereign in the first town of his alienated dominions in which he had set foot. The morrow brought no diminution to the zeal of his partisans. The first measure of the day was his attending high mass, surrounded by the mayor and citizens. When the holy ceremony was finished, he took oath on the Gospels that he was the man he had declared himself. The eager people clamored for him to assume the name of king, but that he said he would win with his good sword, nor, till he possessed its appanage, assume a barren title. He was the Duke of York, until at Westminster he received his paternal crown. From the church the mayor and citizens attended his council at the castle, and here Richard more fully explained to them the projects of Lord Barry, his hopes from the Earl of Desmond, and his wish to attach to his cause the Earl of Kildare, Lord Deputy of Ireland. He learned the changes that had taken place but a month or two before. Some suspicion having entered Henry's mind, the Earl of Kildare had been dismissed from his high office, and Walter, Archbishop of Dublin, substituted in his room. The Baron of Portlester, who had been treasurer for 40 years, was obliged to resign in favor of a butler, hereditary and bitter enemies of the Geraldines, while the exaltation of Plunkett, from the office of Chief Justice to that of Chancellor, only proved that he was entirely gained over to the Lancastrians. The acts of this new government tended to mortify the late deputy, who bore ill his own degradation and the triumph of his enemies. On various occasions brawls had ensued, and when Sir James of Ormond wished to place a creature of his own in a castle over which Kildare claimed seigneury, the latter defended it by arms. This turbulent state of things promised fair for the adventurer, and his first deed was to dispatch letters to the Earls of Kildare and Desmond, soliciting their assistance, setting forth the ready zeal of the city of Cork, and the promises and attachment of Lord Barry, whom he daily expected to see arrive. In all that the English prince did, nothing spoke louder for him to his Irish friends than his fearless confidence, and artless, yet not undignified reliance on their counsels. He had gained a warm friend in the former mayor, Water, a man reverenced throughout Munster. In his youth he had served in the army, and his spirit was hardly yet tamed to the pacific habits of a burgher. He was 60 years of age, but he bore his years lightly, and remembered but as the occurrence of yesterday the time when the Duke of York, grandfather of young Richard, was Lord of Ireland. He had attached himself particularly to his person, and followed him to England, returning to his own country after his patron's death. He saw in the descendant of his chief, his rightful lord, to refuse obedience to whom was a sin against the laws of God and man. He fervently swore never to desert him, and dispatched emissaries on all sides to spread the tidings of his arrival, and excite the partisans of the White Rose to his active assistance. When the letters were written, council held, and a course of conduct determined on, still the caravel of Defarrow did not appear, and Richard grew weary of his state of indolence. A week passed, and during the second, at the conclusion of which, the answers from the noble chieftains were expected, the Duke of York announced to Water his intention of visiting Buttevant, the seat of Lord Barry, where, in the Abbey of Ballybeg, he hoped to find the abbot of Kilmainham, man who, in exile and poverty, exercised great influence over the Irish Yorkists. He had been insolent and cruel towards his enemies when in power, but he was endowed with popular qualities for his followers, while among his friends, he was valued for his boldness, sagacity, and undaunted courage. His career had been turbulent. He had supported himself against his sovereign by acts of lawless violence, till, obliged at last to yield, he found himself, in his old age, a poor brother in a distant monastery, obliged, for safety's sake, to veil his lofty pretensions in the obscurest guise. Lord Barry had offered him an asylum in the Abbey of Ballybeg, venerating, with the blind admiration of a soldier, the learning and craft of the priest, conjoined, as it here was, to dauntless courage. Water, on the contrary, disliked the subtle prior, and endeavored to dissuade the prince from the journey. But he spurned the city laziness, and in spite of his friends' entreaties, and their fears for his safety among the followers of Desmond, Barry, and Macarthy, departed on his intended visit, attended only by Hubert Berg, the foster brother of Lord Barry. The way from Cork to Buttevant was not far, but more desolate than Grenada during the Moorish War. Summer and the sun adorned that smiling land, casting a verdurous mantle over her deep wounds, painting the rude visage of war with brilliant hues. The forests, dark hills, and uncultivated wilds of Munster showed nakedly the deep traces of the sovereign ill. But lately, this neighbourhood had been the seat of war between the Earl of Desmond and the chief of the Macarthys. The latter had fallen in battle, but his brother Antanist had succeeded to him, and was already gathering together his sept for a more desperate struggle. Never in Spain had Richard seen such wild, strange figures, as crossed his path during this short journey. Whether it were the native kern, wrapped in his mantle, disguised by his glib or long shaggy hair, or the adherents of Desmond, who affected the state of an Irish chieftain, whose leather-quilted jackets, long saffron-colored shirts, cloaks, and shaggy moustachios, riding without stirrups, bearing spears, formed objects not less uncouth and savage. The very women bore a similar appearance of incivilization. And as a comment on such text, Berg told, as they rode, the history of the late wars of Desmond with O'Carroll, Prince of Ely, and with Macarthy, and a still more dread tale, the incursion of Murrogh and Rannog and O'Brien, who, rising first in Clare, spread through the country, overrunning Munster, and bold from success, advanced into eastern Leinster. All these accounts of battle were interwoven with tales of feuds, handed down from father to son, of the natural hatred of the native chiefs to the lords of English origin, interspersed with such strange wild tales, where the avowedly supernatural was intermingled with deeds of superhuman prowess and barbarity, that the English-born prince, nursling of romantic Spain, felt as if he were transplanted into a new planet, and stopped the speaker at each moment, to obtain some clearer explanation, or to have interpreted words he had never before heard, the names of customs and things found only in this land. Thus entertained, the way to Buttevant, or as the Irish called it, Kilnemalog, which was about 20 miles, seemed short. One thing was evident in all these details, that it was easy to rouse the English lords in Ireland to any act of turbulence and revolt, but that it would be difficult nevertheless for their ill-armed followers and undisciplined bands to compete with the soldiery of England. Chapter 16. New Friends. Sisters, I from Ireland came. Coleridge. The Duke, immediately on his arrival at the castle of Buttevant, dispatched Hubert Berg to the Prior of Kilmainham, with a message from himself and a token from Lord Barry, announcing his intention of visiting him at the abbey the next day. But Keating feared thus to draw the eyes of some enemy upon him, and appointed a meeting in a secluded dell, near the bank of the Mullog, or Abeg, the river which Spenser loves to praise. Early in the morning Richard repaired alone to this rural presence-chamber, and found Keating already there. Hearing of the priest's haughty pride, Richard, with a sensation of disgust, had figured a man something like the wretched Trangmer, strong of limb, and with a ferocious expression of countenance. Keating appeared in his monk's humble guise. His light eyes were still lively, though his hair and beard were snowy white. His brow was deeply delved by 1,000 lines, his person short, slender, bent, his step infirm, his voice was silver-toned, he was pale, and his aspect in its lower part sweetly serene. Richard looked with wonder on this white, withered leaf, a comparison suggested by his frail tenuity, and again he almost quailed before the eager scrutiny of the prior's eye. A merchant at a Moorish mart, he had seen thus scan a slave he was about to purchase. At length, with a look of great satisfaction, the monk said, "This fits exactly. Our friends will not hesitate to serve so goodly a gentleman. The daughter of York might in sooth mistake thee for a near kinsman. Thou comest from Portugal, yet that could not have been thy native place." Richard started. This was the first time he had heard an expression of doubt of his veracity. How could he reply? His word alone must support his honor, his sword must remain sheathed, for his injurer was a priest. Keating caught his haughty glance and perceived his mistake. It was with an effort that he altered his manner, for he exchanged with pain a puppet subject to his will, for a man, prince or pretender, who had objects and a state of his own to maintain. "Pardon the obscure vision of an old man," he said. "My eyes were indeed dim not to see the true marks of a Plantagenet in your appearance. I was but a boy when your princely grandsire fell, nor has it been my fortune to visit England or to see your royal father. But the Duke of Clarence honored me with his friendship, and your cousin de la Poole acknowledged my zeal in furthering his projects. I am now neither prior nor commander, but poor monk as I am become, I beseech your highness to command my services." This swift change of language but ill satisfied the pride of Richard, and in reply, he briefly recounted such facts as established his right to the name he claimed. The noble artlessness of his tone conquered the priest's lurking suspicions. In a more earnest manner he besought the Duke's pardon, and a cordial intercourse was established between them. The place where they met was secluded and wild. A bower of trees hid it from the view of the river, and an abrupt rock sheltered it behind. It was apparently accessible by the river only, and it was by its bank that the Duke and Prior had arrived. Nothing could equal the picturesque solitude around them. The waving of the leafy boughs, the scream of the waterfowl, or the splashing they made as they sprung from among the sedge and darted across the stream, alone interrupted the voiceless calm. Yet at every moment in his speech, Keating stopped, as if listening, and cast his keen eyes, which he libelled much in calling dim, up the steep crag, as if among its herbage and shrubs some dreaded spy or expected messenger might appear. Then again he apologized to the Duke for having selected this wild spot for their interview. A price, he observed, had been set upon his head, and his only safety lay in perpetual watchfulness and never-sleeping caution. My zeal in your Highness's cause, he added, with a courtier smile, cannot be deemed a strange frenzy, since your success will not only assure my restoration to the dignity of which I have been unjustly deprived, but prevent an old man from perpetually dreaming of the sword of the slayer or the more frightful executioner's axe. Again the prior fixed his eyes on a fissure in the rock, adding, I had appointed to meet one in this place before your message was communicated to me, and in good time, for methinks, the object of your visit may be furthered by the intelligence I hope soon to receive. Your Highness must have heard at Cork of the war carried on by the great Earl of Desmond and a native sept of this region. Macarthy, their chief, fell during the struggle, but his successor Antanist mustered his broken forces to avenge him. The Earl is impatient of this resistance, for his presence is necessary in Thomond to drive the O'Carrolls from that district. At his invitation, he and Macarthy meet this day to parley but a few miles hence. I was to have made one among them, but a boding raven told me that danger was abroad. The tidings of the near presence of the Earl of Desmond were unexpected and most welcome to the Duke. He immediately resolved not to lose the golden hour. He eagerly asked where the meeting was to be, and how speedily he might reach the spot. As he was thus earnestly expressing his desire, a slight rustling caught the prior's ear. He looked up. A human form hovered as in midair, scarcely, as it were, alighting on the precipitous rock. Quickly, but cautiously, it threaded its steep and tortuous path. A large mantle was wrapped round the mountaineer. A large white kerchief enveloped the head in the manner of a turban, yet the prince caught the outline of a female figure, which soon descended to the little plain on which they stood and advanced towards them. She was evidently very young but weather-worn even in youth. Her wild, picturesque dress concealed the proportions of her form. Her large white sleeves hid her arm, but the emaciated appearance of her face and hands, and bare feet, struck Richard with pity. She seemed astonished at seeing him, and spoke to his companion in the language of the country, which he did not understand. The prior's face darkened as she spoke. There dwelt on it a mixture of disappointment and ferocity, of which it could hardly have been deemed capable by one who had hitherto seen it only bland and smiling. Swiftly, however, he dismissed these indications of passion, and addressed the prince calmly. I cannot go, he said. My time is still to be deferred, though it shall not be forever lost. How does your courage hold? If you are not afraid of going alone with a guide whose very dialect is a mystery to you, through a country torn by opposing factions, if you do not fear presenting yourself friendless to a haughty noble, who deems himself sovereign in this domain, I will contrive that, ere 4 hours elapse, you shall find yourself in Desmond's presence. Fear, the prince repeated. His eyes glanced with some contempt on the priest's cowl, which alone could suggest pardon for such a thought. Yet he checked himself from any angry disclaiming of the accusation as he said, Whatever in my presumption I may hope, sage forethought tells me that I walk a road strewn with 1,000 dangers, leading it may be to an early death. Not for that will I deviate 1 furlong from my path. Sir Prior, where is the guide you promise? Keating, after a few minutes' reflection, instead of replying, conversed again with the girl, and then addressed the Duke. This hapless child is a victim of the wars. She was born far hence, and is the last surviving of my foster sister's once blooming family. Her mother saved my life. This child, barefoot as she is, guided me hither. Is not a Keating fallen, when he cannot give succor to an offspring of his fosterer's house? And she, poor girl, she has walked far for me today, but she will not slacken in her toil when I bid her proceed. She shall be your guide, and your grace may rely upon her. The dog you fed from its birth were less faithful. Now, at the hour of noon, Desmond meets Macarthy of Muskerry on Ballyowra. But for the bogs and streams that cross your path, it is not far. At the worst, you can reach Mallow, where the Earl will lie tonight. It is best not to delay, for if there is peace in Munster, very speedily Desmond will be on his way to Thomond. This was a fresh spur to Richard. He accepted the proffered guide, who listened attentively to Keating's instructions given in her native tongue. He followed the girl but a short distance ere he looked back. The prior was gone, the solitude of the wild crags and shrubs alone met his eye. Meanwhile his companion stepped forward, motioning him to follow. They plunged into the brake. The sun rose high. The birds winged their glad flight among the trees. Now toiling up a steep, now wading a stream, now entangled in a thicket, now stepping lightly over boggy earth, now meditating on Andalusia, and now wondering at his present position, Richard followed his swift and silent guide through the wild country between Buttevant and Mallow. Already the meeting between the Earl of Desmond and Macarthy, the chief of Muskerry, was at an end. They parted with fair words and exasperated thoughts. The native lord could ill brook the settler's haughty assumptions, nor Geraldine endure the obstinate pride of the conquered native. Still, their relative positions enforced a peace. They had separated, and after a hasty repast, spread on the heathy side of Balliara, the Earl proceeded towards Mallow. He was surrounded by warriors, who all claimed the Geraldine name, and who variously distinguished themselves as the White Knight, the Knight of Kerry, and the Knight of the Glen. There was Lord Firm, his father-in-law, and others of the Roches. Nor did all the native chiefs absent themselves. One sister of the Earl had married Macarthy Reig. Another, an O'Brien, whose daughter had intermarried with an O'Carroll. All this in defiance of the English law, which forbade such alliances, through which the father of the present Earl was beheaded in the year 1467. Their antique costume, tight trews, saffron tunics, and flowing robes distinguished them from the Saxons. Yet these had not followed the fashions of the times, but dressed in the garb used by the courtiers of Edward III. Maurice, 10th Earl of Desmond, was brave even to a proverb. He loved war, and deemed himself rather King of Desmond than a chief of English descent. To extend and secure his possessions, rendering them at once independent of his sovereign and of the native chieftains, was the aim of his life. He now meditated the invasion of Thomond, but Macarthy's angry demeanour showed that he must not be left unchecked in his rear. "Where is my cousin Barry, where the Lord of Buttevant, the chief of the Barrymores?" Flying before a slip of parchment indicted in far London, as if my sword held not better sway in these regions than a parliament attainder. "Were he here, the O'Carrolls should hear the thunder of my arms ere this moon waned." Muskerry could make no gathering in the vales, while Barry sat on his perch at Buttevant. The Earl had time to waste in thought, as he was borne along, at the age of 15, pushing rashly forward in an assault. He received a wound in his leg, which lamed him for life, so that he was carried about in a litter, and went by the name of Claudius. Yet he was not deemed the less an experienced and gallant warrior. With the virtues of a chieftain he possessed the defects. Munster was his world. His universe was peopled by the Geraldines, the Macarthys, the Barrys, Dongans, Barretts, Roches, O'Briens, O'Carrolls, and the rest. He disdained his noble brethren of the Pale. He considered it a mark of distinction to be exempted by a law from attendance of Parliament and the government of the land. He saw in the King of England, not his monarch, but the partisan of Ormond, and therefore an enemy. This, and an ancient alliance, linked him to the cause of the English outcast prince, who solicited his aid. He had replied favourably to his request, but his interests and the conquest of a kingdom must be delayed, while he subdued the half-naked septs who insulted his power. While thus busied, reflecting upon the events of the day, the Earl sat silent and thoughtful. Suddenly, at a turn in the road, he called on his followers to stop. His eye lighted up. He saw 2 horsemen swiftly approaching. Lord Barry was the foremost rider. Forgetting his lameness in his joy, the noble warrior almost threw himself from the litter as he cried, "Jesu speed you, my loving cousin. Spur on, spur on. Remember your badge, Boutes and Avant. No enemy ever turned his back on your sword to avoid, so eagerly as my arms will open to receive you. Were you bound for Mallow?" "No, my noble cause," replied Lord Barry. "I am for Kilnemalog. An eaglet I have nursed has winged its way thither, and I fear may suffer injury in my absence, for he is young, and his pinions all untried." "Leave him to his fate, my lord," said the Earl. "If he be a faithful bird he will find his way back to his fosterer. Meanwhile the King of Eagles, thy cousin Desmond himself, has need of thee. One word, dear Maurice, will explain the greater duty that I owe my princely fowl. The white hose of England, missing him, loses all. You, I, each and every one of us, are his servants and must become his soldiers." "Cousin," replied Desmond, "one son of York made my father, whose soul God assoils thee. Lord Deputy, another chopped off his head, so much for the White Rose. Still I allow this new Lancastrian king is a bitterer enemy. He is a friend of the Butlers, whom the fiend confound. We will first subdue the O'Carrolls, humble the Macarthys, take Coulong from Clan Cardi Rig and root out the Desais. And then, when we are kings of Munster, in good hour let us march with your Duke of York, and set our foot on the necks of the butlers in Dublin." The Earl spoke with rapidity and energy. All Munster spread before Lord Barry's mind. City, town, stronghold, held by ancestral enemies. And it was wonderful what a change was wrought in his mind by his cousin's eloquence, and the names of all these sons of Erin, with each of whom he had a mortal quarrel. He agreed, therefore, to go with the Earl to Mallow that evening, postponing his visit to Buttevant till the following day. Such were the wise counsels that stayed the mighty power Barry had promised York should rise at his name to vanquish England. It was better thus. So the royal boy thought himself, when, welcomed by Desmond at Mallow, he looked round on Kern and Gallowglass, hearing a language that was not English, viewing their strange attire and savage countenances. "It is not thus, my England, that I will seize on you. Your own nobles shall place the crown on my head, your people wield the sword that will injure only our common enemy. Shall I make a Granada of my native land, and shed Christian blood, better spilt in the cause of God against infidel dogs?" When the Earl of Desmond found that the prince, whom he regretted to receive with such cold hopes, was well content, nothing doubting that the goodwill of the English would prove a better ally than the spears of the Irish, he conceived a sudden affection for him. It was no wonder, for the ingenuousness of untarnished youth is ineffably winning, and here it was added to a quick wit, a grace and gallantry, that shone as a vision of light in this wild region. A few days brought still greater satisfaction to all parties. An embassy had arrived in Cork from the King of France to the Duke of York to invite him to Paris. Desmond would not relinquish his guest. He carried him to his noble seat at Ardfinnan, and thither repaired in due time the messengers from Charles VIII. The chief of these was our old friend Frion, besides a Frenchman called Lucas, and 2 Englishmen, Stephen Poitron and John Tyler. The Duke was not well pleased with the selection of Frion, but while this man by his singular arts of insinuation made good his cause, Barry showed how in 2 points his cause was benefited by him. First, that having been secretary to Henry, he knew many secrets, and was acquainted with many circumstances that might be turned to use. And secondly, that his very attempt to entrap the prince was a proof that he was fully aware of who he was, that he would prove a useful link between Perkin Warbeck, Richard Fitzroy, and the Duke of York, that he need be no more trusted than was deemed expedient, but that meanwhile it were good to entertain him with fair words. Richard yielded, and Frion made good use of this standing room by which he meant to move the world. Master of the arts of flattery, cunning, and wise, he so ingratiated himself with the Duke, and afterwards with his other friends, that by degrees he was admitted to their confidence, and at last succeeded in his chief wish of becoming follower, secretary, counsellor. He called himself friend of the English prince. Urged by the Earl of Desmond and Lord Barry, and sufficiently inclined in his own mind, the Duke accepted the French king's invitation and prepared to cross to France. On the very eve of his departure, he was surprised by a visit from John O'Water of Cork. This warm-hearted old man had conceived a paternal love for the royal youth. He came to recommend his return to Cork, his taking up a kind of regal residence there, the not deserting a nook of his kingdom which acknowledged him. He came too late. Already the prince was on board the vessel in Youghal harbour which was to convey him away. "One day you will return to us, my lord," said O'Water. "A future day will afford us opportunity to prove our zeal. I am old, I had given up public life, but I will take to the oar again. John O'Water will once more be mayor of Cork, and his right beloved sovereign shall command him in his service." The good man departed. With blessings, thanks, and glad prognostics, Desmond and Barry also took leave of him. The wind was fair, the sea smooth. Before morning they lost sight of the hospitable shores of Ireland, and turned their thoughts from its quarrels, its chieftains, its warm hearts, and kind reception, to the civilized land of France, and the more influential protection promised by its king to the royal adventurer. Chapter 17. The French Court. Long die thy happy days before thy death, and after many lengthened hours of grief, die neither mother, wife, nor England's queen. Shakespeare. The voyage of the Duke of York was easy and auspicious. He repaired to Paris, and all the exiled Yorkists, to the number of 100 gentlemen, instantly gathered round him, offering him their services and forming his court. Charles assigned him magnificent apartments in the Tuileries, and appointed a guard of honor, under the command of the Lord of Concresalt, who, as was the case with everyone who approached him, soon became warmly attached to the princely youth. Having just concluded a peace with Brittany by marrying its young duchess, the King of France found himself in so prosperous a state at home that he began to look abroad for wars, and resolved to invade Naples, to whose crown he had a claim. Meanwhile, the utmost splendor and gaiety reigned in Paris. Balls, tournaments, and hunting parties succeeded one to the other, now to celebrate a marriage, now to grace the entrance of some noble gentleman into the order of knighthood. Charles was an amiable prince, his queen a beautiful and spirited lady, the Duke of Orleans an accomplished and adventurous cavalier. They all vied in acts of courtesy and kindness towards their royal visitor. There was an innocence in Richard's vivacity, an ingenuousness in his reliance on their protection, that particularly captivated the chivalrous Orleans and the fair Queen Anne. How changed the scene from the wilds of Ireland and the semi-barbarous halls of the Desmond! The courtly and soft grace of the French, different from the dignity of the Spaniard, was irresistible to the inexperienced youth. It seemed to him that his standard was set up here forever. No change could sully the fair favor of these illustrious friends. All young as he was, to be treated as rightful King of England by this potent government satisfied for the moment his ambition. He and his English friends welcome everywhere, all honored, himself beloved, were the ascendant star in Paris. O Maurice of Desmond, O Barry and good, honest, hearted O'Water, though still he acknowledged your kindness, how did your uncivilized hospitalities fade before the golden splendor of King Charles's court? York might by the sober be blamed for yielding to the current, for setting his swelling canvas with the favoring wind exulting. It was a boy's blindness, the unsuspiciousness of inexperience. The fault lay in the falsehood, and that was not his. On the 6th of October, Henry VII landed at Calais. On the 19th he sat down before Boulogne, with 1,600 men-at-arms and 25,000 infantry. Charles could not much fear the tardy operations of his foe, but the name of an English invasion, so associated with defeat and disaster, was portentous to the French. Besides, Charles was eager to prepare for his Italian wars. Thus disposed, peace was easily brought about. One only obstacle presented itself. Henry insisted that the newly arrived Duke of York should be delivered up to him. Charles rejected the proposition with disdain. The negotiations were suspended, and the French king grew uneasy. It was no pleasant thing to have 30 or 40,000 of those English in the kingdom, who had disputed it inch by inch, at the expense of so much misery and slaughter with his grandfather. Their king was averse to war, but the body of the army, the nobles and leaders, ardently desired it. Some intrigue, some accident, might light up a train to be quenched only by seas of blood, and all this for a prince in whom, except that he was gallant and unfortunate, Charles took no concern. Richard, basking in the noonday of regal favor, of a sudden felt a cloud spread athwart his sunshine, and a chill take place of the glowing warmth. The complaints of his followers, principally of Lady Brampton, opened his eyes, for the king and princes, on the eve of betraying him, were in manner kinder than ever. First, Queen Anne asked this lady if it were not the Duke's intention to repair to Flanders, to claim the support of the Lady Margaret. It seemed as if nothing was to be spoken of but Brussels, the Low Countries, Maximilian of Austria, and above all, the virtues and sagacity of the illustrious widow of Charles the Rash. In youth we are slow to understand the covert language of duplicity. Frion was next put in requisition. He arrived in Paris after 10 days' absence, with an invitation to her so-named nephew from the Duchess of Burgundy. And when, from the disinclination of the French to an act of glaring inhospitality, and of the English so to pain the confiding spirit of their prince, he was still kept darkling. Suddenly one night his friend, the Sire de Concresalt, visited him. He brought many sugared words from his sovereigns, but the end was that their ever-dear friend and most honored guest, the Duke of York, would render them special pleasure, if for some short time he would visit Brussels. The fiery spirit of youth blazed forth at a dismission, still more when Concresalt added that horses were already prepared and everything arranged for his immediate departure. To qualify this insult, Concresalt could best bring his own warm, affectionate feelings. He loved the English prince, and by the frankness of his explanations soothed him, while he made the wound deeper by showing whence it was directed, and that Henry Tudor's was the master-hand. This name calmed York by elevating his thoughts above the actual evil. "It is well, my lord. I shall obey," he said. "I had forgotten myself, and your monarch's kindness was an opiate to my unripened purpose. I might have lived his happy truest, reigning over the English hearts around me, forgetful like Dan Ulis of old in the Lotus Land, of my native isle, and rightful kingdom, I thank my enemy he has not permitted this. His insults rouse me, his injuries place the sword in my hand, on him fall the harm. The French sovereigns did all they could to salve this ill-favored wound. The Duke of Orleans visited York at the moment of his departure. His English partisans were loaded with presents. He quitted France, and on the day following, the treaty of peace with England was signed. Pride, indignation, and heroic resolve sustained the Duke under this insult, but violent, angry emotion was foreign to his disposition, and only kept alive in his bosom at the expense of much suffering. How gladly he took refuge from these painful sensations in the gratitude and affection inspired by his noble aunt. Margaret had never seen him. The Earl of Lincoln, Lady Brampton, Lovell, Plantagenet, and others were vouchers for his truth. Still his first unsupported appearance in Ireland, and his long absence in Spain engendered doubts, not in her mind, but in Maximilian and other nobles and councillors around her. She replied to their arguments, but they remained unconvinced. At once, therefore, to justify her acknowledgment of him in their eyes, and to force them to the same credence as herself, she caused his first audience to be a solemn one, nor gave him a kinswoman's reception until he had proved his right to it. He who has heard some one falsely traduced and vilely calumniated, and if not quite believing the detraction, yet impelled by it to some distaste of its object, and when that object appeared, radiant in innocence, attended by the dignity of truth and conscious worth, at once has yielded to the evidence of sense, will have some understanding of what passed in the mind of Margaret of Burgundy. None could resist the frank, blue, unclouded eye of the prince, that voice and manner, replete with simplicity and native honor. He replied to the Duchess's questions briefly or otherwise, as appeared most pertinent, but in a way that vanquished the most skeptical person present. The warm-hearted Duchess had hardly contained herself from the moment she beheld this youthful image of her dead brother. As the tones of a remembered melody awaken from sweet and bitter association unbidden tears, so did his voice, his gestures, the very waving of his glossy curls, strike the mute chords of many a forgotten memory. As soon as she saw belief and satisfaction in the countenances of those around her, she no longer restrained herself. With tears she embraced him, with a broken voice she presented her nephew to all around. Now to heap favors on him was her dear delight. She loved not the name of the Duke of York, because, his pretensions admitted, he was something more, but he objected firmly to the empty title of king, and reiterated his determination to assume that only at Westminster. So she invented other names. The Prince of England and the White Rose of England were those he went by. She appointed him a guard of 30 halberdiers in addition to that formed by his English followers. Nor did she rest here. It was her ardent wish to place him on the throne of his father. The glad welcome she gave to the Yorkists, as from far exile in distant lands, or obscure hiding in England, they repaired to her nephew's court. Her discourse of succor, armies, plots quickly raised a spirit that spread to the near island, and the rumor of this new white rose became a watchword of hope for York, of fear for Lancaster. The riches and magnificence of the now extinguished House of Burgundy almost equaled that of Paris. Their cavaliers were as noble and as gallant, their tournaments and feasts as gay and pompous. The prince felt his situation much changed for the better. His aunt's warm affection was more worth than Charles's politic and courteous protection. There he was an honored visitor, here one of the family, his interests apparently bound up with theirs. His long-tried friends exulted in his position. Plantagenet and Lady Brampton congratulated each other. The English exiles, Sir George Neville and Sir John Taylor, the one proud and discontented, the other extravagant and poor, blessed the day which gave them dignity and station, as chief attendants and counsellors of the noble York. One friend he missed, his childhood's companion, his gentle nurse, his beloved Monina. She had accompanied Lady Brampton to Paris, when intelligence came of Trangmer's treachery, of the falsehood of his pretensions, and at the same time, letters were covertly conveyed to Lady Brampton from the Dowager Queen, in which mention was made of this man as a trustworthy agent. The Yorkists desired much to fathom this mystery, and to have some explicit elucidation from the imprisoned Elizabeth. As they canvassed the various modes by which this might be accomplished, the disguises that might be assumed, Monina preferred an earnest prayer that she might be permitted to undertake the task. 1,000 circumstances rendered this desirable. She would be entirely unsuspected, and she was fully acquainted with the circumstances of the case. 3 days before Richard landed in France from Ireland, Monina crossed to England. She assumed a pilgrim's garb, and without danger or much difficulty, arrived at London from the sea-coast. The sudden apparition of Richard, first in Ireland and afterwards in Paris, was a stunning blow to Henry. No Trangmer arrived to explain the riddle, and in spite of his caution and his cruelty, he had been unable to avert the event he dreaded. Nothing could he do now better than to scoff at his rival, and to oppose his statements with counter-declarations, spreading around his spies to stop at its very outset any symptom of rebellion in England. He caused stricter watch than ever to be set on the unfortunate Elizabeth Woodville, who had been for 6 years the melancholy inmate of her convent prison. All necessity of caution there was soon to be at an end. Her health had long declined. Latterly she had wasted to a mere shadow, so that the continuance of life in her attenuated frame appeared a miracle. A feeling of suffocation prevented her from lying down. She sat propped by pillows, her fleshless hands incapable of any office, her cheeks fallen in. Her eyes alone, last retreat of the spirit of life, gleamed brightly amid the human ruin. So long had she been thus, that her death, apparently so near, was hardly feared by those around. Henry almost considered her danger as a new artifice, and absolutely refused her last request, to be permitted to see her daughter and grandchildren once again. Her last hour approached, and none were near save the nuns of the convent, who almost revered her as a saint. There arrived at the monastery a pilgrim, with relics collected in Araby and Spain. She was admitted into the parlor, and one simple sister asked for some wonder-working relic that might give health to the dying. The pilgrim heard of Elizabeth's hopeless state. She begged to be admitted to her presence, that she might try the virtues of a precious balsam given her by the monks of Alcala in Spain. Elizabeth was informed of her request. When last she had heard of her son, he was at Alcala. All the strength that had prolonged her life now roused itself. With earnestness she desired that the Spanish maiden might be admitted to her presence. It was Henry's express command that none should see her, but she was dying. His power, so soon to be at end, might well slacken in its rigor at the very verge of its annihilation. The pilgrim knelt beside the queen's couch. The nuns, commanded to retreat, observed a miracle. The dying appeared again to live. The grim spectre, who had planted his banner in the chamber, retreated for a moment, as Elizabeth listened to Monina's whispered words. "Oh, for 1 hour more," she cried. "I have so much to say." "He comes then, my son comes. Oh, rouse England with the tale, Sir William Stanley, you must visit him, bid him not draw his sword against my Edward's son. Say to the Dean of St. Paul's I feel faint," she continued, "my voice fails me, I must leave all unsaid save this. His sister must not doubt his truth, Henry must not shed the blood of his wife's brother." "Madam," said Monina, "let me bear some token to my lady the queen." "A token, no words can these weak fingers trace. Yet stay, in the missal there is a prayer which each day I address to heaven to preserve my son. Bear the missal to my Elizabeth, bid her listen to you, and believe." With trembling hands the young girl took the small but splendid volume. The queen then dismissed her with a faintly spoken blessing and a prayer. Before night all was over, the cause of her son moved her no more, her sorrowing heart reposed from every strife she died. The vase replete with so much anguish was broken, the silver cord, that bound together a whole life of pain, loosened. Her existence had been woe, her death was the dearest blessing she could receive from heaven. Chapter 18. The Token. She was most beautiful to see, like a lady of a far country. Coleridge. While in attendance on the king at his palace of Sheen, the Lord Chamberlain, Sir William Stanley, was informed that a young and foreign lady requested an audience with him. Monina was ushered in. Her extraordinary beauty, her large soft eyes, the fascinating sweetness of her manner, at once charmed the worthy gentleman. She spoke in good but accentuated English, and informed Sir William that she came from the deathbed of the Queen of England. "I know," said Stanley, "that her grace has long been ill, but—" "God take her to his mercy," interrupted Monina, "she died last night." "Is His Majesty informed of this event?" Sir William asked. "It is not yet noon," replied the maiden. "By that hour the messengers from the convent will arrive. I have reasons for greater speed. I bear the royal lady's last words to her daughter, the Queen Elizabeth. You, my lord, will favor me by procuring an immediate interview with Her Majesty." Stanley knew the aversion the king had to any private intercourse between Elizabeth and her mother. He informed his visitor that she must first obtain the king's permission for this audience, which he did not believe would be granted. But Monina, without hesitation, declared that she would apply for it to the king, and requested the chamberlain to introduce her. Stanley, good-natured but timid, hesitated. She would not be denied. At last he hit upon an expedient. Henry had gone out hawking in the park. If she would place herself at the gate on his return, she might prefer her prayer. He would be near to ensure her being heard. Noontide was approached. The sport was over, and the royal party on their return. Henry rode foremost with Morton, while his retinue followed at a slower pace, conversing gaily about the birds, now and then hazarding a remark on the war, so oft delayed, at last declared. They were interrupted by the arrival of Sir William Stanley, who communicated to the king the tidings of the Dowager Queen's death. 6 long years had passed since the Battle of Stoke, and the commencement of Elizabeth Woodville's imprisonment. She was forgotten at court. Many there had never seen her. Few remembered her as the reigning Queen of England. Her history was almost like a romance of the olden time, yet, forgotten during life, her death clouded the hilarity of those who heard it. Among those most affected by these tidings, as was natural, was her son, the Marquis of Dorset. He hastily rode up to receive from Stanley's own lips confirmation of the news. Feeling that of late he had almost forgotten and wholly neglected his mother, a sudden visitation of remorse was blended with the grief that choked his voice and blinded his eyes with tears. Henry, who was attached to him, viewed with pity the bitter regret of his gay, unheeding kinsman and bade him, ere ruder tongues proclaimed it, bear the melancholy tidings to his royal sister. Dorset, gladly escaping from the throng, rode swiftly forward. Meanwhile the order of the ride was disturbed. The nobles conversed earnestly together. After a few questions, Henry remained lost in thought, eager perhaps to know whether her secret had died with her, and viewing in her demise one master testimony the less in favor of his young competitor. Stanley awaited with some inquietude for the moment when they should encounter Monina. They passed the park gate. She was not there. Henry pursued his way and entered the palace. Still she did not appear. Lord Dorset had ridden on with the speed of a man who seeks to escape from himself. Death has more power in its mere sound than the enchanting touch of a wizard's rod. She was dead. How awful was that word! The unfailing friend, his mother, all his remissness towards her took a monstrous form. He felt that if he had wearied Henry with prayers, he might have extorted some mitigation of her suffering, and it would have consoled her in her solitude to have received the balmy medicine of filial tenderness, which he had neglected to pay. At that moment he would have given his marquisate to a beggar, to have purchased the memory of one action done to soothe her woeful end. The pomp of a funeral, masses for her soul, these were small compensations, which her arch-enemy, even Henry himself, could and probably would concede. The voice of affection, the duteous affection of a child, he only could have afforded, and he had withheld it. Monina stood at the park gate, attended by her Spanish domestic, whose singular costume alone must attract regard. "What do you hear, maiden?" cried Dorset. "The king and his court will speedily pass this way. This is no fitting place for you." "I am here," she replied, "to see and speak to your king. I come to prefer a request in the name of one whom God take to his place. She can disturb him no more." "You are from Bermondsey, from," the words choked Dorset. Monina continued, "I come from the deathbed of the Lady Elizabeth of England." "What demand would you make on his majesty?" said the Marquis. "Do you seek a guerdon for your pains? Speak then to me, I am her son." He was about to draw forth his purse, but her look, which grew animated, prevented him, as she said, "I come on a holy errand. The dying lady commanded me to convey her last words to her royal daughter. I seek permission from your king to fulfill her wish." Dorset was thoughtless and eager. He saw no objection that Henry could have that his sister should have the last message from her now dead parent. So without hesitation, he told the maiden that by Henry's permission, he was now about to communicate the sad intelligence to the Queen, and that she might accompany him. It is thus by small invisible threads that fate weaves the intricate web of our lives. All hung by the slenderest tissue. Had Monina seen Henry, most assuredly he would have prevented the interview she sought, and have used his utmost craft to discover whether the fatal secret made a part of the Queen's message. Now his sagacity, his caution, his severity were of no avail. Monina stood in the presence of his wife. 6 years had considerably altered Elizabeth. Habitual fear had engendered a moral timidity, which was not natural to her, for she was the daughter of a proud race. Her sweetness, her affectionate disposition still remained, but her soul was sad, and she looked pale and inanimate. The news of her mother's death moved her to tears. One expression of bitter regret burst from her lips. It was mingled with blame of her consort, and she checked herself, while she wept still more abundantly. Dorset felt uneasy at the sight of female tears. He longed to escape. Monina's request for a private interview came to liberate him. He presented her to his sister and hurried away. Elizabeth eagerly asked many questions concerning her mother's dying moments. The Spanish maiden, wondering at her own success, fearful of interruption, presented the missile, and then hastened to declare the motive for which it was sent. She opened the jeweled clasps, and showed the queen the prayer written in her mother's hand on a blank leaf of the brilliantly illuminated pages. Rapidly, the enthusiastic girl detailed the escape, the exile of the Duke of York, while Elizabeth, not daring to believe her own senses, astounded, terrified, looked with largo open eyes on the animated countenance of her lovely visitant. Before Monina paused, or gave time for an answer, they were interrupted by the entrance of Sir William Stanley. He started when he saw Monina, nor did the confused look of his queen, as she hastily closed the fatal volume, tend to reassure him. He came to announce a visit from Henry to Elizabeth. Frightened at what he saw, he hardly permitted a slight interchange of greeting, but hurried Monina away, through a door hid by the tapestry, down a narrow staircase into a garden, and then by a small gate that opened on a court. In this court was placed the entrance to the apartments of the pages and esquires of the king. Stanley unlocked the gate cautiously, hesitating before he permitted his fair companion to pass on, in the fear that some mischievous boy or prying servitor might be there to wonder at, and question wherefore he led the maiden from the queen's garden through a door, sacred, and never opened, into the resort of wild and dissolute youth. As he unclosed the wicket, at its very entrance, standing so that in spite of every caution a full view of Monina was at once afforded, stood a young man, whose countenance bespoke him to be ever on the alert for gamesome tricks or worse mischief. His first aspect was that of recklessness, his second spoke of baser habits, and athwart both broke gleams now of better feelings, now of desperate passion. He had heard the rusty bolts move, and perceived the slow opening of the door. Knowing how sacred was the respect enforced towards this ingress to the queen's retirement, he stood close to discover and shame any intruder. "In good season, my Lord Chamberlain," he at first exclaimed, vexed to find no cause for taunt, till perceiving his fair companion, the expression of his countenance changed to irony, as he cried, "Whither so fast and fearfully, my good lord? Does her grace deal in contraband, and art thou the huckster?" "As ill luck will have it, wild Robin Clifford," cried Stanley angrily. "Nay, we are brothers in wildness now, fair sir," retorted the other, "and I claim my part here." Clifford approached Monina, but Stanley interposed. "Waste your ribaldry on me, good night, but spare this child. Let us pass in all speed, I pray you." Monina drew back, but Clifford still followed. "Child, in good hour she is young, and but that burning suns have made her cheek tawny, I might call her fair. She is well worth your pains, and I praise them. Sweet mistress, I am beholden to my Lord Chamberlain for making us friends." He was running on thus, but Monina, collecting her spirits, raised her large eyes on him. His name had caught her ear. She remembered partly having seen him on the night of their flight from Tournay, and frequent mention had subsequently been made of him by the cousins. She began, "Sir Robert Clifford, I know you will not harm me." "Thanks for that knowledge, pretty one," cried the youth. "Old greybeards only, with frozen hearts, pardon me, Sir William, could injure thee. Thou art sure of good from tall fellows, though in troth tall I am not like me." Sir William writhed with impatience. Again and again he would have interrupted the intruder. Monina replied, "We have met before when you served him I now serve. I speak in his name. For the sake of Perkin Warbeck detain me no longer. Noble sir, I attend you. Sir Clifford yields respect to the words I have spoken." "They are strange indeed, maiden," he replied, "and I must hear more of this. We have met before, I now believe, and we must meet again. Meanwhile, I will keep off bird-catchers till you and his reverence get clear of these lime twigs. Ah, I see a gallant. I will go draw William Daubigny aside while you pass forth." And now again Sir William proceeded on his expedition, and conducted his gentle companion beyond the precincts of the palace. As they parted one from the other, Monina, in a brief, energetic manner, delivered the message of the departed queen to the good chamberlain. He was more disconcerted than surprised, and the reflection that Clifford was a party to the secret added to his consternation. He felt how far he was compromised by the introduction of Monina to the young queen. Fear for a while palsied his better feelings. He replied only by entreating her not to remain longer in London, but to embark in all haste for France. He then quitted her, yet again came back to ask where she sojourned in town, and turned away a second time, as if to escape from his better self, and from the interest he felt in King Edward's son, which impelled him to ask 1,000 questions. He returned to the courtyard of the palace, and found Clifford pacing its length in deep thought. Monina's words had awakened 1,000 ideas in his unquiet bosom. Since the event to which she referred, when he delivered Richard from Friant's hands, he had run a headlong, ruinous course. No character can be wholly evil, and Clifford's was not destitute of good, though overgrown and choked up by weedy vices, so that his better nature too often served but as a spur and incentive to folly and crime. He was generous, but that led to rapacity, since, unable to deny himself or others, if he despoiled himself one day, on the next he engaged in the most desperate enterprises to refill the void. He was bold, that made him fearless in doing wrong, and to drown the gentle spirit of humanity, which too often for his own peace sprung up in his heart, he hardened himself in selfishness. Then, as his sensitive, undisciplined nature received new impressions, he was cowardly, cruel, and remorseless. He had never forgotten the princely boy he had saved. He turned to that recollection as to one of the few oases of virtue in the far-extended desert of ill, over which, in hours of satiety or despondency, his sickening memory wandered. Indeed, he was yet too young to be decidedly vicious, for at 21, 1,000 mere human impulses, unrepressed by worldly wisdom, occasioned sallies of kindly sympathy. The worst was that Clifford was a ruined man. His fortunes were not, his reputation shaken on its base. He veiled, by an appearance of hilarity and recklessness, the real despair that gnawed at his heart, when he considered all that he might have been, the worse than nothing that he was. Hitherto he had, to a great degree, blinded the world, and he longed for some adventure, some commotion, either public or private, that should refill his emptied money-bags, and paint him fair in men's eyes. All these considerations mingled incongruously to make him wish to know more of the outcast duke. He awaited the return of Stanley. He learned the name of the Spanish girl. As they spoke, both became aware that the other possessed a secret each dreaded to avow. Clifford first dashed through the flimsy barrier of useless discretion, and related his adventure at Lisle. Meantime Sir William broke forth in lamentation, that young Richard should have been induced to quit the security of private life, to enter on an unequal and bloody contest, which could only end in destruction to himself and his partisans, while England would again be made the tomb of the Irish. The landing of Richard at Cork was all that was then known, whom he might allure from their woods and bogs to ravage the more gifted sister isle. A new light was let in on Clifford at these words. Was the game already playing, the box shaken, the die about to fall? This required his attention, and determined his half-formed purpose of visiting, that same night, the daughter of Defarrow. Chapter 19. Chapter 151. F. Ford's Resolve. His father was a right good lord. His mother a lady of high degree. But they, alas, were dead him frae. And he loved keeping company. To spend the day with merry cheer. To drink and revel every night. To card and dice from eve to morn. It was, I ween, his heart's delight. The heir of Lynn. It had been Monina's design to return to the protection of Lady Brampton, immediately on the fulfillment of her task in England. The appearance of Clifford suggested other ideas. It was the duty of every friend of York to declare his existence and claim the allegiance of his subjects. It might seem a hopeless enterprise for her, a young foreign girl, to do this in the heart of the usurper's power, and yet she fancied that she might attempt it with success. The most distant prospect of serving her beloved friend was hailed by her with romantic ardor, while the knowledge possessed by Stanley and Clifford promised to render her undertaking less nugatory in its effects. Her purpose was quickly formed. She resolved to postpone her departure, and to busy herself in replanting, in Tudor's own city of London, the uprooted rosebush, parent of the spotless flower. None but a woman's fond, enthusiastic heart can tell the glow of joy, the thrilling gladness, that diffused itself through her frame, as this plain spread itself, clear as a map, beautiful as a champagne country viewed from some overtopping mountain peak, to her keen mind's eye. She rode to London occupied by these thoughts, and on her arrival, announced to the merchant friend, at whose house she resided, her intention of remaining in England. The vessel that was on the morrow to have conveyed her away would bear instead a letter to Lady Brampton, explanatory of her hopes and intentions. That very night, in the seclusion of her chamber, she robbed some hours from sleep to write it. Her enthusiasm animated her expressions. Her cheeks glowed as she wrote, for she spoke of services she might render to him who was the idol of her thoughts, though with his idea she consciously mingled no feeling save that of devoted friendship and an intense desire to benefit. The weariness of spirit that oppressed her in his absence, she did not attribute to him. Thus intently occupied, she was unaware of a parley in the room beneath growing into a loud contention, till steps upon the stairs recalled her wandering thoughts. She looked up from her task, but her gaze of inquiry was changed to an expression of heartfelt pleasure when Sir Robert Clifford entered the apartment. Here then her enterprise commenced. There was something that did not quite please her in the manners of her visitant, but this was secondary to the great good she might achieve through him. Her eyes danced in their own joy, as she cried, "Welcome, gallant gentleman, you are here to my wish. You come to learn how best you may prove your allegiance to your rightful sovereign, your zeal in his cause." These words grated somewhat on the ear of a man who had hitherto worn the red rose in his cap, and whose ancestors had died for Lancaster. He did not, therefore, reply in the spirit of her wish when he said, "We will not quarrel, pretty one, about names. Sooth is it, that I came to learn tidings of my princely gossip, and I am right glad that fortune makes thee the tale-bearer. Prolong as thou wilt, I shall never cry hold while my eyes serve to make true harmony to the sound of your sweet voice." Much more he said in the same strain of gallantry, as he placed himself beside the maiden, with the air of one whose soft speeches ever found ready hearing. Monina drew back, replying gently, "I am the partisan, the vowed conspirator for a cause, whose adherents walk as over the thread-broad ridge spanning an unfathomable gulf, which I have heard spoken of by the Moors in my own Granada. I beseech you, as you are a gentleman, reserve your fair speeches for the fortunate ladies of your native land. I will be a beacon light to guide you, a clue for your use through a maze, a landmark to point your way. Meanwhile, forget me as I am, let me be a voice only. As soon forget sunshine or moonshine, or the chance of play when the dice box rattles," thought Clifford, as she clasped her little fingers in the fervor of her wish, and raised on him her soft, full eyes. But though he gazed with unrepressed admiration, he said nothing as she told the story of Duke Richard's Spanish adventures, and last of his attempt in Ireland and the embassy sent to him by King Charles. How eloquently and well she told his tale, speaking of him with unfeigned admiration, nothing disguising her zealous devotion. "Sir Clifford," she continued, "you are his friend. His cause will sanctify your sword, it will call you from the paltry arts of peace to the nobler deeds of chivalry, it will give you grace in the eyes of her you love, defending and asserting your king." She paused, breathless from her own agitation. She looked up into his thoughtful face and placed her hands on his. The soft touch awoke him from a reverie in which he had lost himself. "Maiden," he replied, "you plead your cause even too well. You have cast a spell upon me, so that at this moment I would readily swear to perform your bidding, but that, when I do not see your witch's eyes, nor hear your magic voice, another wind may blow me right to the other side. Do not call this courtly gallantry, would by Saint Cupid that it were, for I am not pleased to behold my sage self fine down into a woman's tool, nor is it love. Thor's hammer could not knock a splinter from my hard heart, nor the Spanish sun thaw its sevenfold coat of ice. I never have loved, I never shall, but there is some strange sorcery about you. When I next see you, I will draw a circle round, knock my head 3 times on the eastern floor and call out errant. This twinkling light too, and darkling hour, I must away. Sunshine shall, when next we meet, protect me from your incantations. Will you trust yourself? At tomorrow's noon a servitor of mine shall await you at the gate of St. Paul's. Dare you commit yourself to one in the devil's pay?" All this incoherent talk was spoken at intervals. He rose, sat down, stood over her as she patiently let him run his tether's length. His last words were said in an insinuating, and as well as he could command, a soft voice as he pressed her hand in his. She crossed herself as she replied, "Our Lady and my cause shall protect me, while I adventure life fearlessly for its sake. Adieu till then, Sir Knight. The saints guard you and give you better thoughts." The cavalier proceeded homewards, considering deeply the part he was to act. He thought of what he might gain or lose by siding with the Duke, and he was angry to find that the image of Monina presented itself even more vividly than his ambitious dreams. "God assoil me," thought he, "I will repeat a paternoster backwards, and so unsay her sorceries. She has persuaded me, even as my own soul did before, that the best mode to mend my broken fortunes, and better still to regild my faded escutcheon, is to join Duke Richard. Yet after all, this may be mere magic. For once I will act a wise man's part, and seek old Greybeard, my Lord Fitzwater. Lord Fitzwater endured impatiently the harsh countenance Henry bore to him, ever since he had permitted his young rival to escape. Some question of right and law, which implicated a large portion of his possessions, had, as he believed, been unjustly decided against him through the interposition of the king, who, on every occasion, sought to mortify and injure the old man. He lived as the disgraced and impoverished servants of a court are wont to live, neglected and forgotten. He had no family. He loved Robert Clifford better than any other in the world, and he, when suffering from disappointment or loss, when his own pain reminded him of that of others, sought his ancient friend, too seldom to please him with a show of reverence, often enough to keep alive his affection. If it were good for him to aid in the replanting of the White Rose, so also were it well that Lord Fitzwater joined the same party. He talked even to himself of asking his experienced friend's advice. He really meant to endeavor to seduce him into a companionship in the projected rebellion against Henry Tudor. In this spirit he paid his visit. Nearly 3 months had elapsed since his preceding one. The noble received him coldly, so at once to break through the ceremony that fettered their discourse, he cried, "I hear from soft Sir William Stanley that His Majesty has again said that he will find a way to thank you for a service you rendered him some 6 years ago." "I have long had knowledge of his Grace's good memory on that point," answered his lordship angrily, "and yours, methinks, might remind you of the part you played. By St. Thomas, Robin, I believe you saw further in the game than I, but what makes the king harp on this outworn tale? Few know, we may guess. Have you not heard him tell of a new king of kerns and gallow glasses? A phantom duke, whose duchy lies without the English Pale in Ireland. A ghost whose very name makes the king's knees knock together as he sits on the throne. This ruffler, who calls himself son of Edward IV, the Prince Richard of York, escaped from the Tower, bears a strange resemblance to the hero of Lisle, Perkin Warbeck." "Would, by St. George, he were the same!" exclaimed the noble. "My dagger should sever the entwined roses, our armed heels tread to dust the cankered red blossom." "You speak treason, my lord," said Clifford, "but you speak to a friend. Let us talk more calmly. I, the playmate of the imprisoned prince, know that he, Perkin Warbeck, and the Irish hero are the same, this I can prove. So much for the justice of our cause. As to the expediency, we, my good lord, are styled Lancastrians, but our meed therefore is small. Tudor is a niggard king, Plantagenet a young and generous adventurer. What shall we say? Shall Fitzwater and Clifford place the sacred diadem on this boy's head, and become chiefs in the land where they now pine obscurely?" Lord Fitzwater fastened his keen eyes on his companion, while his hand involuntarily grasped his dagger's hilt. "I am not an old man," he cried. 57 winters have shed no snows upon my head. I remember when, at Tewkesbury, I smote an iron-capped yeoman who raised his battle-axe against our young Edward, and clove the villain to the throat. I can wield the same weapon, do the same deed now, and I am thrown like a rusty sword among old armor, refused permission to lead my followers to Calais. War in France. It will never be, the word is grown obsolete in England. Ambassadors thrive instead of valiant captains, crafty penmanship in lieu of straightforward blows. Art sure, Robin, that this youth is King Edward's son?" This was the first step Clifford took, and the eagerness of Fitzwater quickly impelled him to spread wider the narrow circle of conspirators. The intelligence, meanwhile, that the King of France had received in Paris with meat, honor a Yorkist pretender to the crown burst at once over England, spreading wonder and alarm. Some few despised the pretensions of the youth. The greater number gave to them full and zealous credence. Many, dreading Henry's sagacity and harshness, recoiled from every thought rebellious to him. Others hailed with joy the appearance of a rival who would shake his throne, and hold forth hope of disturbance and change. As yet this was talk merely. Nay, there was more thought than spoken. Men expected that some other would make the first move, which would put in play the menacing forces mustered on either side. Monina saw with joy the work well begun. She remembered the Queen's injunction to seek the Dean of St. Paul's. In acquiring him, many reverent and powerful partisans were secured. Her presence added to the interest which the mere name of Richard of York excited. Many who disbelieved his tale were eager to behold his lovely advocate. They listened to her siren eloquence, and ranged themselves on her side. Clifford watched jealously the influence she acquired. When he first saw her, She had been an untaught girl in comparison with the graceful, self-possessed being who now moved among them. One feeling in her heart separated her indeed from the crowd, but this was veiled, even to herself, and she appeared courteous, benign to all. Clifford often flattered himself that when she spoke to him her expressions were more significant, her voice sweeter. He did not love, no, his heart could not entertain the effeminate devotion. But if she loved him, could saints in heaven reap higher glory? Prompted by vanity and by an unavowed impulse, he watched, hung over her, fed upon her words, and felt that in pleasing her he was for the present repaid for the zeal he manifested for the Duke her friend. Strange, he never suspected that she was animated towards the prince by a deeper feeling. They had lived like near relations from their childhood, that were sufficient to raise the flame that shed so bright a light over her soul. That he was a prince, and she the daughter of a Spanish mariner, forbade their union, and he paid the just tribute to innocent youth, in not judging of its upright purity by the distorted reflection his depraved heart presented, whenever he dared turn his eyes inward. Foundation was thus laid in England for a momentous combination. Intelligence from the continent was gathered with keen interest. Early in December, the army of Henry recrossed the Channel. They brought word of the favor and esteem Richard enjoyed at the French court, of the zeal of the exiled Yorkists, of their satisfied assurance of his truth. Next was spread abroad the news of his reception by the Dowager Duchess of Burgundy, and the brilliant figure he made at Brussels. What step would be taken next to advance his cause? This was a fearful question for the actual King of England. He redoubled his artful policy, while he wore a mask of mere indifference. The Yorkists, not yet considerable enough to act openly, or even covertly to combine for any great attempt, felt fresh bonds thrown over, new and vexatious tyrannies in exercise against them. This served to unite and animate their chiefs. They each and all resolved that, when fit opportunity armed their prince, their swords should at the same moment leap from the scabbards, darkly to be dyed ere resheathed, or struck useless from their lifeless hands. The days of St. Albans and Tewkesbury passed in all their grim conclusions before their eyes, but the event was worth the risk. Defeated, they lost nothing. Victorious, they exchanged a narrow-hearted, suspicious, exacting tyrant for a chivalrous and munificent sovereign. Henry Tudor, the abhorred Lancastrian, for the grandson of York, the lineal heir of Edward III, the true representative of the kings of the glorious and long line of the Plantagenets. Chapter 20. The Conspiracy. Like one lost in a thorny wood, that rents the thorns, and is rent with the thorns, seeking a way and straying from the way, not knowing how to find the open air, but toiling desperately to find it out. Shakespeare. In the days of our earlier history, our commerce led us to have more intercourse with Flanders than with France. That which journeyed slowly and doubtfully from Paris came in all the heat of a first impression from the Low Countries. A train had been laid before, which now took light and blazed through the kingdom. The Duchess of Burgundy's reception of the Duke of York, the honors rendered him at her court, the glad gathering together of the fugitive English, gave pledge of his truth, and promise of glorious results. Sedition began to spring up in England on every side, even as, after a mild rain in the birth of the year, a black, ploughed field is suddenly verdant with the young blades of wheat. All who had, since the battles of Bosworth and of Stoke, lived in seclusion or fear, all who from whatever reason had taken sanctuary, men of ruined fortunes, who desired to escape bondage, came singly or in small companies to the coast, embarked for the continent, and hastened to the court of the Dowager of Burgundy. All discontented men, who felt themselves looked coldly on by Tudor, to whom they had yielded the throne of their native land. Many, whom it grieved and vexed to see the world stagnate in changeless peace, desirous of novelty and glad of any pretense that called them into activity, dashed headlong into revolt. Nor were there few, chiefly indeed among the nobility, who had lamented the fall of the House of York, and hailed gladly this promise of its resuscitation. The common adventurers and soldiers of fortune acted on their single separate resolves. The noble adherents of the White Rose drew together, that there might be plan and strength in their schemes. They were cautious, for their enemy was crafty and powerful. They were resolute, for they hated him. Out far in the low flats bordering the River Lee, there stood, in a marshy hollow, a straggling village, now effaced from the landscape. At its extremity was a solid but gloomy square brick house, surrounded by a moat, which the low watery soil easily filled, even to overflow, and the superfluity was received in a deep stagnant pool at the back of the mansion. The damp atmosphere had darkened the structure and thrown a mantle of green moss and speckled lichen over the bricks. Its fantastically carved and heavy portal yawned like a black cavern's mouth and added to the singularly desolate appearance of the mansion. The village was but half inhabited and looked as struck by poverty and discomfort. The house belonged to the Clifford family. It had been built, it was said, in Henry V's time, when Sir Roger Clifford, a stern old man, following his sovereign to the wars, shut up here his beautiful young wife, so to ensure her fidelity during his absence. Among her peers and gentle companions, the Lady Clifford had doubtless been true to the bond that linked her to her lord. But alone in this solitary mansion, surrounded by ill-natured peasants, pining for her father's pleasant halls and her girlish enjoyments, no wonder that she found her state intolerable. Age and jealousy are ill mates for youth and sprightliness, and suspicion easily begets that which it abhors even to imagine. One who had loved her in her virgin days introduced himself into her suite. The brief months of stolen happiness passed by, and the green stagnant pool was, they said, the cold sepulchre of the betrayed lovers. Since then, during the wars of York and Lancaster, this house had been the resort of Clifford's followers. And when the White Rose became supreme, that alone of the family possessions had not been forfeited to the crown. It was the last relic of Sir Robert's fortunes. His few tenantry, hard-pressed for rent to satisfy his necessities, had deserted their abodes. The green acres had passed into other hands. A band of poor cotters alone remained, and this old house haunted by the ghosts of those who slept beneath the waveless pool, dilapidated, disfurnished. Yet here the wild knight had held lawless carousals. Hither he sometimes fled to hide after some ruinous loss, or when he was pursued by those who sought to avenge insults committed during drunken brawls. Now it would seem some orgy was meditated. Liveried servants, one or two only bearing Clifford's coat, the rest wearing different badges as belonging to different masters, had arrived during the previous day. Some of the ruined huts were pulled down to supply firewood, and the old chimneys sent out volumes of smoke. Various carts, laden some with eatables, fat bucks, young calves, pheasants, hares, and partridges, piles of bread, 7 whooped casks of wine, were unladen in the mildew-stained hall. Other carts followed the first, bearing bedding, apparel, furniture, and it was whispered by the idling villagers, arms. Several apartments were strewed thick with rushes, and the blazing fires, in spite of the tattered plaster and stained ceilings, imparted cheerfulness to the rooms. There was need of internal warmth. A thick snowstorm fell, sheeting the low fields, which, uninterspersed by trees, now looked doubly wild and drear. The waters of the moat and pool were frozen. A sharp north wind whistled round the house. For the first time for many years its poor dependents were cheered during the severe season by the crumbs, or rather large portions of superfluous food, from the mansion of their landlord. The first guest that arrived came in a close litter, attended by a Moorish servant, and Clifford himself on horseback. Monina had forgotten her Flemish home. Bright Andalusia, its orange groves, myrtle and geranium hedges, the evergreen forests which embowered Alcala, and the fertile laughing Vega of Granada, formed her image of such portions of fair earth as, unencumbered by houses, afforded on its green and various surface sustenance to his inhabitants. She shivered before the northern blast, and gazed appalled on the white plain, where the drifting snow shifted in whole showers as the wind passed over it. The looks of the people, sallow, ill-clothed, and stupid, made her turn from contemplating them, as she yet answered the contemptuous and plaintive remarks of her Spanish attendant in a cheerful, deprecating voice. For 2 successive days other guests continued to arrive. They were chiefly men of note, yet came attended by few domestics. There was Lord Fitzwater, dissatisfied at the part of rebel he was forced, he thought, to play, and on that account he was louder than any against King Henry. Sir Simon Mountford was a Yorkist of the days of Edward IV. He personally hated Richmond, and looked on Richard's as a sacred cause. Sir Thomas Thwaites had been a friend of the Earl of Rivers, and gladly seized this occasion to avenge his death, attributable to the dastardly policy of Henry. William Daubeny was attached to the Earl of Warwick, and entered warmly into projects whose success crowned his freedom. Sir Robert Ratcliffe, cousin of Lord Fitzwater, had lived in poor disguise since the Battle of Stoke, and gladly threw off his peasant's attire to act the soldier again in a new War of the Roses. Sir Richard Lessey had been chaplain to the household of Edward IV. Sir William Worseley, Dean of St. Paul's, was a rare instance of gratitude outliving the period of receiving benefits. He had been a creature, and was a sincere mourner, of the late Queen. Many others, clergy and laity, entered the plot. 1,000 different motives impelled them to one line of conduct, and brought them to Clifford's moated house, to conspire the overthrow of Tudor and the exaltation of the Duke of York to the throne. One only person invited to this assembly failed. Sir William Stanley. Each voice was loud against his tergiversation, and Clifford's whispered sarcasm cut deeper than all. The debates and consultations lasted 3 days. After infinite confusion and uncertainty, the deliberations brought forth conclusions that were resolved upon unanimously. First, the house they then occupied, and the village, was to be a repository for arms, a rendezvous for the recruits of the cause. The conspirators levied a tax on themselves, and collected some £1,000 to be remitted to the prince. They regulated a system whose object was to reawaken party spirit in England, and to quicken into speedy growth the seeds of discontent and sedition, which Henry's avarice and extortion had sown throughout the land. Those who possessed estates and followers were to organize troops. At last, they deputed 2 of their number to go over to the Duchess of Burgundy, and to carry their offers of service to her royal nephew. The 2 selected for this purpose were, first, Sir Robert Clifford, who had known the Duke formerly, and who, it was supposed, would be peculiarly welcome to him, and secondly, Master William Barley, a man advanced in years. He had combated in nearly all the 12 pitched and sanguinary battles that were fought between York and Lancaster. He had been a boy servitor to the old Duke of York, a yeoman of Edward's guard, a halberdier in Richard III's time. He had been left for dead on the field of Bosworth, but came to life again to appear at the Battle of Stoke. He had risen in the world and was a man of substance and reputation. He was not noble, but he was rich, zealous, and honest. The meeting lasted 3 days and then gradually dispersed. All had gone well. An assembly, whose individuals were noble, wealthy, or influential, united to acknowledge Richard as their liege. Foreign potentates declared for him, and hope was high in every bosom at all these forerunners of success. Monina's enthusiastic heart beat with ecstasy. Young, the innocent child of unsophisticated impulse, her gladness showed itself in wild spirits and unconstrained expressions of exultation. She and Clifford returned to London together, for he contrived tacitly and unsuspected by her to install himself as her habitual escort. Happy in expectation of her beloved friend's success, she talked without reserve, and the genius, which was her soul's essence, gave power and fascination to everything she said. She spoke of Spain, of Richard's adventures there, of her father and his voyages. The name of Columbus was mentioned, and the New World, source of wondrous conjecture. They spoke of the desolate waste of waters that hems in the stable earth of the Golden Isles beyond. To all these subjects Monina brought vivid imagery and bright painting, creations of her own quick fancy. Clifford had never before held such discourse. In hours of sickness or distaste, at moments of wild exhilaration, when careering on a high-mettled horse beneath the stars of night, fanned by a strong but balmy wind, he had conceived ideas allied to the lofty aspirations of our nature, but he cast them off as dreams, unworthy of a wise man's attention. The melodious voice of Monina, attuned by the divine impulses of her spirit, as the harp of the winds by celestial breezes, raised a commotion in his mind, such as a prophetess of Delphi felt when the oracular vapor rose up to fill her with sacred fury. A word, a single word, was a potent northern blast to dash aside the mist, and to reapparel the world in its, to him, naked, barren truth. So fervently and so sweetly did she speak of Richard, that Clifford's burning heart was in a moment alight with jealousy, and the love he despised and thought he mastered became his tyrant, when it allied itself to his evil passions. He looked angry, he spoke sharply. Monina was astonished, but his libelous insinuations fell innocuous on her pure mind. She only felt that she feared him, half disliked him, and trembling and laughing as she spoke, said, "Well, well, I will not care for your angry mood. You are going soon. Ere you return, our prince will, by his own bright example, have taught you better things. Learn from him diligently, Sir Knight, for he is all courtesy and nobleness." Clifford laughed bitterly, and a base resolve of lowering the high-hearted York to his own degrading level arose in his breast. It was all chaos there as yet, but the element, which so lately yielded to a regular masterwind of ambition, was tossed in wild and hideous waves by, we will not call the passion love, by jealousy, envy, and growing hate. Short interval was allowed for the gathering of the storm. He was soon called upon to fulfill his commission, and to accompany Master William Barley on their important embassy to Brussels. The scene here presented operated a considerable change on these personages. Arriving from England, where the name of the White Rose was whispered, and every act in his favor was hid in the darkness of skulking conspiracy, to his court at Brussels, where noble followers clustered round him, and the Duchess, with a woman's tact and a woman's zeal, studied how best to give importance and splendor to his person and pretensions. The spirit of the Yorkist party, in spite of her natural mildness, still glowed in the bosom of this daughter of Henry VI's unhappy rival, the child of disaster and bride of frantic turbulence. Opposed to the remorseless Louis XI, struggling with the contentious insolence of the free towns of Flanders, war appeared to her the natural destiny of man, and she yielded to its necessity, while her gentle heart sorrowed over the misery which it occasioned. She first received Clifford and Barley, and with the winning grace of a sovereign, solicited for her nephew their affection and support. Then she presented them to him. This was the fair-haired, blue-eyed boy whom Clifford saved, the gentle, noble-looking being whose simplicity awed him, whose bright smile said, "I reign over every heart." The knight shrunk into himself. How had he dyed his soul in a worldliness which painted his countenance in far other colors? He was not deficient in grace. His dark gray eyes, veiled by long lashes, were in themselves exceedingly handsome. The variableness of his face, traced with many unseasonable lines, yet gave him the power of assuming a pleasing expression. And his person, though diminutive, was eminently elegant, while his self-possession and easy address covered a multitude of faults. Now, his first resolve was to insinuate himself into Richard's affections, to become a favorite, and consequently to lead him blindly on the path he desired he should tread. The prince's spirits were high. His soul exulted in the attachment of others, in the gratitude that animated him. Until Clifford's arrival, Edmund was for the time in England. Sir George Neville, among his new friends, held the first place. He was proud and reserved, but his aristocracy was so blended with honor, his reserve with perfect attention and deference to the feeling of others, that it was impossible not to esteem him and find pleasure in his society. Clifford and Neville made harsh discord together. Richard, inexperienced in the world, sought to harmonize that which never could accord. Neville drew back, and Clifford's good humor and apparent forbearance made him appear to advantage. At this period ambassadors from Henry arrived at Brussels. They had been expected, and as a measure of precaution, Richard left that place before their arrival and took up his temporary abode at Audenarde, a town which made part of the dowry of the Duchess Margaret. All the English, save Lady Brampton, attended him to his retreat. The ambassadors, in their audience with the Archduke, demanded the expulsion of Richard from the Low Countries, taunting the Duchess with her support of the notorious impostor, Lambert Simnel, and speaking of the Duke of York as a fresh puppet of her own making. They received the concise reply that the gentleman she recognized as her nephew inhabited the territory of her dowry, of which she was sovereign, and over which the Archduke had no jurisdiction. However, that no disturbance might occur in their commercial relations, which would have roused all Flanders to rebellion, Maximilian was obliged to temporize, and to promise to afford no aid to the illustrious exile. Their audience accomplished, the ambassadors had only to return. They remained but one night at Brussels. On this night, Sir Edward Poynings and Dr. Whatham, who fulfilled this mission, were seated over a cup of spiced wine, in discourse concerning these strange events, the Lady Margaret's majestic demeanor, and the strangeness of her supporting this young man, if indeed he were an impostor, when a cavalier, whose soiled dress and heated appearance bespoke fatigue and haste, entered the room. It was Sir Robert Clifford. They received him as liege subjects may receive a traitor, with darkened brows and serious looks. Clifford addressed them in his usual careless style. "St. Thomas shield me, my masters, can you not afford one benison to your gossip? Good Sir Edward, we have ruffled together, when we wore both white and red in our caps, and does the loss of a blood-stained rag degrade me from your friendship?" The bitter accusations of the knight, and the doctor's sarcasms which were urged in reply, awoke a haughty smile. "Oh yes," he cried, "ye are true men, faithful liege subjects. I an inheritance of the block, already marked for quartering, because I am for the weak right, you for the strong might. Right I say, start not, the mother of God be my witness. Duke Richard, is lord of us all, true son of the true king, Ned of the White Rose, whom you swore to protect, cherish, and exalt. You, yes, even you, Sir Knight. Where is now your oath, cast from heaven, to pave the hell where you will reap the meed of your lying treachery?" Clifford, always insolent, was doubly so now that he felt accused of crimes of which he did not deem himself guilty, but which would, so an obscure presentiment told him, hereafter stain his soul. Dr. Whatham interposed before Poynings' rising indignation. "Wherefore come you here, Sir Robert?" he asked. "Though we are envoys of the king you have betrayed, we may claim respect. Sir Edward, as a gentleman and a cavalier, I as an humble servitor of the Lord Jesus, in whose name I command you not to provoke to a bloody deed the messengers of peace." "Cease to taunt me with a traitor's name," replied Sir Robert, "and I will chafe no further the kindling blood of my sometime friend. Let us rather leave all idle recrimination. I came hither to learn how wagged the world in London town, and as a piece of secret intelligence, to assure you that you wrongfully brand this stripling for an impostor. Be he sovereign of our land or not, be it right or wrong to side with York against Lancaster, York he is, the son of Edward and Elizabeth, so never fail me my good sword or my ready wits." The best of us are inclined to curiosity. A little fearful of each other, the ambassadors exchanged looks, to know whether either would accuse the other of treachery if they heard further. "Good sir," said the doctor, gravely, "methinks we do our liege service in listening to this gentleman. We can the better report to his majesty on what grounds the diabolic machination is founded." So, over another goblet, Clifford sat telling them how Richard had long lived as Perkin Warbeck in the neighbourhood of Tournay, under the guardianship of Madeleine de Ferrot, and he recounted the history of his escape from the hands of Frion. Dr. Wadham carefully conned these names, and then, in reply, he set forth how unworthy it was of a Clifford to desert from Lancaster. How unlikely, even if it were true, which, after all his tale hardly proved it was, that the outcast boy could compete with success with the sage possessor of England's throne. Poynings asked him how it pleased him to find himself at the same board with a Neville and a Taylor, and hinted that an exile from his country and a traitor to his sovereign, this was hardly the way to replenish his purse, or to gain anew the broad lands he had lost. The service he might do Henry by a return to his duty, gratitude, and reward, were then urged by the priest, while Clifford listened in dogged silence. His brow became flushed, his lips worked with internal commotion. He felt he knew that he hated the very man whose cause he espoused, but he was pledged to so many, a whole array of noble and respected names came before him. Could he, in the eyes of these, become a false foul traitor? He refilled and quaffed again and again his cup, and at last so wound himself up as to begin, "My friends, you speak sooth, though I may not listen, yet if you name one so humble and distasteful, say to my liege." A page in green and white, the colours of Lady Brampton, entered, announcing her speedy arrival. Clifford's wits were already disturbed by wine. Instinct made him fear in such a state to come in contact with the subtle lady. He drew his cap over his eyes, his cloak around his person, and vanished from the hall, ere his friends were aware of his intention. The interview between Lady Brampton and the gentleman was of another sort. Sir Edward had in her younger days worn her colours. She was changed in person since then, but when, after a short interval, he got over the shock consequent on the first perception of the sad traces of time on the cheek of beauty, he found that her eyes possessed the same fire, her voice the same thrilling tone, her smile the same enchantment. While the doctor, who had loved her as a daughter, and she regarded him with filial reverence, rebuked her for what he termed her misdeeds, she replied with vivacity, and such true and zealous love for him whose cause she upheld, that they were both moved to listen with respect, if not conviction, to her asseverations. She could not gain her point, nor win them over to her side, but when she departed, neither spoke of young Richard's rights, unwilling to confess to one another that they were converts to his truth. She went. The next day they departed from Brussels, and it became subject of discussion what step Henry would now take, and whether, by any new measure, he could disturb the ripening conspiracy against his throne. Chapter 21. Treason. Oh, what excuse can my invention make? I do arrest ye of high treason here. Shakespeare. Henry's ambassadors had wrought little change on any except Clifford. His words had been interrupted, they were nothing in themselves, but their spirit, the spirit of treason, was in his heart. He made up his mind to nothing, he looked forward to no certain project, but he felt that hereafter he might betray his present associates to their arch-enemy. As yet his conscience was not seared, the very anticipation of guilt tortured him, and he longed to fly from thought. Another blind impulse drove him on. He hated the prince because he was his opposite. Because, while he was a cankered bloom, his heart a waste, his soul crusted over by deceit, his very person sullied by evil deeds and thoughts, Duke Richard stood in all the pride of innocence. Could he degrade him to his own level, there would be a pang the less in his bosom. Could he injure him in the eyes of his friends, render him, as he himself had ever been, an object of censure, He would satisfy the ill cravings of his nature, and do Henry a wondrous benefit by tarnishing the high character his rival bore, causing him whom his adherents set up as an idol to become a reproach to them. Clifford thought that it would be an easy task to entice a gay young stripling into vice. Richard loved hawking, hunting, and jousting in the lists, almost more, some of his elder friends thought, than befitted one on the eve of a perilous enterprise. Governed by Edmund, attended by Neville, watched by the noble Duchess and vigilant Lady Brampton, it was no great wonder that he had hitherto escaped error. But Clifford went wilily to work, and hoped in some brief luckless hour to undo the work of years. Richard was glad to find in him a defender of his inclination for manly sports. An intimacy sprung up between them, which it would not be the knight's fault if it did not bring about the catastrophe he desired. What then perpetually opposed all his measures? What, when he thought he had caused the tide of temptation to flow, suddenly made it ebb and retreat back to its former banks? Clifford, an adept in every art, molded himself to every needful form, and at last won the secret from the deep recess of Richard's heart. He loved Monina, that living emblem of innocent affection. Never, he had vowed, would he disturb the sacred calm that reigned in her young heart, nor gift ignorance with fatal knowledge. She knew not the nature of her own feelings, and he would not withdraw the veil, but he was himself conscious of being swayed by the tenderest love. He could not marry her. His own misfortunes had arisen from the misalliance of his father. She herself would have refused to injure thus his cause, and have disdained him, if for her sake he had been inclined to abdicate his rights. He would be her friend, her brother. With passion came sorrow. He fled from sad reflection to the chase, to the exercise of arms. But other temptation became blunted by this very sentiment. His love grew more ardent by restraint. If he yielded in her absence to the contemplation of her image, his soul was filled with a voluptuous languor, from which he roused himself by attention to his duties or hardy pastimes, but to every other form of pleasure he was cold. This was a strange, incomprehensible picture to present to the world-worn Clifford. He fancied that it must be a delusion, but he found all the resistance of firm reality. To embitter his defeat came his own fierce passions, and the knowledge that Monina loved his rival. They would see each other, be happy in each other, and laugh him to scorn. He concealed his jealousy, his disappointment, but double-treble rage gnawed at his heart. Hatred awoke in her most viperous shape, fanged by a sense of inferiority, envenomed by envy, sharpened by the torture of defeat. How little did any know above all, how not at all did his innocent victim suspect, the storm that brooded in his heart. There was something in the very slightness and grace of his figure that was at variance with the idea of violence and crime, and his glossing tongue added to the deceit. Lady Brampton feared him a little. Frion saw something in him that made him pay greater court to him than to any other. These were the only indications. Sunshine and calm brooded over the earthquake's birth. Meanwhile, Henry was not sleeping at his post. He saw the full extent of his danger, and exerted all his energy to provide against it. His immediate attention was chiefly directed to 2 points. In the first place, it was desirable to forge some tale, to account for the circumstances that spoke so loudly for the truth of York's story, and thus to degrade him from the high esteem in which he was universally held. Secondly, it became necessary to certify to the public the death of Edward V and his brother in the Tower. We may well wonder at his ill success as to the first point. There never was concocted so ill-fangled, so incongruous, and so contradictory a fable as that put together by Henry, purporting to be the history of the Pretender. He was himself ashamed of it, and tried to call it in. History has in its caprice given more credence to this composition than its contemporaries gave. It was ridiculed and despised at the time even by the partisans of Lancaster. He was equally unfortunate in his second effort. To explain his attempts we must go back to the time of Richard III. On repeated reports being made to him of his unhappy imprisoned nephew's illness, this monarch had commissioned Sir James Tyrrell to visit him. The young prince had languished without any appearance of immediate danger, and then suddenly drooped even to the grave. Tyrrell arrived at the Tower late in the evening, and the first intelligence he received was that the Lord Edward was dying. At the midnight hour he was admitted into his sick room. His 2 attendants followed him no further than the antechamber. He entered. The glazed eye and death-pale cheek of the victim spoke of instant dissolution. A few slight convulsions, and it was over. Edward was no more. With wild, loud cries poor little York threw himself on his brother's body. Tyrrell's servants, affrighted, entered. They found one of the princes, whose illness had been represented as trivial, dead. The other was carried off, struggling and screaming, by their master and an attendant priest, the only two persons in the chamber. They departed 2 hours afterwards from the tower. Turrell seemed disturbed and was silent. They would perhaps have thought less about it, but hearing subsequently of the disappearance and supposed death of the young duke, wonder grew into suspicion, and in thoughtless talk they laid the foundation of a dire tale out of these fragments. Henry had heard it before. Now he endeavored to trace its origin. Turrell, who for some time had lived obscurely in the country, came to London. He was immediately seized and thrown into prison. Emissaries were set to work to find the 3 others, the priest and Sir James's 2 servants. Only one was to be found, and when Turrell was asked concerning this man by name John Dighton, he told a tale of ingratitude punished by him, which was soothing sweet to King Henry's ear. He was speedily discovered and imprisoned. Both master and follower underwent many examinations, and it was suggested to each that reward would follow their giving countenance to a tale of midnight murder. Turrell was indignant at the proposal. Dighton, on the contrary, a needy, bad man, while he told the story so as to gloss his own conduct, was very ready to inculpate his master, and it grew finely under his fosterage. Henry saw that without Turrell's connivance he could not authenticate any account, but he gave all the weight he could to these reports. Few persons believed them, yet it served to confuse and complicate events, and while people argued, some at least would take his side of the question, and these would be interested to spread their belief abroad. Duke Richard must be the loser in every way. The spies, the traitor emissaries of the fear-struck monarch, were all busy. There was a whole army of them dispersed in England and Flanders. None could know the false man from the true. To obviate every suspicion, he caused his own hirelings to be proclaimed traitors and cursed at St. Paul's Cross. The priests, ever his friends, were impiously permitted to violate the sacrament of confession, and thus several unsuspecting men betrayed their lives, while they fancied that they performed a religious duty. A few names still escaped him. He tampered with Clifford and Frion for them. The former was not yet quite a villain. The latter found that he enjoyed more credit, honor, and power as the Duke's secretary than he could do as Henry's spy. Besides, his vanity was hurt. He wished to revenge himself on the master who had discarded him. In nothing did Henry succeed better than in throwing an impenetrable veil over his maneuvers. Most people thought, so tranquil and unconcerned he seemed, that he did not suspect the existence of an actual conspiracy, fostered in England itself, containing many influential persons among its numbers. All were sure that he was entirely ignorant of their names and actual purposes. The many months which intervened while he waited patiently corroborated this belief, and the conspirators slept in security. The winter passed, and they continued to scheme, apparently unobserved. Spring came, they prepared for York's landing, for a general rising, for a sudden seizing on many walled towns and fortresses, for the occupation of London itself. A few brief weeks, and Henry's prosperity would be shaken to its center. His power uprooted, he and his children would wander exiles in a foreign land, and another king, the gallant descendant of the true Plantagenets, reign in his stead. Thus occupied, thus prepared, were the Yorkists in England. At Brussels, things were carried on more openly and wore a more promising appearance. The Duchess, Lady Brampton, Plantagenet, triumphed. Sir George Neville anticipated with proud joy a restoration of the fallen race of Warwick, and regarded himself already as another kingmaker of that house. Every exile looked northward, and grew joyful with the thought of home. Frion became more busy and important than ever. He had lately gone disguised to England, in pursuance of some project. In another week they expected Lord Barry to join them from Ireland. Clifford was amazed, vacillating, terrified. He knew that Henry was far from idle. He was aware that some of the loudest speakers in Richard's favor in Brussels were his hirelings, whom he would not betray, because he half felt himself one among them, though he could not quite prevail on himself to join their ranks. He believed that the king was in eager expectation of his decision in his favor, that nothing could be done till he said the word. He proposed conditions, wished to conceal some names, exempt others from punishment. Messengers passed continually between him and Bishop Morton, Henry's chief counselor and friend, and yet he could not determine to be altogether a traitor. Thus stood affairs, a consummation all thought to be nigh at hand. It was the spring of 1494, and the coming summer was to decide the fate of York. A ball was given by the Duchess, in honor of her nephew. It was splendidly and gaily attended. Clifford had been conversing with the prince, when suddenly he left the apartment. It was long ere he came back, and slowly joined the principal group in the room, consisting of the Duchess, the Prince, Lady Brampton, Neville, Plantagenet, Taylor, and several others. Clifford's countenance was marked by horror and surprise, so much so that Lady Brampton looked at him a moment without knowing him. Suddenly she started up and seized his arm. "Holy Virgin!" she cried. "What had dressed your face, Sir Robert, in this pale livery? What tale of death have you heard?" The brow of Clifford became flushed, his lips grew whiter, as quivering they refused to form the words he attempted to utter. Barley had before this quitted the apartment. He rushed in now, crying aloud, "Treason!" "Treason," Neville repeated, laying his hand heavily on Clifford's shoulder. "Hear you that word, Sir Knight? Where is the traitor?" Clifford in a moment recovered himself, answering composedly, "I would I could point out the man, would that I could drag him forth, the mark, the very target for the shafts of vengeance. We are lost, the cause is lost, our friends, the good Lord Fitzwater. I would have hid his name in the bowels of the earth." Already the festal hall was deserted. Already the guests were dispersed, to learn how wide the destruction had spread. By the prince's orders, the messenger from England was introduced before himself and his principal friends. It was Adam Floyer, Sir Simon Mountford's chaplain, escaped himself. He was the bearer of a frightful tale. On one day, almost at the same hour, the Yorkist conspirators were arrested. Lord Fitzwater, Sir Simon Mountford, Sir Thomas Thwaites, Robert Ratcliffe, William Daubeny, Thomas Cressener, Thomas Estwood, two Dominicans, by name William Richford and Thomas Poins, Dr. William Sutton, Worsley the Dean of St. Paul's, Robert Langbourne and Sir William Lessey, were all seized and cast into prison. Others had escaped. Young Gilbert Daubeny, brother of William, and Sir Edward Lisle, had arrived in Flanders. Others made good speed and had fled to Ireland. Chapter 22. Herman de Farrow. O Clifford, but bethink thee once again, and in thy thought o'errun my former time. And if thou canst for blushing, view this face. Shakespeare. Where is the traitor? Neville's question resounded through Flanders, and was re-echoed in groans from the English shores. Each man feared the other, and saw the mark of Henry's malice on the brow of all. It was a worse scene in England. Executions followed imprisonment, the scaffolds flowed with blood, and suspicion was still greedy of prey. Among the papers seized by the king there was found a letter from Clifford to Lord Fitzwater, containing these words: "I do protest, my lord, that the proof of York's truth is most pertinent. You know this, and yet he who cut the crooked rosebush to the roots still doubts. Forsooth, he is still at his ifs. If he were sure that young man were King Edward's son, he would never bear arms against him. Pray deprive my lord of his if, for arms he must never bear, he is too principal to any cause." Henry tormented himself to find who this doubter might be. Again he sought to bribe Clifford, who was at first dogged that so much was done without him, and then tried to barter his intelligence for Lord Fitzwater's life. Such grace had he left, that he was ready to exert his wits to save his former patron. This was granted. This noble alone of the conspirators who were laymen was spared. He was sent prisoner to Calais. At the first word of discovery, Monina's friends had endeavored to ensure her escape to Flanders. But her name was known to Henry, and there was none whom he was more desirous to get into his power. She remained concealed at a little distance from London. She grew mad in inaction. The work of death and misery around wound up her tender spirit to torture, and the execution of her former friends filled her with such horror as made day hateful, night the parent of frightful visions. After several weeks' seclusion, she all at once resolved to visit London, to seek some one of her former friends, to learn whether the tragedy was over, and what further mischiefs despair might have engendered. She inhabited a solitary mansion, with one old woman, who opposed her going, but vainly. Monina was too young to bear uncertainty with any degree of patience. Some slight joy visited her as she found herself on her road to London. Before she arrived a heavy rain fell, but she was not to be discouraged. Sir Edward Lisle, she knew, had not been arrested. She was unaware of his escape, and thought perhaps that he had not been discovered. She might get intelligence from him. His house was deserted and empty. Another hope remained, Sir William Stanley. She knew his timidity, and resolved to be cautious as to the manner of her visit. Sir William had ever been peculiarly kind to the gentle maiden. Fearing to see her openly, she had often come to him by water. His mansion, near the palace at Westminster, had a garden upon the Thames. Without exciting any remark, she could land here. It was already night, and this favored secrecy. With some difficulty, in the city where she then was, she contrived to find her way to an obscure wharf, and embarked in a wherry. Fortunately it was high water, and she landed without difficulty in the garden and dismissed the men. Now she began to be puzzled as to how she should make her way, dripping with rain, unexpected, to Sir William's presence. She had been accustomed to be admitted by a little door opening on stairs which led her to her old friend's library. This was shut now. Suddenly she thought she heard voices, and then perceived a thread of light that streamed through the keyhole of the summer house in the garden. There was a noise on the water, too, and a boat was paddled to the landing place. Bewildered, yet believing that all the secrecy was connected with the grand conspiracy, she moved towards the summer house. The door was opened, and the light falling full upon her, she saw several figures within, and a female shriek burst upon her ear. Quick steps were heard behind. To retreat or go forward equally terrified her, when one of the persons in the summer house, a man in an uncouth foreign garb, cried, "Thou here, Monina? What miracle is this? Come, come in, there is danger in all we do." Monina recognized the voice of Frion and entered. There she saw one, a lady richly attired, yet half disguised in a large black cloak. Fear was painted on her cheek, her blue eyes were cast up to heaven. A female attendant with her seemed yet more terrified. About the room were scattered globes and astrolabes and all the gear of an astrologer. In the lady, Monina recognized York's sister, Tudor's queen, the fair Elizabeth of England. At once compassion and respect entered her heart. She addressed the royal lady with reverence, and all that touching grace that was her sweetest charm. She assured her of inviolable secrecy. She reminded her of their former interview. Elizabeth grew calmer as she recognized her visitor at Sheen. She stretched out her hand to the Spaniard, saying, "I do indeed believe and trust thee, thou shalt hear again from me." Then folding her mantle round her, and leaning on her attendant, she quitted the house, and with trembling haste embarked. For many weeks after this scene, Monina continued concealed in Sir William Stanley's mansion. When the arrest of the conspirators had taken place, Frion, balked in an attempt to escape, for safety's sake had assumed the habit and character of an astrologer, and so far worked upon Stanley's fears, and won him by his flattery, that he permitted him to take up his residence in his summer house. Frion was a clever prophet, and too restless not to become notorious. It was a good mode, he averred, to put hope in the hearts of the Yorkists, by prognosticating all manner of success to them. His fame spread. The Queen questioned Stanley about his new astrologer, and the confusion the poor chamberlain evinced served only to excite her curiosity. She sent one of her attendants to see what manner of man he might be, and the subtle Frion profited by this little artifice, which Sir William in his terror divulged, to entice the Queen herself to his cell. She came, and the result of her visit was to bring Monina again before her. Such were the agents still at work for York in London, such the materials Clifford strove to mold into a purpose of his own. There was no reason, so many of the White Rose thought, to forgo all their plans because one had come to a fatal end. Still Richard might land in England and make head against Tudor. On a smaller scale, with lessened hopes and diminished ardor, a scheme of this kind was canvassed. Clifford appeared its chief abettor, and encouraged it by every means in his power. None were averse. It was not an enterprise of such high expectation as the discovered one, but undertaken with speed, and prosecuted with energy, it might turn out as well. England was by no means tranquil. The metropolis itself was the scene of tumults. These were raised to a ferment by the embargo Henry had found it necessary to place on all communication with Holland, a measure fraught with ruin to many of the richest merchants in London. At this time, towards the end of the summer, the king came up from his palace at Sheen, and held a court at Westminster. One of the immediate subjects that brought him up was a tumult in the city to which the embargo had given rise. A vast number of apprentices and journeymen belonging to the ruined merchants were out of employ, while the traders from Hanse and other free German towns, who went among us by the name of the Easterlings, got the commerce into their own hands and grew rich upon it. The sight of their prosperity was to the starving Londoners as the pressed rowel of a spur in a horse's side. With the usual barbarism of the untaught and rude, they visited on these men the fault of their governors. The discontent augmented till it became loud, furious, and armed. Multitudes of those deprived of their usual means met, and in a moment of rage, proceeded from words to acts. They endeavored to force and rifle the warehouses of the Easterlings, who repulsed them with difficulty. Nor did they disperse, till the mayor arrived with men and weapons, from whom they fled like a flock of sheep. When tidings of this event were brought to Henry, he, who saw in all things the multiplied image of the abhorred White Rose, believed the Yorkists to be its secret cause. The day after his arrival, he gave audience to the mayor, who reported that, from every examination made, none appeared to have a part in it, except servants and apprentices, nearly 100 of whom were imprisoned in the Tower. In giving a detail of this circumstance, the mayor related that the Easterlings declared that at the first onset their richest store chambers must have become the prey of the rioters, but for the interposition of one man. He was a sea captain, and had arrived but the day before with his caravel from Spain. They represented him as a person of gigantic stature and superhuman strength. Entangled by the mob in his progress through the city, he had no sooner discovered their intent than he contrived to make his way into the Stillard. And there, combining the forces of the defenders, more by his personal prowess than any other means, he beat back the invaders and succeeded in closing the gates. At the representation of the mayor, Henry commanded that this man should be brought before him, partly that he might thank him for his services, and partly, for Henry was curious on such points, to learn from him the news from Spain, and if more had been heard of the wild visionary Columbus and his devoted crew since they had deserted the stable continent, to invade the hidden chambers of the secret Western Ocean. The king received the mariner in his closet. None were in attendance save Urswick. There was something grand in the contrast between these men. The courtier priest, the sovereign, whose colorless face was deep-lined with careful thought, whose eyes were skilled in reading the thoughts of men, and whose soul was perpetually alive to everything that was passing around him, and the ocean rock, the man of tempests and hardships, whose complexion was darkened and puckered by exposure to sun and wind, whose every muscle was hardened by labor, but whose unservile mien bespoke no cringing to any power, save nature's own. He received Henry's thanks with respect, and replied simply. He answered also several questions put to him concerning his voyages. It appeared that he had but lately arrived from Spain, that he came to seek a relative who resided in England. During this interview, a thought flashed on Henry's mind. In his late transactions with Clifford, the base purpose had been formed of enticing the Duke and his principal adherents to England, and of delivering them up to their enemy. There had been some discussion as to providing, at least, one vessel in Henry's pay, to make part of the little fleet which would bring the Duke of York over. This was difficult, as suspicion might attach itself to any English vessel, but here was one, with a stranger captain and a foreign crew, a man who knew nothing of white or red rose, who would merely fulfill his commission. Slow on all occasions to decide, the king appointed another interview with the stranger. It so happened that the news of the appearance of the Spanish captain had penetrated to the queen's apartments, and little Arthur, her gentle and darling son, was desirous to see the countrymen of Columbus, whose promised discoveries were the parent of such wonder and delight throughout the world. The Prince of Wales must not be denied this pleasure, and the Spaniard was ushered into the Queen's presence. An enthusiast in his art, his energetic, though simple expressions enchanted the intelligent prince, and even compelled the attention of his little sturdy brother Henry. He spoke in words, borrowed from Columbus's own lips, of translucent seas, of an atmosphere more softly serene than ours, of shores of supernal beauty, of the happy natives, of stores of treasure, and the bright hopes entertained concerning the further quest to be made in these regions. Elizabeth forgot herself to listen, and regretted the necessity of so soon dismissing him. She asked a few questions relative to himself, his vessel. She was a gallant thing once, replied her commander, when I took her from the Algerines, and new christened her the Adalid, because, like her owner, being of Moorish origin, she embraced the true faith. My own name, please your grace, is Hernan de Faro, otherwise called the captain of the wreck, in memory of a sad, tedious adventure many years old. De Faro, had he not a daughter? Anxiety and joy showed itself at once in the mariner's countenance. Monina, where was she? How eagerly and vainly had he sought her. Faltering, the Queen had only power to say that Sir William Stanley, the Lord Chamberlain, could inform him, and terrified, put an end to the interview. 2 days after, already had De Faro found and fondly embraced his beloved child, Urswick, at the king's command, sent for the hero of the Stillard, and after some questioning, disclosed his commission to him. It was such that, had De Faro been in ignorance, would have led him to suspect nothing. He was simply to sail for Ostend, where he would seek Sir Robert Clifford, and deliver a letter. He was further told that he was to remain at Sir Robert's command, to receive on board his vessel whoever the knight should cause to embark in her, and to bring them safely to England. To all this De Faro, aware of the dread nature of these orders, assented, and in Stanley's summer house, with the Lord Chamberlain, Monina, and Frion, It was discussed how this web of treason could best be destroyed. There was little room for doubt. Monina resolved to sail with her father to denounce Clifford to the prince, and so save him and his friends from the frightful snare. Frion still remained in England to try to fathom the whole extent of the mischief intended, though now, fearful of discovery, he quitted his present abode and sought a new disguise. Stanley trembled at Clifford's name, but he saw no suspicion in his sovereign's eye and was reassured. The Adalid sailed, bearing the king's letters to Clifford, and having Monina on board, who was to unfold to the deceived prince and his followers the dangers that menaced them. Already, as the appointed time drew near, most of Richard's partisans were assembled at Ostend. A fleet of 3 vessels was anchored in the port to convey them to England to fated death. The prince himself, with Clifford, sojourned in a castle at no great distance. Sir Robert insinuated himself each day more and more into his royal friend's confidence. Each day his hatred grew, and he fed himself with it to keep true to his base purpose. Among the partisans of York, sometimes he felt remorse. Beside the bright contrast of his own dark self, never. Monina landed, and the prince being absent, first she sought Lady Brampton, she was at Brussels. Then Plantagenet, he was expected but not arrived from Paris. Then she asked for Sir George Neville, as the chief of the English exiles. To him she communicated her strange, her horrid tidings. To him she showed Henry's still sealed letter to Clifford. What visible providence was here, laying its finger on the headlong machinery that was bearing them to destruction? Neville was all aghast. He, who did not like, had ceased to suspect Clifford, seeing that he adhered to them at their worst. He lost no time in bringing Monina to the castle, but 10 miles distant, where York then was. He introduced her privately, and wishing that she should tell her tale herself, went about to contrive that, without Clifford's knowledge or suspicion, the prince should have an interview with her. Monina did not wonder that her bosom throbbed wildly, as she remained in expectation of seeing her childhood's playfellow, from whom she had been so long absent. Nor did she check her emotion of intense pleasure when she saw him, and heard him in her native Spanish utter expressions of glad delight at so unexpectedly beholding her. Time had changed him very little. His aspect was still boyish, and if more thought was seated in his eye, his smile was not the less frank and sweet. She was more altered. Her but little feminine form had acquired grace. The girl was verging into the woman, blooming as the one, tender and impassioned as the other. Her full dark eyes, which none could behold and not feel the very inner depths of their nature stirred, were the home of sensibility and love. A few moments were given to an interchange of affectionate greeting, and then York, recurring to the mysterious mode in which Neville had expressed himself, asked if anything save a kind wish to visit the brother of her childhood had brought her hither. She replied, by relating to him the circumstances of her father's commission from Henry, and delivering to him the letter for Sir Robert. The whole wide world of misery contains no pang so great as the discovery of treachery where we pictured truth. Death is less in the comparison, for both destroy the future, and one, with Gorgon countenance, transforms the past. The world appeared to slide from beneath the prince, as he became aware that Clifford's smiles were false. His seeming honesty, his discourse of honor, the sympathy apparent between them, a lie, a painted lie, alluring him by fair colors to embrace foulest deformity. The exceeding openness and confidence of his own nature rendered the blow doubly unnatural and frightful. And Monina, who had half disliked, and latterly had almost forgotten Clifford, was full of surprise and pain to mark the affliction her friend's countenance expressed. There was no time for regret. Neville interrupted them, and it became necessary to act. Richard held in his hand the sealed proof of his associate's falsehood. Sir George urged him to open it, so as to discover the whole extent of the treason. The prince's eyes were at once lighted up by the suggestion. No, no, because Clifford had been base, he would violate no law of honor. There was no need for the sake of others. His treachery discovered was fangless, nor would he even undertake the dark office of openly convicting and punishing. His conscience and remorse should be judge and executioner. Monina and Neville returned to Ostend. The prince sent a message to Clifford with some trifling commission to execute in the same town, and Sir Robert, who had heard of the arrival of a stranger caravel from England, was glad of an opportunity to ride over to learn its character. His feet were in the stirrups, when a page brought him a letter from the Duke, which he was bid not to open till he had departed. A sense of a mysterious meaning came over him. Was he discovered? At the first dawn of this suspicion he clapped spurs to his horse, and was already far away. Then, impatient of uncertainty, as soon as half the brief space to Ostend was measured, he took out the packet, eyed it curiously, and after many qualms and revolutions of feeling, suddenly tore it open. King Henry's dispatch, written in Urswic's well-known hand, first met his eye. Worse in action than in thought, a cold dew mantled on his brow, and while his heart stood still in his laboring breast, he cast his eyes over a few lines, written in Richard's fair clear Spanish hand. This paper, joined to the mode in which it fell into my hands, accuses you of treason. If wrongfully, accord permission that the seal may be broken, and your innocence proved. Even if the mystery which this letter contains cannot be divulged nor exculpated, all is not lost. Perhaps you are rather weak than guilty, erring but not wicked. If so, return immediately on your steps, by a frank confession merit my confidence. I were unworthy of the mediation of the blessed saints, whom each night I solicit to intercede for me before our Heavenly Father, were I not ready to pardon one who has sinned, but who repents. If your crime be of a deeper dye, and you are allied in soul to my enemy, depart. It is enough for me that I never see you more. If I remain a fugitive forever, you will lose nothing by deserting my ruined fortunes. If I win the day, my first exercise of the dearest prerogative of kings will be to pardon you. Richard. Chapter 23. The Traitor Unmasked. Shall I be the slave of what a word, which those of this false world employ against each other, not themselves? As men wear daggers not for self-offense. But if I am mistaken, where shall I find the disguise to hide me from myself? As now I skulk from every other eye. Shelley. One of the surest results of guilt is to deprive the criminal of belief in the goodness of others. Clifford was discovered. Even if Richard continued true to his promise of pardon, his adherents and counselors might force him to another line of conduct. A dungeon and death floated terribly before his confused vision. Flight, instant flight to England, where, by a full confession of many things he had reserved, and the disclosure of an important unsuspected name, he might still receive welcome and reward from Henry, was the only course left him to pursue. His thoughts were chaos. Shame and indignation raged in his heart. He was a convicted traitor, a dishonored man. "Oh, my envied father!" In his wretchedness he exclaimed, "You died gloriously for Lancaster. I live, steeped in obloquy for the same cause. Abhorred Plantagenet, what misery has been mine since first your name came to drug me with racking poison? What have I not endured while I cringed to the fair-haired boy? Thank the powers of hell, that time is past. Devil as I have stamped myself, his arch crime lying is no more my attribute. To the winds and men's thirsty ears I may cry aloud, I hate Plantagenet." It was some relief to this miserable man to array his thoughts in their darkest garb, soothing his evil passions with words, which acted on them as a nurse's fondling talk to a querulous child. His line of conduct was fixed. He remembered Neville's sudden appearance and departure the night before. He had brought the letter. He was waiting for him at Ostend to seize on him, to turn to mockery the prince's promised pardon. Those were days of violence and sudden bloodshed. The enemy a man could not visit with legal punishment, he thought himself justified in destroying with his own hand. The passions of the Yorkists, who found they had been driven into shambles instead of a fold, must be fierce and dangerous. Without delay, he resolved to embark in one of the vessels then in the roads. He hurried to the beach. The wind seemed fair. There was a poor kind of hostelry, the common resort of sailors near, from whence a signal could be given for a boat to be sent off for him. While waiting for it, he quitted the noisy vulgarity of the inn, and walked towards a kind of ruined tower that once perhaps had served as a lighthouse. In all the panic of guilt, a roof, however desolate, appeared a shelter, and he sought it. It was dilapidated and dark. There were some rude, narrow stairs leading to the upper story. These he ascended, and entered what had been a kind of guardroom, and started at the vision he beheld. Leaning against the aperture that had served for casement, looking on the wide green sea, was Monina. Her lustrous eyes turned on him, eyes before whose full softness his violence, his insolence quailed, till shame, despair, and rage, and the deep-seated arrogance of his nature conquered his better feelings. She knew his crime, witnessed his disgrace. There was no more to lose in the world. What more could he win? His presence occasioned her much emotion. She had just quitted Neville, who somewhat angrily remarked upon the prince's ill-timed lenity, and spoke bitterly of all the ill Clifford, thus let loose, might do in England. And here he was, about to embark for that very island, where one at least, Sir William Stanley, was at his mercy. Gladly Monina seized on this opportunity to dive into his projects, and to inspire by her energetic words the traitor's bosom with some sense of right. She, alas, inspired passion only, and jealousy, that now at last his rival would see her love-lighted eyes turned affectionately on him, while all the reproach of which they were capable was his meed. What such men as Clifford feel is not love. He had no real friendship for the innocent girl. Each feeling that expresses the sympathy of our intellectual nature was never associated to him with the name of woman. As she spoke therefore of his duties to God and man, violated but not irretrievably, and with soft persuasion entreated him to spare those whose lives hung upon his word, he recovered his obduracy, and replied in a tone whose hollow vaunting was at discord with the music that fell from her lips. My pretty maiden, I thank thee for thy good intentions, and if thou wilt wholly undertake my instruction, will prove an apt scholar. Honesty and I are too poor to be messmates, but if thou wilt join us, by God, Monina, I mean what I say, the priest shall say grace for us, and we will partake life's feast or fast together. I will sail with thee to thy Spain, to the Indies of the West. England shall be a forgotten name, the white or red rose, neither worse nor better in our eyes than any blooms that smell as sweet. If thou refusest this, here ends the last chance for honesty, and be the victim who it may, I care not so my fortunes thrive. Unworthy man, cried Monina, farewell, I go to England also, I to save, you to destroy. Bounteous heaven will look on our several intentions and shape our course accordingly. Henry will visit with poor thanks your blighted purpose, barren now of its ill fruit. Mine will be the harvest, yours the unlamented loss. She would have passed him, but he seized her slender wrist. We will run no race, he cried. If we go to England, it will be together. Listen to the splash of oars, it is my boat among the breakers. We enter it together, it is vain for you to resist, you are my prisoner. Monina trembled in every joint. She felt that in very truth she was in Clifford's power. There rode her father's caravel, but he could not guess her pressing danger. He would behold her depart, ignorant of the violence she was suffering, ignorant that she was there. No help, no form of words was there that might persuade the ill-minded knight to free her. Her proud spirit disdained to bend, her cheek was flushed, she strove to withdraw her hand. Pardon me, said Clifford, if my fingers press too roughly, the slight pain you endure will hardly counterbalance the fierce torture your words inflicted. Be patient, my fellows are already here. Let us not act a silly mime before them. Do not oblige me to demonstrate too unkindly that you are wholly in my power. Hardly had he spoken the words when with a scream she sprang from him. He turned, but before even he could see the gigantic form of Defero, a blow was struck which made him reel against the wall. It would have been instantly followed by another, but that Monina had flung herself on her father's breast, and he, supporting her, forgot his enemy, who recovered himself and drew his sword. He met the fierce glare of the injured parent's eye and shook. We meet again, recreant, were the only words spoken by Defero, and as an elephant might snatch a youngling antelope from the pursuit of a tiger, he took his daughter in his arms, descended the steps with her, and, as Clifford stood gazing on the sea, in such bitter mood as is the fruit of baffled malice, he saw the mariner lift his daughter into the boat. It pushed from the shore, and with long, measured strokes, it swept the waves towards the caravel, whose sails were again unfurled, while everything bespoke the readiness and anxiety of the crew to depart. Ere the Adalid had reached the open sea, Clifford in his vessel was but little astern. It was a race they ran. The caravel at first had the best. Night concealed them from each other's view, and in the morning, already on the tranquil bosom of the Thames, Sir Robert's vessel was sailing alone towards London. By one of those strange turns of fortune by which our purposes swim or are wrecked, Defero, without a pilot, unacquainted with the coast, missed the channel. He grounded on a sandbank at the river's mouth, and the tide which carried Clifford so swiftly towards London had several hours to run before it reached a height sufficient to float the other's vessel. The situation was not without peril, and no boat even could be lowered to carry the anxious Monina to shore. The very day, it was now the month of January, that Henry heard of Clifford's arrival in London, he removed his court from Westminster to the Tower. Already he divined that his Lord Chamberlain was to be criminated by Sir Robert, and, as Stanley possessed considerable influence in the state, he wished to make his arrest as unexpected as possible. Another motive worked upon the avaricious sovereign. Seized thus, without preparation or forethought, his jewels, his rich plate, his valuable movables which might otherwise be secreted, now fell the indiscriminate prey of confiscation. The Tower, at once a palace and a prison, favored this purpose. Here he received Clifford. Urswick had already conversed with the traitor knight, and represented to him the necessity of ample confession. There was something in the priest's manner that, like iron, entered Clifford's soul. He felt himself, too truly, to be the abject slave, the despised tool of power. There was but little need to use cajoleries or bribes with him now. He was there to be executed as a felon or pardoned as a spy, according as his disclosures satisfied or not the callous-hearted king. For his greater punishment, there clung to this unfortunate man a sense of what he ought to and might have been, and a burning consciousness of what he was. Hitherto he had fancied that he loved honor, and had been withheld, as by a hair, from overstepping the demarcation between the merely reprehensible and the disgraceful. The good had blamed him, the reckless wondered at his proficiency in their own bad lessons. But hitherto he had lifted his head haughtily among them, and challenged any man to accuse him of worse than greater daring in a career all traveled at a slower and more timid pace. But that time was gone by. He was now tainted by leprous treachery, his hands were stained by the blood of his deceived confederates. Honor disowned him for her son, men looked askance on him as belonging to a pariah race. He felt this, and even Monina, who had last conversed with him in the summer house of the inn at Ostend, would hardly have recognized him. He was then a bold-faced villain, his step was haughty, his manner insolent. Now his gait was shuffling, his appearance mean, his speech hesitating and confused. Urswick had known him a gay ruffler. He started back. Was this Sir Robert Clifford? He was obliged to use with him the usual style of speech adopted towards men in his situation, to speak of his duty towards his liege, the propriety of delivering up the guilty to condign punishment, hackneyed phrases, which sounded cold to the unhappy man. There was no resource. At Henry's feet, kneeling before a king who used him as a tool, but who hated him as the abettor of his rival, and despised him as the betrayer of his friend, Clifford spoke the fatal word which doomed the confiding Stanley to instant death, himself to the horrors of conscious guilt, or, what as yet was more bitter, to the worldling, relentless outlawry from the society and speech of all, however depraved, who yet termed themselves men of honor. Henry heard him with feigned amazement, and with grating words of insulting unbelief demanded evidence of his chamberlain's treason. These were easily furnished, yet such as they were, they comprised such irrefragable proof of the identity of the outcast duke, that Henry found that while they confirmed him more than ever in his resolve that Stanley should suffer the severest penalty of his crime, it made it difficult to bring forward the testimonials of his guilt. This was for after consideration. Clifford was dismissed with cold thanks, with promise of pardon and reward, and a haughty command neither to obtrude himself again into the royal presence, nor to depart from London without a special leave. Henry's first act was to command Stanley not to quit his chamber in the Tower. The next day before the hour of noon, the Bishop of Durham, Lord Oxford, Lord Surrey, Urswick, and Lord Daubeny met in the fallen chamberlain's apartment for the purpose of examining him. 1,000 opposing feelings operated upon Stanley. Accustomed to pay deference to the king, even now he said nothing to displease him, and his expressions rather spoke of compassion for him, who very possibly was Duke of York, than any falling off from his allegiance to the then King of England. This monarch was tormented by no doubts, to be actuated by no pity. Stanley's acknowledgment of the truth of the Burgundian pretender roused his bitterest feelings. In addition, he was rich booty, which weighed heavily against him, so that, when Bishop Fox remarked on the villainy and extent of his treason, Henry, off his guard, exclaimed, "I am glad of it, the worse the better. None can speak of mercy now, and confiscation is assured." Nor did he in the interval before his trial, nor after it, express one regret that the man was about to forfeit his head, who had encircled his own with the regal diadem. Tried, condemned, but a few days remained before on the fatal block the rich, noble, prudent, royally connected Sir William Stanley would expiate his guilt to Henry. All wondered, many pitied, few thought of soliciting for or aiding the fallen man, yet one or two there were, whom this last blow against York filled with bitter regret. In a secluded part of London, Lord Barry, who had just arrived, Frion and Monina met. Barry came with intelligence that there had appeared in Ireland a gentleman from Scotland, commissioned by its young monarch to inquire into the truth of Richard's story, and if indubitably he were the man he pretended, to counsel him to visit Scotland, where he would find friendship and aid. The Earl of Desmond also had just arrived in London, and Lord Barry was in his company. This downfall of Stanley called their minds from every other consideration. Monina was peculiarly agitated and thoughtful. One evening she joined them late. She was full of some project. I do believe, save our friend," she said. "The assistance I need is small. You, Master Stephen, will hasten on board the Adalid, and bid my father have all in readiness for sailing, and to drop down the river as far as Greenwich. You, my dear lord, must also take a part in my scheme. Keep watch on the river, right opposite the tower, during the coming night and the following. If you see a light upon the shore beneath its dark walls, come towards it with a boat. The blessed Virgin aiding my design, it shall be freighted with disappointment to the tutor, joy to us." Lord Barry and Frion promised obedience, though they would have dissuaded her from the risk, but she was devoted, enthusiastic, firm. She left them, nor did they delay to execute her commission, and both went down the river to de Ferro's caravel. Here a new surprise awaited them. The Duke of York and his friends had not been idle in the interim. Each design, as it failed, gave place to another. They were diminished in numbers, but now no traitors were among them. Their hopes were few, but unless the present time were seized, there would be none. The false expectations Clifford had held out to them of coalition and succor in England were lost, but attachment to York was alive in many an English bosom. The preparations of arms they had made still existed. It was resolved, therefore, in early spring to descend on the English shores. The Duke of York, deeply grieved by the ruin that visited his friends, stung to the heart by Clifford's treachery, resolved meanwhile to seek relief in action. Could not his presence do much? Unknown in England, he might visit the Yorkists, rouse their affection, and form such a union as, assisted afterwards by his friends and their little fleet, would contribute to ensure success. His friends did not approve of the hazard to which he exposed himself, but everything they alleged on this score only confirmed his purpose. "All endanger themselves, all die for me," he cried. "Shall I alone be ingloriously safe?" The first sight, therefore, that presented itself to Lord Barry and Frion on the deck of the Adalid was Prince Richard and Edmund Plantagenet. The Duke's presence did not change the purpose of Frion's visit. De Ferro got his vessel in readiness for the voyage, and Lord Barry, as evening closed in, prepared to take his stand, not singly. Richard insisted on sharing his watch. Docile as he usually was, remonstrance had now no effect. Hitherto he had given himself up to guarded safety. Now he seemed in love with peril, resolved to court her at every opportunity. The risk to which Monina exposed herself made him obstinate. He would have thought himself untrue to the laws of chivalry, a recreant knight, had he not hastened to protect her. And more than this, for the inborn impulses of the heart are more peremptory than men's most sacred laws, he loved. And a mother draws not more instinctively her firstborn to her bosom than does the true and passionate lover feel impelled to hazard even life for the sake of her he loves, to shield her from every danger, or to share them gladly with her. Chapter 24. The Tower. I do not like the tower of any place. Shakespeare. At 9 o'clock in the evening, York and Lord Barry took their station on the Thames at the appointed place. The boat was tethered to the shore, and the rising tide brought them nearer to the banks. All was dark during the cold night of early February. To the right and left, nothing was apparent save the glimmering water, and the only sound was the rushing and rippling of the Thames as it sped downward in its course. "My mother greets me with a cold kiss," said the prince. "In truth she has wedded mine enemy, and cast me out from my inheritance." A brief pause ensued, a few minutes, which were freighted with the cares and sorrows of years. Back, young Richard threw his eye over the skeleton shapes of the dead years, and again he sought to penetrate the future. Dark as the starless sky, not one gleam of comfort presented itself to the outcast's hope. But such state of mind was unnatural to the ardent boy, and he sprang from it. Like to a lark at break of day, uprising from sullen earth to sing at heaven's gate, he soared from groveling despondency into recollections of the labor and love that had been expended on him. His harvest might never be the crown at which he aimed, but better still, the ambrosial food of affection and devoted attachment that filled him even to sweet satiety. "Alight, our beacon," cried Lord Barry. A small gleam appeared on the opposite bank. It moved, then returned to its former place and was stationary. They watched it till they became satisfied that it was the guide for which they were waiting. The early matin service rung from several convents and came pealing faintly across the water. It was the dead of night, and the gentlemen gladly exchanged their inert watch for the labor of contending with the tide and floating ice, which impeded their way as they rowed across the Thames to where the light was now fixed. The drear bank of the Tower Moat rose abruptly from the waterside, and the waves lay murky dark beneath the arch of the Traitor's Gate. The tide, which was setting in, carried them above the point where the light was to this spot. Their beacon indeed had disappeared, and as they waited its return, they floated idly on the river, merely giving now and then a few strokes, to keep the wherry stationary. They did not perceive that, while they thus curbed the tide, they had drifted into an eddy which carried them fast down, till jamming them between the wall of the tower and a near pile, their boat lurched, partly filled with water, and resisted every attempt they made to extricate it. The clouds were getting thinner before the pale waning moon, but their fancied beacon light had vanished. Their situation was sufficiently dreary. The cold was piercing. They had difficulty in keeping themselves out of the water that lay at the bottom of the boat. Lord Barry was a soldier, accustomed to hairbreadth escapes and dangerous attempts. Richard a bold youth, who thought that his best safety depended on his own exertions. They were neither of them inclined to linger tamely in their present situation. Before our limbs get numbed with this biting breeze, we must use them to our own benefit. Your Highness can swim. So say the streams of the Vega, replied Richard. But the very remembrance of those sweet brooks makes me shudder at the chilly bath this ice-nourished river affords. I will reconnoiter the land before I attempt the freezing wave. With lithe, sinuous limbs he coiled about the pile, and continued to raise himself to where a beam rested on the upright post, and again was fixed in the turret, which spans and guards the entrance to the tower by water. He had hardly gained this place, and he felt little cold as with nervous fingers he kept fast in the position he had attained, when a ray of light fell upon the water, streaming from out a window of the turret. It was but for a moment, and it disappeared, but Richard's eyes had glanced keenly on the illuminated spot. The transverse beam he had attained was but little below the window. It had been grated, but two of the stanchions were broken. This, to our adventurer, suspended between the unattainable sky and the icy wave, seemed a place of refuge. Carefully and slowly, he with clinging knees and hands contrived to get along the beam, to raise himself on his feet on it, and then to clutch the broken iron bar, and hoist himself into a chamber of the Tower of London. The immediate physical dangers that beset our adventurers were so great, the least horrific of which was spending the night exposed to freezing blasts, which Barry already felt chilling his very heart's blood, that they both forgot the dangerous nature of the asylum they were seeking. The Irish noble had, as well as darkness permitted, followed the movements of his young companion. The same ray which guided Richard to temporary safety had showed to Barry the mode of following him. He made the attempt, but though stronger, he was not so agile as his friend. Besides, the minutes which had elapsed during Richard's exertions had enfeebled by numbing the other's powers. He got nearly to the top of the pile. He felt his fingers slip, and that he could hold on no longer. One desperate struggle he made to cling closer. His grasp seemed rather to relax than tighten in the attempt, and Richard, after a second, heard with horror his heavy fall into the water. But Barry was more at his ease in the yielding wave, and the very intensity of the cold, burning his skin, set his blood in motion. The tide also had arrived at its height during this interval, and had turned. Without great difficulty, the noble cleared, after a few strokes, the abrupt banks that fenced the tower, and landed on a quay below. Richard heard the waters splash from under his strokes. The silence was so entire that he thought he could distinguish the change of sound when the swimmer emerged, and plainly heard Lord Barry's shout, in his own native Irish, of thanksgiving and good cheer. For a moment, like lightning, it flashed into his mind, the thought of the ominous refuge he had found, and he was tempted to leap into the water and to rejoin his friend. But by this time, the alarm of someone having plunged into the river had been spread by the sentinels. The court became thronged. Some hastened to the wall, others loosened the boats tethered beneath the gate, and issued in them from under the dark arch, over which Duke Richard had found refuge. By the glare of many torches, they discovered the wherry wedged in, as has been described. The splash attested that someone had fallen into the water. That someone should escape from the fortress was more readily present to their imaginations than that any should enter. They called to each other, communicating their surmises and intentions. Then one boat remained in guard close at the gate, while the other rowed down the stream. Their exertions must end in nothing, for Lord Barry had had full time to ensure his escape. Richard attended to all their motions. Several of the men in pursuit had issued from the lower chambers of the turret in which he was. It was not thus cooped up that he chose to be found. All seemed still. The only sounds came from the men in the boat. He descended the stairs. He came out upon the court of the tower. The dark fortress frowned above, casting, in spite of the dull moon, a shadow dark enough to hide him. Steps were heard approaching. He turned under a dim archway. He ascended a narrow, steep staircase. The steps still followed. Hurriedly he opened a door and entered a chamber. The men, whoever they might be, were unaware of his presence. They passed the door, turned down another gallery. The very echo of their steps died away. Did he recognize the spot where he then stood? Well, far too well. With a sickening feeling, an irresistible impulse to penetrate into the very heart of the horror that made his pulses faint, he gazed on the walls around. Was he then alone changed? Had he sprung up into manhood, thought, experienced, suffered, and had the material universe stood still the while? He saw before him a small chamber, enlightened by one deep-set window, half blocked up by projecting buttresses outside. There was the pallet bed, the prie-dieu, the little crucifix. His infant limbs had reposed there. On that couch his brother had died. This was the tower, 10 years before he had escaped from its gloomy walls. And had he done this only to return again, when maturer years gave him a bitterer feeling of the ills he must endure? He had visited England, guided by the traitor spirit of Clifford, it seemed, for he had returned but to render himself a prisoner. Yet at first these thoughts were hardly so painful as the memory of his childhood. The superstitious fears of the tower, which haunted poor Edward, had made it an abode of terror for both. How often had they lain in that bed, curdling each other's young blood with frightful tales. His brother had pined and died. Now, true to the pious usages of the times, he knelt to say a paternoster for his soul. He said another for his own perilous state. And then, having, with entire faith, committed himself to the protection of his Father in heaven, he rose with a cheered heart and sustained courage. What was he to do? He was in the tower, a fortress so well guarded that of the unhappy beings confined there for life, none had ever made their escape. High walls, numerous courts, and grated windows opposed his egress. The clock chimed 1. It were as well to remain where he was as to go on. But it were better still to turn back. Quiet would soon be restored. He might attain the same room, the same window, and leap thence into the waters below. He remembered wherefore he had come. The hazardous enterprise of Monina, and the imprisonment of Stanley. Now that he had attained this chamber, the whole tower presented itself, as in a map, to his memory. He knew where the rooms allotted to state prisoners were situated. Confident in his knowledge, his feelings underwent an entire change. Instead of considering himself a prisoner in the tower, he felt lord of its labyrinths. Darkness was his wand of office. The ignorance of all that he was there was his guard. And his knowledge of the place, better than the jailer's key, might aid him to liberate the victims of his enemy. In this temper of mind, he rejoiced that he had been unable to follow his first impulse in leaping from the window. And he resolved on making his way immediately to the part of the fortress inhabited by the state prisoners. Blindfold, setting out from the point where he was, he could have found his way. Yet several images of barred and locked doors presented themselves to his recollection, as intervening between the spot where he then was, and that which he desired to visit. He descended again into the court. He skirted the edifice, keeping close to the shadowy wall. He saw the door but a few paces distant, which led to the prison chambers. At dead of night it must be locked and barred, guarded by a sentinel, quite inaccessible to him. He paused, he saw no soldier near, he walked on a few steps quickly. The door was wide open, this looked like success. He sprang up the steps. A man below cried, "Who goes there?" Adding, "Is it you, sir? My light is puffed out, I will bring one anon." Above he heard another voice. There was no retreat. He went on, relying on some chance that might afford him a refuge under cover of murky night from the twofold danger that beset him. A man stood at the doorway of the nearest chamber. It was not possible to pass him. As he hesitated, he heard the words, "Good rest, visit your lordship. I grieve to have disturbed you." Richard retired a few steps. The man closed, locked the door. "A light, ho!" he exclaimed, and the prince feared to see the servitor ascend the stairs. The moon, just beginning to show its clouded rays, threw a brief ray upon the landing where Richard stood, and he moved out of the partial radiance. The slight movement he made attracted notice, which was announced by a challenge of "Who goes there?" "Is it you, Fitzwilliam? How is this?" "The word, sir." The Duke knew that, among the numerous and various inhabitants of the tower, many were personally unknown to each other, and that any stranger visitor was not entrusted with the word. So he replied immediately, as his best safeguard, "I was roused by the calling of the guard. I knew not that such revelries were usual. Good night, sir." Those pay little attention to the impression of their senses, who are not aware that family resemblance develops itself in nothing so much as the voice, and that it is difficult in the dark to distinguish relatives. In confirmation of this, I heard a sagacious observer remark, and have proved the observation true, that the formation of the jaw and setting of the teeth is peculiar and the same in families. But this is foreign enough that, caught by the voice, hardly able to distinguish the obscure outline of the speaker in the almost blackness of night, the man replied, "I crave pardon, my good lord, you forget yourself, this way is your chamber." "What ho, a light?" "It needs not," said the prince, "the glare would offend mine eyes, I shall find the door." "Permit me," said the other, going forward, "I will wait on your lordship so far. I wonder not you were roused, there was an alarm at the river postern and the whole guard roused. Sir John thought it might concern poor Sir William, and I was fain to see all right with him. It irked me truly to break in on his repose, the last he may ever have." They approached a door. The man's hand was on the lock. Richard's heart beat so loud and fast that it seemed to him that alone must be perceived and excite suspicion. If the door were fastened on the inside he were lost. But the man was in no hurry to try, he talked on. The lieutenant was the more suspicious, because he gave credit and easy entrance to his pretended stripling son, who craved for it even with tears. Yet when they met, we all thought that the Lord Chamberlain did not greet him as a parent would a child at such a time. The truth, indeed, we saw with half an eye, be she his daughter or his light of love. Yet not the last, methinks, for she seemed right glad to be accommodated for the night in a separate chamber. She is a mere girl beside, and in spite of her unmeet garb, modest withal. "When goes she? With the dawn?" Richard hazarded these questions, for his silence might be more suspected than his speech, and the information he sought, imported to him. "Nay, she will stay to the end for me," said the man. "Sir William was a kind gentleman, as I can testify, in his prosperity, and it is little to let him have the comfort of this poor child's company for a day longer. He dies on the morrow." "Could I see this fair one?"